Chapter 41-27. The giant python condensed from the mist looked the same as the original body, but anyone with a little knowledge of the celestial realm would know that this was just a clone. This was just an external incarnation. Every immortal could form an external incarnation after reaching the celestial immortal level. Of course, they only had less than a tenth of the original body's power, but they were sky immortals, existences that could crush all low-level celestials. Long Yang saw the giant python clearly, and in that instant, he understood. Once an avatar appeared, it would be a huge test for him. Not to mention, he didn't know what his talent and bloodline were. Even if he knew, it was ridiculous for a human immortal to fight an avatar of a sky immortal. Gritting his teeth, Long Yang looked at the scene in front of him. From the previous conversation, he knew that this was Qing Maoen's old man. You want to kill his son, so the old man's avatar appears. That's reasonable. However, he didn't expect that Qing Maoen's despair, which was on the verge of giving up, was just an act. That moment, he was caught off guard. Under the extreme impact of the immortal power, he subconsciously didn't resist. As a result, the blood in his body started to boil. He forcefully suppressed it, so that he didn't make a fool of himself at this critical moment. So what if you have an avatar? I'm going to go all out today. Because of his unknown bloodline, Long Yang was now very arrogant. He had an endless amount of energy, and if he didn't vent it all at this moment, it would be the darkest thing for him. The rune on his forehead glowed even brighter. Long Yang understood. With his current methods, if he wanted to please such an avatar, he had no choice but to use his strongest power. Even if the result that awaited him was still failure, he would try his best and leave no regrets. In an instant, the humanoid figure turned back into the yellow dog again, and the golden light on its forehead spread out again in an instant. The loosened seal didn't fully unfold under his full power, but the power that he seized formed a powerful vortex. It completely filled his body, making him feel exceptionally powerful. The extreme collision didn't stop at this moment. In the next second, the immortal power intertwined and filled the air with absolute power. In that second, the huge power spread out, and the surrounding weeds seemed to form waves. Clang! The avatar condensed from the mist didn't even have a chance to unleash its fury before it began to dissipate. Even Long Yang himself felt extremely complicated at this moment. Previously, he had already made up his mind to fight with his life on the line. But why the hell was the power he displayed at that moment so terrifying that even the avatar of a celestial immortal was no match for him? The name Iron Head Technique was really appropriate. This situation really made people speechless. You, me. Qing Wan, who was speechless, did not know how to express his emotions. In that second, he summoned his father's avatar. He had thought that this matter would be resolved, even if he would be punished by the old man when he returned. However, as long as he settled this matter and brought Long Yang back in one piece, his merits would outweigh his faults. What he did not expect was that even after summoning his father's avatar, he still did not succeed. That head-on collision had once again completely extinguished the hope that he had ignited. How could he fight like this? What kind of pervert did he provoke? Don't kill me. You don't care what you want? I can promise you anything. Subconsciously, he finally started to beg for mercy. But Long Yang did not give him even the slightest bit of chance. He who had transformed into a human, slashed down with his sword. Qing Wen's head was chopped off just like that. His face was still filled with extreme fear. Facing such a crafty immortal who would definitely not keep his promise, the only way to make him shut up was to take his life and completely obliterate him from the celestial realm. He raised his arm and looked at the forest that was still covered in thick fog. The previously bustling place had suddenly become gloomy and silent. He dragged his body that was in immense pain and walked step by step into the depths of the forest. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this way of living was very tiring. It was so tiring that even though he was 100 times more energetic, he still could not help but have the urge to sleep and never wake up. Perhaps, this is human nature. This is the most helpless part of living in the celestial realm, he muttered to himself as he walked forward step by step. He had a very strong premonition in his heart, as if there was a real secret waiting for him to uncover in front of him. That kind of feeling that he did not want to touch always permeated Long Yang's heart. But reason told him that there were some things that he could not completely ignore if he was unwilling to do them. He drank some water and leaned against the ancient tree to rest for a moment. The flying thick fog still had not dissipated. The dew fell on Long Yang's body. The strange silence made him feel a little restless. The slightly rustling movement made Long Yang a little alert. He knew that there was definitely danger waiting for him in the depths of the forest, and there would definitely be a great opportunity. But he did not expect that just after he stopped for a while, this danger would follow him. It really did not let him rest for even a moment. The thick fog gradually dispersed in the next second. Figures that had not condensed into a physical form floated side by side. This is... He stood up. Cold sweat broke out on Long Yang's back. Looking at the clothes these people were wearing, coupled with their almost empty eyes, he began to make some judgments in his heart. These were immortal souls. Immortal souls that had died on the battlefield and still left behind an obsession. No wonder Qing Maoan knew that there must be a secret or inheritance here. This forest of confusion might have been an ancient battlefield in the past. He had just chased away a hungry wolf, and now a fierce tiger had come. These immortal souls now only had half of their fighting instincts. But compared to the incarnation, not only did they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but even their attack power was not much lower than the incarnations. What kind of great god did I offend? There is no one else who can have such luck. Long Yang, who was waiting solemnly, actually knew that these immortal souls might be a good opportunity to test his current fighting strength, but at the same time, it was also a talisman that would lead to his death. If he was not careful, he would almost certainly die here. At this moment, survival seemed to be an extravagant hope. Chapter 41:28. There were so many immortal souls, there was no hurry to test them. But the situation didn't give him the slightest chance to relax. Like bad luck, they lined up one after another to rush over. Now, as he looked at the floating immortal souls, the bitterness and the desire to give up had completely occupied his heart. Damn it, I don't believe that such a big immortal world can't accommodate me. He clenched his teeth and persevered. A trace of madness flashed in Long Yang's eyes. He, who had been trying his best to stay calm, went straight for the immortal soul at the front. It was the same speed, the same method, and even the power was almost the same as last time. But this time, the heavens didn't give him the so-called blessing. The iron head art, which could shatter an external incarnation, only passed through the immortal soul. Then, the immortal soul condensed again, as if it didn't care about such an attack at all. I'm in big trouble now. An all-out attack didn't even achieve the most basic effect. This made Long Yang feel as if he had punched cotton. There was no fierce collision, nor were there any traces left behind by a powerful battle. With the appearance of the immortal soul, the whole forest seemed to become extremely quiet. No matter what method you used, there didn't seem to be too many traces left behind. What kind of attack should I use to have an effect? Long Yang's mind raced. Unfortunately, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any other methods. After all, he had been at the bottom of the immortal world for too long, so he didn't even have many of the most basic immortal techniques for combat. In such a harsh environment, it would be heaven-defying if he could immediately think of attacking in half a day. He couldn't even find the right method even if he tried his best. In the blink of an eye, the immortal soul floating in the air didn't give him a chance to think. As if it had a mind of its own, it began to drift and fly, leaving traces of spiritual light in the air. In the next second, it went straight for Long Yang. Boom! Long Yang felt a wave of dizziness in his head, as if something unknown had penetrated his head. It formed a storm that went straight for his sea of consciousness. Coming back to his senses, Long Yang tried his best to resist. He subconsciously took a few steps back and shook his head. The dizziness gradually disappeared. Fortunately, he chose to resist at the first moment. Otherwise, he would have become an idiot from the impact on his sea of consciousness. I won't die. I won't die even if I have to face an immortal soul, he roared in his heart. Subconsciously, Long Yang began to transform into a humanoid barrier. Even Long Yang himself did not remember if he had learned this hand seal before, but it had always been in the depths of his mind, and he had never forgotten it. Now that he had displayed it, he wanted to give it a try. An inexplicable golden light began to revolve around his hand. In the next second, an extremely intense beam of light began to appear in his hand. Such a light beam was different from any immortal spiritual energy. It was as if it had long been hidden in the depths of Long Yang's soul. When it was taken out, it shook heaven and earth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Screams rang out incessantly. Every time an immortal soul came into contact with the light beam, it would start to burn without warning. Since they were spirits to begin with, the only thing they could burn in that instant was their souls. This kind of attack could cut the weeds at the roots and cut off their foundation. Even if these immortal souls did not have any spiritual intelligence, their hollow eyes still emitted a trace of fear. Who the hell am I? Long Yang himself was also shocked. The various methods and the seal on his body had already made him know that he was not an ordinary demon. However, that matter was still an unsolved mystery, so he naturally could not find out in a short period of time. But this instant of unsealing, even if the seal was only slightly opened, strictly speaking, it was only a little loosened. His identity was a little too exaggerated, wasn't it? From the previous fragmented memories, the methods, and the current hand seal attack, it made Long Yang a little curious about his identity. However, this curiosity only lasted for a fleeting moment. This was not a good time to explore secrets. Since this kind of hand seal in the depths of his memory was useful, in order to survive, the top priority was to solve the problem in front of him. He felt that he could not get through this kind of trouble before he used such a beam of light. Not good. F***CK. Why are there so many? Long Yang, who saw a glimmer of hope, began to kill at his own speed. But when he really saw the back, he did not know how many swear words came out of his mouth. What he encountered was definitely not a small gathering point of immortal souls. A gathering point of immortal souls would at most have a few dozen immortal souls, and that would already be amazing. With his current beam of light, it would be a little troublesome to solve such a place, but he was also very confident. But what was going on with the hundreds of immortal souls behind him? And looking at the current situation, how was this a gathering point of immortal souls? It was completely a fairy-burying woods that would absolutely make the faces of powerful figures change, okay? This kind of place was often accompanied by great opportunities, but such a great opportunity was really something that he, a mere human immortal, could really get through. Let's not talk about whether Long Yang was confident or not. Even if he was confident, it was an unnecessary confidence. The fairy-burying woods could even devour sky immortals and experts above them. As a mere human immortal, and a mid-stage human immortal at that, the possibility of him making it through was practically zero. Die, 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 die. Die for lousy. He kept making hand seals, and beams of light began to condense and attack. The immortal souls in midair seemed to have never felt that such energy was a fatal threat to them. Although there was some fear in their eyes, their spiritual bodies did not retreat at all. Before long, the sky was filled with immortal souls. It was as if the repeated attacks had completely provoked all the immortal souls here. Seeing the number of souls increase, Long Yang became more and more panicked. Perhaps death was not something unacceptable to an immortal like him, but such a death was something that he absolutely could not accept. Finally, when the immortal souls arrived in front of Long Yang one by one, countless of them began to grab him and gnaw at him. The pain that came from the depths of his soul spread throughout Long Yang's entire body. A cry of agony. The sound spread throughout the forest of chaos. Chapter 41-29. Every corner of his body was being bitten, and even his soul was being torn apart. Long Yang felt an indescribable torment. Compared to the physical pain, this kind of pain was on a completely different level. Since he was a child, he had been ridiculed by all the experts of the demonic immortal island. It could be said that he had suffered all kinds of grievances. However, he had endured all that humiliation. He had always thought that all the pain was just a form of training for him. But was that really the case? This time, he began to doubt his tolerance for danger and pain. It was not that his willpower was not strong enough, but this kind of feeling was really unbearable for any conscious immortal. He wanted to roar, but found that his throat did not make the slightest sound. His eyes began to protrude little by little, and the tiny blood vessels spread to his eyeballs in an instant. Blue veins began to bulge all over his body. In addition to the great pain of his soul being torn apart, he also had to endure the pain of his flesh being bitten. The white immortal souls did not stop there. It was as if the person in front of them was the food they had always dreamed of. They were too hungry. For many years, they had maintained this feeling of hunger in the state of immortal souls. Whenever a living creature appeared, as long as they had a little bit of spiritual intelligence, they would not come one after another. Get out, get out. All of you get out of here. Long Yang, who was desperately struggling, did not even know whether he was the one making the sound. His eyes were crimson, and the golden mark on his forehead started to dim at this moment. Suddenly, At that moment, in the blink of an eye, a ray of golden light erupted from the dim golden pattern. Ripples began to spread out in an instant. It passed in a flash. The overall situation did not seem to have changed because of such a golden light. Whether it was the number of immortal souls or the surrounding situation, there was no so-called change at all. At this moment, Long Yang did not even have the slightest bit of hope. He clearly knew how powerful his current strength and the so-called bloodline could be. However, no matter how powerful he was, it was still impossible for him to play any role in the face of this immortal soul that was like a swarm of locusts. Am I really going to die here? Indeed, Long Yang's heart was unwilling. He believed that any immortal, even an ordinary human, would feel indignant when faced with such a situation and unable to do anything. But the truth is so clear in front of you. Even if you are extremely unwilling, what can you do? Woo woo woo. Lin Feng moved slightly. The immortal soul that was not howling seemed to be in a daze at this moment. Then, in the still quiet forest of confusion, their eyes flashed with extreme fear. It was as if it was a natural reverence for a superior. The fear caused the immortal souls to be unable to care about anything else in just a moment, and they all began to flee in all directions. Long Yang had never seen or experienced such horrified eyes before. Self-doubt. All right, he didn't even have the interest in self-doubt anymore. Looking at the situation that left him speechless, in addition to the various doubts he had, he seemed to have some judgment in his heart. However, he could not be sure if this judgment was correct or not. He stood up and saw that his surroundings were still like a pool of stagnant water. Long Yang sighed inwardly. The most important thing in cultivation was to be able to endure loneliness. How many times did he spend his time alone? Even if there were endless disputes, and he was constantly in danger. But most of the time, all immortals spent their time in boring and bitter cultivation. Fighting against the heavens was not endlessly joyful. Only by calming down could one erupt with power that ordinary people could not reach. In this aspect, it was truly unrelated to family and bloodline. All immortals had the same starting point. As long as I am in the immortal burial forest, there must be a great opportunity. I wonder what kind of opportunity will befall me this time? Long Yang muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the dense forest. He was not a person without desires. In fact, he was sometimes more realistic than ordinary immortals. Ever since he was young, apart from a few people who were genuinely nice to him, he was essentially an orphan without a father or mother. Many worldly gazes and resentment fell on him. His personality began to become a bit selfish, or rather, egoist. This was very normal. As he walked step by step, the situation of the immortal burial forest began to appear. Skeletons began to appear. Most of them were snake bones. Some were big, some were small. The bones were surrounded by some seemingly insignificant celestial spiritual energy. These were the bones of immortals. Not only did they not decay for tens of thousands of years, but they also contained astonishing power. It was not an illusion that they could still emit celestial spiritual energy after so many years. However, the celestial spiritual energy here was also insignificant. Long Yang was too lazy to absorb it. This showed how useless these immortal bones were. With such a huge area, it seems like every step I take is a pile of bones. I wonder how tragic the battle back then was. Although Long Yang's life was lonely and bitter, he was still able to live a miserable life. Although Long Yang's life was lonely, his knowledge was very limited. The Demon Immortal Island was the center of the Endless Sea region. Most of the cultivation knowledge and the situation of the celestial realm could be found there. He knew very well what was going on in the immortal burial forest. It was a ruin left behind by the celestial race. Generally speaking, a battlefield that could guarantee that the immortal soul wouldn't completely dissipate would definitely contain a great fortune. However, this place seemed to have been searched for a long time. After searching for a long time, Long Yang still didn't find anything too valuable. Could it be that my treasure hunting talent is trash? He tried hard to sniff, but he still didn't smell any treasure. After almost half a day, Long Yang had some thoughts of giving up in his heart. The reason was very simple. This place was really very clean. He couldn't even find a grade 1 immortal artifact. Most of the things he found were only the remains of immortal artifacts. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to search for him. Since that was the case, the most important thing was to get out of the Demon Immortal Island. One had to know that on the demonic Immortal Island, many disciples from the various clans and experts looked down on him. But at least he was safe. At least with his adoptive father around, not many people would dare to hurt him in public. For a moment, Long Yang had the urge to return to normal. Yes. Suddenly. Chapter 41:30. I'm rich, I'm rich. Long Yang was extremely excited. You say that immortal cultivators are above the mortal world and that you don't care about material things. That's just an excuse you find for yourself because you're poor. You look at the huge spirit crystal in front of you and feel it carefully. There's a hidden formation inside and there's probably a lot of treasures and valuables inside. How can you not care when all these things are right in front of you? Long Yang didn't know what other people were thinking, but it was impossible for him to not care. Even in the immortal world, spiritual crystals were rarely seen. Most of them were used to set up arrays. As long as you can find the spirit crystal, generally speaking, as long as you take it out, the so-called formation will collapse on itself and reveal the original appearance of the immortal burial forest. When Long Yang's trembling hands touched the spirit crystal, a chill began to spread. In the next second, the entire space around them changed. It was as if countless mirrors had been shattered. Then, another world appeared in front of him. The trees were still the same. Even the flowers, grass, and stones were no different from the previous world. The only difference between this space and the previous one was that the overall spiritual power was much denser and the number of white bones on the ground had also increased. The entire ground was covered with piles of white bones. They were of different shapes and intertwined with each other. They were starting to become indistinguishable from each other. Sparkling immortal stones and glowing immortal artifacts. Perhaps the density wasn't very high, but overall, it could be said that this place was completely developed. I'm afraid that even if I robbed an ordinary immortal sect, there wouldn't be so many of them, right? Even Long Yang, who often saw Meng Ji take out countless good things to share with him, started to feel that this place was really a land of treasures. Most of them were low-grade immortal stones, the most common currency in the immortal world. Occasionally, there would be some mid-grade immortal stones, but the number was terrifying. They were scattered on the ground one by one. Even if he picked them up, it would take a long time. Not to mention the immortal artifacts that were worth at least tens or even hundreds of low-grade immortal stones. The quantity was indeed less than the immortal stones, but these were the most practical things for him right now, okay? He quickly searched the group and finally found a storage ring on the finger of a skeleton. He immediately used his spiritual sense to erase the last trace of the storage ring. Just like that, he started to collect all kinds of useful wealth in the celestial burial forest like an old farmer. He had collected at least a few thousand low-grade spirit stones and at least 100 immortal weapons. Only then did the satisfied Long Yang pause for a moment. There's actually a grade 2 immortal artifact? Casually grabbing a broken sword, Long Yang began to carefully examine it. Originally, he thought that after collecting so many immortal artifacts, he had gradually lost interest in planting defective ones. However, when he was resting, he casually examined it and discovered that the broken sword was not a defective product. Rather, it was a genuine grade 2 immortal artifact. In fact, it was an undamaged grade 2 immortal artifact. This thing was comparable to hundreds of grade 1 immortal weapons. But why is this a broken sword? Could it be that there's a story behind this? As he began to examine it, the overall feeling that the broken sword gave off was simple and unadorned. In fact, in recent years, there were very few demon immortals who used such a style of flying sword. However, this very rich feeling of vicissitudes and simplicity won Long Yang's heart. What a joke! Before this, he did not even have a grade 1 immortal artifact. The only treasure he had was the wooden hairpin that Meng Ji gave him. Moreover, until now, he still did not know what this wooden hairpin was used for and what grade of immortal artifact it belonged to. But now, suddenly, a broken grade 2 immortal artifact appeared, and the evaporation and outline of the immortal artifact itself did not seem to be the slightest bit depleted. With such an intense surprise and wealth, it was already not bad that he did not immediately lose his composure and drool. Good fella, if I had this broken sword before, would I need to use my ancestral iron head technique to deal with the avatar? With one slash, I can guarantee that the heavenly immortal avatar will collapse. This immortal, is always greedy. At this point, Long Yang had already begun to imagine himself holding this flying sword in his hand and killing everything in his way. Especially when it was in the form of a broken sword, it was really good at acting. Keep it, keep it. I'm afraid that I will have to rely on this flying sword for a very long time in the future. With a thought, he put the flying sword into his storage bag. Inside were some of his commonly used items, and even a change of clothes. Now, it seemed that he still had to distinguish between them and the storage ring. It's about time to go out. With this broken sword, taking out Demon Snake Island might increase my chances of success. Standing up, he patted the dust off his body. Without stopping, he prepared to walk out. Swoosh swoosh, in the blink of an eye, a crimson light, accompanied by an extremely fast speed, entered Long Yang's forehead at this moment. This was clearly some kind of treasure that he had not discovered, and it was unwilling to accept it as its owner. Young Master's talent and bloodline have already reached such a heaven-defying level? After feeling it for a while, he finally understood. That light was indeed a treasure, but it did not automatically recognize him as its owner. Instead, it was the golden mark on his forehead that had not completely disappeared. That thing had just entered the golden mark in an instant. Immediately, as the golden mark began to disappear, no matter how Long Yang tried to drive it out to investigate its traces, it did not appear at all. What the hell is this thing? Is it hiding in Young Master's body to kill Young Master at a critical moment? He began to carefully mobilize it, and even began to try to unlock the loosened seals, but he was unable to do so. Finally, he stopped again. Long Yang, who had been busy for a long time, gave up and used his divine sense to explore. Unfortunately, the exploration was not very smooth. That thing was hidden in Long Yang's brain along with his own golden mark, and there was some fog around it, so he could not see what it was. Vaguely, he saw that it was a picture, like a picture scroll. And in this picture, there were many different shapes of long swords. However, even though Long Yang had seen some of these things, it was only a very small part, and he did not know what was inside most of them. All right. It's already like this. There's no point in thinking about it. Fortunately, this guy was not a stubborn person, and once something appeared, he must investigate it. Chapter 41-31. Crows flew over the head of Long Yang, whose eyes had turned completely white. The whites of his eyes filled up, and he subconsciously wanted to walk forward, but at the same time, he felt a sense of speechlessness. Yes, he was in Peru. After walking for half a day, he was still in the endless forest of confusion. He couldn't remember how many times he had changed directions, but he just couldn't get out of the forest. Damn it, I can't be this unlucky, can I? Everything is over, and I'm still lost. Aren't they taking the main character too seriously? Walking for half a day had consumed most of Long Yang's experience. He was thirsty and hungry, and he wanted to chew the chameleon grass next to the tree as a snack. These days, all sorts of strange things could happen. If there were no accidents, he would probably spend the night in this forest. He had a body full of wealth, but he couldn't enjoy it. How could anyone else understand such pain? For God's sake. I can't eat that chameleon grass even if I'm hungry. I'd better cultivate. He took out an immortal stone from his ring and sat down, ready to absorb it. This thing could relieve his hunger, and it could be used to eat. Of course, the most important thing was the absorption of immortal qi. Only a rich man like him would be able to do something as simple as using it to satisfy his hunger. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize his immortal qi. Anyway, he was already in this state. If he didn't take good care of himself, he wouldn't be able to keep up if his identity was exposed. He would definitely be caught and torn apart. Ha! In the next second, Long Yang's eyes widened. The air around him suddenly became quiet. He gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his indescribable anger. He took out the immortal stone, and the immortal stone in his hand disappeared into thin air. Not a trace was left. Not even a trace of immortal qi was left. F***ck. F***ck. What kind of expert is this? Long Yang, who was gritting his teeth, said fiercely. His stance was simply terrifying. However, after waiting for several dozen breaths, not a single living being came forward to respond. The surroundings were so quiet that not a single trace of life could be seen. Damn it, I don't believe I can't deal with you. He rolled his eyes. Long Yang laughed sinisterly. In the next second, a low-grade immortal stone appeared in his hand. It was as if he didn't remember what had happened earlier, and it was as if nothing had happened at all. Sure enough, the moment he took it out, the the celestial stone in his hand disappeared into thin air once again. This time he saw it clearly. It really did disappear into thin air. There was no sign of it happening, nor was there the slightest aura of life. Bah! You can play this way? Unconvinced, Long Yong took out another piece. He had a lot of money anyway. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find any loopholes. The next second, the same situation, the same stone thief, did not give Long Yong any time to react. Again. Vanish. Again. Vanish. The immortal and the heir seemed to be playing some kind of game, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. He took out a piece and it disappeared, but there was no sign of him. Suddenly. Occasionally, Long Yong, who seemed to be in a fit of pique, curled his lips. Suddenly, the spirit stone disappeared from his hand once again. In the next second, his entire body began to emit a trace of yellow light. That posture, he began to chase after it like lightning. Before there was any effect, his body moved, as if he had grabbed something. Invisibility. Damn, I was actually fooled by such a technique. Have a taste of my iron hammer, he shouted. Long Yong, who was furious, instantly soared up. Using the power of his sprint, he used his body as the handle of the hammer. His head as a hammer. He used all his strength to throw it towards the transparent place in the air. Bam! Ayah! Screams rang out one after another. Long Yong, who was somewhat dizzy, only felt that he had hammered a heavy object, and then he felt a headache and dizziness. Using himself as a hammer really didn't feel good. He had to invent some new ways to use it next time. He looked to the side. With a plop, a small hole appeared out of thin air. Then, a somewhat skinny human figure began to gradually appear. Skinny, that human figure looked like a half-grown child, at most 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, there was a big bump on his head. It was dark and blue like a unicorn, but this horn was a bit crooked. It was above his right eye. Where the hell did you come from? Not to mention that you have so many immortal stones on you. Even your head is made of iron? Covering his forehead with one hand, the youth said unhappily. Obviously, he was the one who started the theft first, but in his mouth, it became Long Yang's fault. Calm down, calm down. Let's not lower ourselves to the level of an idiot. Long Yong hinted to himself countless times. His originally speechless mood finally eased a little. If it was according to his previous temper, he would have already beaten this guy to the point that his mother wouldn't recognize him. But seeing that this thief was actually somewhat stupid and cute, with a mentality of caring for a mentally handicapped child, Long Yong planned to give him a good beating. Step by step, Long Yong walked forward with an innocent face. F***CK. Damn it, you dare to steal my immortal stones. Are you tired of living? If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I won't be surnamed Zhang. Bang bang. The old fist that was the size of a casserole began to serve. Long Yong didn't care whether the other party was a child or not. To deal with such a mentally handicapped person, there was nothing more satisfying than beating him to death. The fist that was mixed with some spiritual energy, in addition to the restraints that he had already prepared beforehand. At this moment, the so-called youth was like a sandbag, being punched and kicked by Long Yong. This guy didn't seem to be satisfied, and occasionally used the iron head technique. Stop. King stop for lousy. Do you know who lousy is? Woo woo woo. I don't want to play anymore. Can't you listen to me? Big brother. Ancestor. Dear father. In the end, the youth couldn't even speak properly. Only after venting his anger did Long Yong stop a little. He looked at the youth in front of him with an arrogant face. Speak. Do you still dare to steal? From the looks of it, if the youth didn't answer well, he was afraid that he would inevitably suffer physical pain. Don't you look around before hitting? At this moment, the youth seemed to have calmed down. He said in a very cold tone. Long Yong was stunned, and looked around. He only saw dozens of immortals in uniform, looking at him with serious expressions. Since when did so many immortals appear? Wrong answer. Bang. In the next second, the youth finally understood what it meant to be unreasonable. Chapter 41-32. Is he a psychopath? All the immortals were speechless. There was actually someone who dared to beat young Master Mo on Snake Demon Island's northwest prefecture. Was he tired of living? Or did he not want to live at all? This foppish young master was extremely famous on Snake Demon Island, okay? Not only had he been beaten into a pig's head, both sides hadn't even used immortal arts or innate talents. Why aren't you begging for mercy? You're asking me if I know who you are? Tell me, how can I not continue with such an annoying reason? Long Yang looked at the youth in front of him speechlessly. He hadn't expected to meet such a retard. If it was said that using the invisibility spell to steal money before was considered doing something, then in Long Yang's eyes, this guy was a complete idiot. A retard with a big temper. Forget it. I admit defeat. The youth wanted to attack again, but he changed his mind. Under the premise that this guy didn't even use his own strength, he was able to beat him until he didn't even have the strength to fight back. If it was really a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for him. Admitting defeat might not be a bad choice. One had to know that the more talented one was, the more important one's reputation was. But this was in front of so many of his subordinates. If he ordered them to gang up on him after being beaten up, he would lose all face. As for this guy in front of him, he didn't seem to match the rumors. No wonder he could make such a large group disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If he didn't have some skill, he would have been a corpse by now. Now, can you tell me who you are? Seeing that the other party was so quick to admit defeat, Yi Zichen couldn't help but laugh. On the contrary, Long Yang became a little more cautious. In this day and age, there weren't many people who were so straightforward and upright. Although the things that this guy did were completely not related to being straightforward and upright, it was still hard to find such a person. However, Long Yang admired the fact that he had to admit that he had lost. He was much better than those sanctimonious immortals who still cared about face. Who else could it be? On Snake Demon Island, as long as you meet a creature now, it's definitely going to kill you. Look. 11 peak human immortals, 3 early earth immortals, and me, a late human immortal. The lineup is powerful and luxurious, right? Speaking up to this point, the young man became proud again. Needless to say, the formation of such a team to chase after a mere intermediate human immortal stage cultivator was enough to shock countless people. Good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. It's only been a day since this matter happened, and everyone on the Snake Demon Island knows about it. The speechless Long Yang felt sad in his heart. Initially, he thought that he had some hope of breaking out of the encirclement. But now, it seemed like the possibility was close to zero. How should he think of a way to escape? This kid doesn't seem to be very capable, but his status isn't low. Isn't this a typical hostage? Not making use of such a huge hostage and thinking about how to break out of the encirclement with your own strength. Aren't you stupid? Aren't you stunned? Kid, you really dare to say all kinds of truths. Come here, let Big Brother take a good look at you. I was very careful with my punches just now. You didn't break it, did you? 1 Year walked forward with a sinister smile. At this moment, Long Yang's appearance seemed to have undergone a certain change. The way he was ready to attack, the way he could explode with terrifying speed in an instant. No matter which it was, apart from being as shameless as before, there was an absolute change. Not good. Almost all of the immortals nearby sensed the same thing. Subconsciously, they began to gather immortal chi to prevent any accidents from happening. However, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't guarantee that they would succeed. Do you have any shame? The young man subconsciously took a step back. The bruised and swollen youth was almost speechless. He clearly didn't give the order to attack immediately, but this kid seemed to be interesting. He believed that he must have sensed this. He didn't give up without a fight, nor was he grateful at all. At this moment, after punching him, he was still thinking about how to capture a late-stage human immortal like him, as if he was going to use him as a hostage. How shameless must he be to do such a shameless thing? Wait. Maybe we can work together. In any case, it won't be like the Green Spirit Snake Clan. The young man closed his eyes. Although he was defeated by Long Yang's shamelessness, he still spoke his mind. If it wasn't for this idea, why would he tease Long Yang at the beginning? And even now, he didn't give the order to attack? He had an Earth Immortal behind him. Once they attacked, this guy wouldn't be able to resist at all. Why didn't you do this earlier? You just had to pretend in front of me. You're a born masochist. Long Yang, who finally stopped moving, fell on his butt. What kind of joke was this? From the expressions and attitudes of the surrounding immortals and the young master in front of him, he had already seen some clues. This group of immortals was completely different from the immortals of the Green Spirit Snake Clan, and they were on a completely different extreme from Qing Maoan. If they had hidden themselves and prepared to attack from the beginning, it would have been almost impossible for him to escape even though he had a lot of trump cards. In such a situation, they still had the time to tease him. It would be strange if they didn't want anything. It was because of this mentality that he dared to act so recklessly before. If this group of immortals had appeared ferocious and full of murderous intent, he would have fled a long time ago. But now, he had the initiative in his hands. Even so, he didn't have much of a choice. If I guessed correctly, you should be a member of the Snake Clan that doesn't get along with the Green Spirit Snake Clan, right? Since you didn't control me immediately, I must have something that you want. Tell me, is there really a possibility of working together? Long Yang casually moved his butt, pulled out a green foxtail grass from under his feet, and put it in his mouth. Let's get to know each other officially. My name is Mo Fan, a member of the Purple Cloud Python Clan. As for why I didn't control you immediately, of course, it's because I want to work with you. Mo Fan stood up. His small body exuded a maturity and calmness that didn't match his age. At this moment, he was no longer in a state of insanity. Chapter 41-33. Actually, the matter was very simple. As a relatively large tribe among the demonic immortal tribes, the Snake Tribe had its own internal divisions. There was a certain division within the Snake Clan. Among them, the two main camps were the Snake Clan and the Python Clan. Among them, the Snake Tribe was thin and small, but extremely venomous. Generally speaking, they specialized in nimble methods. This group of fellows were all sinister and ruthless. On the opposite side of them was the Python Tribe, which yearned for justice. The Python Tribe was tall, and their bloodline ability and strength were not to be underestimated. They belonged to the Strength-type Demon Tribe. In essence, their bloodline power could be ignited under many circumstances. It could be said that such a tribe was definitely considered large among the Snake Tribe. However, they lacked the vicious nature of the Snake Tribe. Therefore, although the two tribes were members of the Snake Tribe, they were like fire and water. The decisions that one made would definitely be opposed by the other, and the orders that one gave would definitely not be obeyed. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the members of the Python Tribe obeyed the orders given by the members of the Snake Tribe to take Long Yang's life. Even Long Yang had a glimmer of hope in his heart, which was to find the Python Tribe. At least there was a way for him to protect himself. However, at that time, he felt that the possibility was not high. After all, Qing Mo1 would not be so foolish. Who would have thought that this so-called disorientated forest was actually one of the territories of the Python Clan? That Qing Mo1 was truly a retard. Even until his death, he did not know what kind of trouble he had caused for his Snake Tribe. Now that this group of people from the Python Clan had appeared, although Long Yang couldn't completely trust them, at least on the surface, everyone was on good terms with each other. In this case, compared to dealing with the endless pursuit, it was already much better for Long Yang. In this day and age, it wasn't so easy to bluff one's way through. Even though he had some confidence in his own strength and methods, such confidence was still extremely fragile when facing an entire race. He felt extremely helpless. Following this group of people was the only solution that Long Yang could think of so far. Actually, he really did not expect this group of fellows to really protect him. At this critical moment, the Python Tribe would completely fall out with the Snake Tribe for him. However, all in all, this was much better than falling into the hands of the Snake Tribe, especially the Green Spirit Snake Clan. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. That was his personality. Sometimes, he would not bother about the small details and live a little longer. It all depended on the situation at the time. Now, the Snake Clan and the Python Clan were the rulers of Demon Snake Island. If Long Yang could rely on either side, he would definitely not use his identity as the godson of the Demon Immortal Clan Saint Ruler as an excuse. In this day and age, who didn't have some background? Firstly, you had no blood relationship with that kind of existence, and secondly, there was no inheritance relationship. It was the most unreliable method. Therefore, no matter how good his adoptive father had been to him since he was young, in the eyes of outsiders, it was nothing much. No one really took this situation seriously. Sigh. Have you gotten used to your new identity? You're a member of my Python clan now. Even if you're just an unofficial member, it still took me quite a bit of effort to replace you. Are you not going to say a word of thanks? Rolling his eyes, Mo finally understood what kind of people were doing these days. Ever since he had come into contact with this Long Yang, he had been an unruly and despicable person. From the beginning to the end, he did not care about face or bottom line when it came to him. It seemed like it was because of his personality that Mo had developed an interest in him. Or perhaps it could be said that they were birds of a feather. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to get Long Yang's attention, or rather, he wanted to make his presence known in front of him. Unfortunately, at this moment, Long Yang had no intention of paying attention to this Purple Cloud Python clan's eldest young master. What a joke! I haven't even figured out my own matters yet. If I hit this young master again, it would be considered as me sowing enmity with the Purple Cloud Python clan. Looking at Mo's despicable look, Long Yang indeed had a hard time holding it in. He really deserved a beating. In front of us is Purple Cloud City. This is considered one of the biggest cities in my Snake Demon Island. How is it? Isn't it grand? Do you have an urge to worship it? I am the young city lord of this city. Before this, if you had known that you were hitting the young city lord, would you have dared to hit me so hard? All right, this fellow was not only despicable, he was also a chatterbox. Along the way, Mo had been listening to his nagging. Good, big city. Mo said these 4 words out of boredom. Now, Long Yang's mood had completely calmed down. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He still had countless secrets waiting for him to uncover. The so-called yellow dog's true form and all the tricks it had up its sleeves were nothing more than an additional memory to his experience. For so many years, he had lived under the ridicule of many people. To him, wasn't this also a form of cultivation? And his character was because he often interacted with Meng Ji, to the point that they were inseparable. Meng Ji's character was cold, and as her elder brother, he often had to make some playful moves to tease her. Over time, this fellow gradually became more or less unscrupulous. Such a character was usually rarely seen on Demonic Immortal Island. However, now that he was out of Demonic Immortal Island, he could fly as high as a bird in the sky. What else did he have to worry about? He didn't care about the immortals behind him, who were staring at each other, and swaggered into the city. These days, the more lively a place was, the more disputes there were. Most of the immortals condensed their abilities in these disputes. Under such circumstances, the more people there were, the more effective it would be for him to practice. Long Yang didn't know when, but a thought appeared in his mind, a thought that he should never think about. But now, his mysterious bloodline, his identity and the seal that even he himself could not understand seemed to have given him such a slim chance of hope. If he didn't cultivate well and do something, wouldn't he be letting down God's favor? Bang! Suddenly, Long Yang, who was still thinking about something, felt an obstacle and directly bumped into something. He subconsciously wanted to find something to support his balance. This. He looked down. A girl about 16 or 17 years old had become a cushion for him the moment he fell. And his hands were really holding on to something indescribable. Squeak squeak. Ugh. So this is the feeling. Long Yang subconsciously scratched it and began to carefully calculate in his mind. Chapter 41-34. Mo Qingqing was very happy today. Not only could he embarrass the Green Snake clan, but he could also look for trouble. This was definitely something that a young person like Mo Qingqing could boast about. She was humming a tune and preparing to welcome her brother. She did not expect to bump into such a fierce person at the city gate. Bumping into her before could be considered an accident. After all, Mo Qingqing did not wear her eyes when she walked. But why did she grab that part? She even pinched it casually. What was going on? Damn hooligan. Since when did someone dare to attack her and take advantage of her without hesitation appear in Purple Cloud City? Looking at the person's face, there was nothing special about him. He was just an ordinary person who could not be found in a crowd. Wait, what was with this expression? Was that expression of enjoyment on his face for real? Showing it directly in front of so many people? Did he still want to be so arrogant? Sister, Mo was petrified. Could it be that this stinky dog called Long Yang had a blood feud with the Mo clan? How could he run into such a coincidental thing? He had just been punched by him. Now, he had not provoked him enough, but this guy had provoked his sister. How reckless must one be to do such a despicable and lowly thing? All the immortals on the street were stunned. The young mistress of Purple Cloud City. She was the one who bullied others since she was young. She was a goddess who was pampered by the city lord. She had been defiled by a common face just like that? Brat. You are dead meat. Next, it was time to mess up the entire Purple Cloud City. Don't run. You have the guts to do it, but don't admit it. If I don't bring you back today, my surname is not Mo Long Yong, who was running at full speed, turned around and said, Young mistress, your brother said the same thing. Ask him what his surname is now. People should not be so talkative, especially when they were being chased. In the next second, almost all the troops of the crusade joined in the process of chasing Long Yong. They looked as if they could not wait to tear this guy to pieces on the spot. Stop, stop, stop. Suddenly, Long Yong, who was still running, stopped. He turned around and waved his hand. Creak. Almost no one reacted to Long Yang's move at this time. He subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Damn it. This time he was in big trouble. Plop. Plopping sounds rose and fell, and the immortals fell to the ground one by one like a swarm of bees. He looked like he was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. Hey, do you know why we're chasing him? I don't know. I saw someone chasing after him, so I followed. I heard that this is our young Mrs. Husband. It's the couple's business. What does it have to do with us? Did I kiss up to the horse's leg? The whispered discussions caused Mo Qingqing, who was at the forefront and was not affected, to feel frustrated. What was going on? Without saying a word, the people of her own city had married her off? Furthermore, she was married to such a pervert. Shut up. You belong to me. Scram. The enraged Mo Qingqing had long lost her ladylike image. Her posture was like that of a lion roaring from the east of the river. Let's go, let's go. It's the couple's business. Why are we blindly interfering? Many immortals lost interest. Although they were also curious about what was so good about this guy that he could make the young miss fall in love with him. However, the young miss was in a rage now, so it was better not to ask. You are dead, she said word by word. Mo Qingqing was so angry that her hair almost stood on end. As the young miss of Purple Cloud City, she had never suffered such a big grievance since she was a child. But today, she suffered all the grievances that she had not suffered for more than a decade. Not only did she lose her innocence, but she was also taken advantage of by someone else. It was obvious that the news would spread throughout the entire Purple Cloud City by tomorrow's. What kind of sin did I commit? Why did I have to have such an unlucky year to meet this guy? If I don't kill you today, I'll be letting down my reputation, she said, almost gnashing her teeth. Mo Qingqing's eyes immediately turned red, and the celestial spiritual energy that Long Yong could feel burst out from her body. At this time, he did not use any bloodline talent power, nor did he take out any so-called magic treasures. She walked in front of Long Yong with all her strength, intending to defeat Long Yong with her bare fists. Go to hell! She swung her fist. This seemingly weak fist was filled with explosive power, causing Long Yong to be shocked. The disciple of a big family was indeed a disciple of a big family. Even if she did not use any special ability or dharma treasure, just the power of her fist gave him a feeling of invincibility. Yes, it was the feeling of invincibility. At this moment, Long Yong felt threatened. Hide. It seemed like there was nowhere to hide. Then accept the challenge? Well, it would be strange if he didn't die if he accepted the challenge. In the next second, Long Yong did not hesitate at all. He could not just stand here and be beaten, right? He was not a masochist. Iron Head Art. Yes, he had used his strongest power right from the start. It was unnecessary to do so when facing an ordinary immortal, but when facing such an opponent, who might even be an earthly immortal, it was necessary. Plop. The expected dizziness did not appear. The situation of being suppressed or directly captured did not happen. At the critical moment, the eldest miss saw that her fist was about to hit Long Yong, and she began to move a little. After all, no matter what, in the eldest miss' heart, it was necessary to vent her anger. But if she really wanted to take someone's life, it would not be a direct attack on the head. But the next scene really shocked Mo Fan and the others who had just rushed over. They saw that Long Yang's iron head art once again hit a place that should not have been hit because of the opponent's fist. Well, it was the place where he pinched twice before. This is really a perverted thief who doesn't even care about his life. Most people were full of emotions at this moment. A graceful lady was a gentleman's desire, but to be able to disregard face and life like this, not to mention in this Snake Demon Island, even in the immortal world, there were not many people who could do such a thing. This boring misunderstanding. Chapter 41:35. He started to wake up in a daze. Long Yang found himself in a huge palace. All around him were very old furniture, and the decorations in the house were more inclined to the style of the continent of the immortal realm. Where am I? Long Yang subconsciously wanted to get up to find out the truth. However, he found that his whole body was filled with an intense pain. At this moment, he started to feel a little unbearable. If not for his strong willpower, he was afraid that such an intense pain would cause him to faint again. Is it him? Yes. Father, you didn't see the situation at that time. This brother is really not just an ordinary kind of mighty. He is not even afraid of death and wants to take advantage of others. I feel that he must be true love for his sister. Not really. These two people have never known each other before. Could it be that it is love at first sight? I think you should take the trouble to grant them their wish. This kind of ill-fated couple, if you don't grant them their wish, who knows what they will do? A familiar voice sounded in Long Yang's ear. Yes, it was Mo Wen's voice. Only this fellow's long-winded words could cause a ripple in Long Yang's originally calm heart. Shut up. Mo Wen, if you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will tear you apart today. This is the voice of the demoness? A quick-witted Long Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Until he fainted, he could still clearly remember the punches and kicks of that girl as if she was treating a female T-Rex. It was really painful. Ching ching. It's not that I want to scold you, but you are a girl. Can you not call me your mother so easily? It's not without reason that you can't get married. Back then your mother and I... At this moment, Long Yang finally understood why Mo Wen was so talkative. This feeling was hereditary. You guys, can you tell me, how exactly are you going to deal with me? He asked weakly as the three of them walked in. For some reason, Long Yang, who was always fearless, did not have any confidence at this moment. What kind of joke was this? After all, he was the one who took advantage of them first. If they really wanted to keep him here, it seemed that with his current abilities and means, it would be useless to resist, right? Poor me, little Meng Ji. If she knew that I got married on this little demon snake island, would she be disheartened, shave her head, and become a nun? This is the little yellow dog that you said would rather die to protect love? Why do I feel a little scared? Mo Sun felt like he had been cheated. If I had known that my son wasn't reliable, I wouldn't have believed his words. Right. I'm that little yellow dog. My bloodline isn't pure, and I have no potential at all. Even my so-called treasure hunting talent was forced on me by someone else to cause me trouble. You're right. How would I dare to have the wishful thinking of climbing up the social ladder of your family's young miss? It's not a match at all. You, please be merciful and let me go. Long Yang quickly got up and admitted defeat without any shame. What kind of joke was this? If he really married this lion from Hudong, what good days would he have in the future? Just because she was unhappy, she would beat her husband up to vent her anger? Long Yang. Mo Qingqing screamed in a tearing manner. Mo Qingqing didn't know why, but when she saw this shameless face, she got angry. Moreover, this guy was avoiding her like a snake or a scorpion. I think your muscles and bones aren't loose enough. Do you want to faint again? Mo Qingqing clenched her fist. This Mo Qingqing couldn't care less about her image of a virtuous lady in front of her father and brother. She looked as if this place would become a battlefield in the next second. All right. Lass, move to the side. Don't scare our guests. Finally, Mo Sun, who didn't seem to be in tune, stopped her. If they continued to cause a ruckus, the entire City Lord's mansion might be destroyed by them. Moreover, with your late human immortal strength, you might not be a match for this little brother in front of you. There was one sentence that made Mo Qingqing completely unconvinced. However, when she thought about it again, that was indeed the case. Perhaps if she unleashed her full potential and raised her cultivation to the Earth Immortal realm, she could still attack Long Yang like before. But in her normal state, she wouldn't be able to touch him at all. Her brother was a living example. Even now, his face was still swollen and bruised. As for where this yellow dog got its strength and talent from, Xueqi was very curious, but she didn't ask. Little brother, don't be afraid. We, the purple cloud pythons, have always been the most reasonable. Didn't you notice that after we found you, we didn't hand you over to the higher-ups of Monster Snake Island? You should know that you're now a famous person on Monster Snake Island. Mo soon came in front of Long Yang. This time, he was very amiable. Apart from being a little long-winded, Long Yang felt that there was nothing wrong with this person. Senior, if you have anything to say, or if you have any requests or cooperation with me, just say it. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you didn't hand me over, this is what I should do for you. Naturally, I won't be careless. After taking a deep breath, he was finally able to talk about things calmly. They still hadn't gotten to the main topic. Needless to say, even Long Yang himself was a little anxious. After all, this was related to his future. To put it bluntly, she was a big shot of the Demon Snake Island. If she really wanted to take his life, he would not even have the ability to resist. My good-for-nothing son has done well in the past. You can live on Monster Snake Island for a period of time as a foreign delegate of our Purple Cloud Python clan and help us find some treasures. Of course, if you respond, we will also give you a certain reward. As for when you can regain your freedom, that will depend on your own ability. Everything will be based on your status as a foreign delegate. As a foreign delegate of the younger generation, if you can stand out on Monster Snake Island and represent Monster Snake Island to fight against other islands, you will be completely free and can go anywhere you want. It was a very simple condition, and his attitude wasn't too bad. Now, Long Yang had no reason to refuse at all. Yes, as for the matter between you and my daughter, what I mean is, don't be so hasty to make a decision. Look around first. As for when you will get married, you can decide for yourselves. As old people, we won't interfere. What? Long Yang was petrified. What was going on? Why did the topic suddenly change to me and that Tyrannosaurus? Marriage. The terrifying Monster Snake Island and the terrifying group of purple cloud pythons. Wait. Senior. Me. Your daughter and me. It's true. Before Long Yang could finish his words, he heard a loud shout. How dare you, Long Yang? Do you really think the Purple Cloud Python clan is a pushover? Are you going to go back on your word now? Do you believe that I won't tie you up and send you to the bridal chamber right now? Chapter 41-36. After a few days, Long Yang finally settled down in the city. His identity to the public was that of a foreign clan guest of the Snake Demon Island, Yang. As for which clan he belonged to, well, with his original body, he did not have much of a choice. He was a golden light mastiff. As for whether or not people would really believe him, no one knew. Actually, whether it was the higher-ups or the immortals with some background, which one of them did not know his true identity and the nature of this matter? Even if it was the Green Snake clan that corresponded with him, it would be impossible for them to say that they did not know at all. Everyone just pretended not to know on the surface, because now that Long Yang was also an existence that was protected by someone, they would definitely make a move in secret. Anyway, as long as everyone appeared to be harmonious on the surface, there would definitely be no one who would expose Long Yang's true identity. After all, a yellow dog that was not even from the Demon Dog clan had almost caused the Green Snake clan to suffer a great loss at his hands. This was not something to be proud of in the first place. As for the attitude of the Purple Cloud Python clan towards him, now Long Yang could see it. The real young master, Mo Wen, had a good relationship with him, and it felt like they were birds of a feather. As for Mo Qingqing, well, ever since that incident, she had always treated him with disdain. That fellow wished that every time she saw him, her eyes would stare at him as if she could eat him up. His chastity had been ruined enough. Not only that, he even refused Long Yang. Woman, I can refuse you because I don't like you, but if you don't like me, then you can just wait to die. This was simply an irreconcilable hatred. On this day, as usual, Long Yang ended his practice at the appointed time. All these years in terms of his practice, he had always been very disciplined. Every day, he would meditate and practice for a few hours. After that, he would train his body and then continue to practice immortal techniques. And now, He had another remarkable power, the iron head technique that even he felt was somewhat unpresentable. It had to be said that his head was really made of iron. Even until now, the dog's head had never been injured by anyone. It felt as if it was made of some kind of metal from outer space. As for cultivation, all right, up till now, there wasn't any limit for him to break through. Intermediate worldly immortal stage. Every time he cultivated to a crucial point, the immortal energy would disappear like a clay ox entering the ocean, returning to his dantian without a trace. Could it be that everything before was just an illusion? If I really have such a bloodline, wouldn't it be accompanied by a powerful talent? But now, there's no sign of a powerful talent. What's going on? There was more or less some hesitation in his heart. However, up until now, he had not shown any signs of finding the truth. Sai, come out after you're done cultivating. I have something to talk to you about. Just as Long Yong stood up, he heard a slightly anxious voice coming from outside the door. Why is this woman looking for me? Shouldn't you be chasing me the moment you see me? Subconsciously, Long Yong shrunk his neck. To be honest, he was really a little terrified when facing this woman. Ever since he was young, he had never seen such a valiant woman like Mo Qingqing. She was a valiant woman who even dared to point at her own father and scold him in the face. It was also at that time that Long Yong finally understood why Mo Soon was in such a hurry to marry her off. With this kind of personality, this kind of valiant behavior, it would probably not be easy for her to find a husband, right? It wasn't easy for him to find one. It would be weird if he gave up on her. If Mo Qingqing hadn't scolded Mo Soon that day, that lousy matter might really have been settled just like that. Even though the people involved refused to comply. What matter? Let me make things clear first. On that matter, you and I are on the same side. Long Yong, who had stood up and walked out of the door, took the initiative to explain. It would have been better if he hadn't explained. The moment he did, Mo Qingqing, who was still feeling a little guilty, almost exploded. However, she didn't fly into a rage immediately. Instead, she took a deep breath and said, "Didn't my father say that you are really more capable than me? So, I found a few of the younger generation in the clan to spar with you." Sparring and discussing can also be considered as helping each other. After all, actual combat is the most meaningful for cultivation. With that, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She could, of course, beat this shameless man up with her status as the young mistress. However, she wouldn't have another chance after that. No matter what, he was still her father's guest. However, it was completely different to find an excuse to spar. Although most of the younger generation in the clan were still wary of her, it wasn't like there weren't any hardcore people. It was impossible to say that she didn't have a flock of followers. When the news spread a few days ago, Mo Qingqing's followers all clamored to teach him a lesson. Now that she had the opportunity to teach this damned pervert a lesson, Mo Qingqing didn't even hesitate. She immediately fanned the flames and built the arena. She was busier than anyone else. I've just arrived at the Purple Cloud Python clan. Isn't this a little inappropriate? How could Long Yong not know what this shrew was planning? He shook his head like a rattle drum. What a joke. Even if I'm a little naughty, I'm not stupid enough to want to go on stage and torture myself. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's decided then. Are there any geniuses of the serpent race among them? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. Long Yang's thoughts of escaping were destroyed by the demoness words. A threat. This was a blatant threat. If he really didn't agree, he would probably have to face the Snake Tribe's prodigies next time. Those people couldn't wait to kill him. If this woman spread the word, he might not be able to keep his life, but he would definitely suffer a lot more than this so-called sparring match. A few days ago, they were still shouting about killing each other. Now they're out together. That's right. Big sis, you're developing really fast. Just in time, a cheap voice came from the moment the two of them arrived at the arena. His tone was full of mockery. Bang! Mo Qingqing went up and gave him a kick. How she beat her own brother depended on her mood. I'm really a dog. Why do I have a brother like you? Mo Qingqing was so angry that she wanted to strangle him to death. You should beat your brother as soon as possible. What? Big sister. Oh heavens, oh earth, people's hearts are not what they used to be. What kind of world is this? When did this happen? I haven't seen you go to his room these few days. Bang. Chapter 41-37. Originally, he was itching to give it a try. He even wanted to tell Long Yong in front of everyone that he wasn't worthy of their big missy. Only young elites like them were worthy of those immortals. At this moment, all of them were completely petrified. What? Big Missy said it herself. What did that mean? Sob, sob, sob. We won't have that chance in the future? What's the point of fighting now? Even if I beat him up, Big Missy's innocence will never come back. Return my pure and unblemished Big Missy. After beating up her little brother, Mo Ching stomped her foot. In an instant, all the so-called young prodigies around them fell silent. Looking at Big Missy's expression, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go up. Anyway, Big Missy's reputation had been completely ruined in the past few days by her own little brother. It didn't matter if it was ruined one more time. Hey, kid, I heard that you're really strong. You just arrived at the Violet Cloud Python clan and you already obtained the status of a foreign delegate. It won't be easy to stabilize this status. Come. Come up and spar with me. Let me see if you have the strength to be a foreign delegate. Of course, these words were completely different from what they were saying in their hearts. Right now, they were obviously unhappy that this kid had ruined Big Missy's reputation. In fact, they might even get together with Big Missy. However, they couldn't say that in the arena. They could just find an excuse or no excuse. They just didn't like him. What could they do about it? In any case, they just had to keep quiet about Big Missy. Didn't they see that Big Missy was already on the verge of anger? Long Yong really didn't want to go up. What kind of joke was this? Those who could stand on the arena now were all so-called young prodigies. Such an immortal was really not someone he could deal with easily. However, after taking another look at that demoness, Long Yong finally compromised. Being abused was much better than having his life in danger. For the sake of survival, for the sake of freedom, he had to work hard. Step by step, he walked up the arena. Thinking about the tragic fate that might befall him, Long Yong laughed bitterly. It seemed that he would never be able to receive fair treatment in this life of his. This was the first girl he had come into contact with after coming to another place. What the hell was she? The woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger. Our little cutie Meng Ji was right. When he looked back at Mo Ching's ghost-like face, Long Yong felt a chill run down his spine. When the arrogant immortal saw Long Yong step forward, his sinister smile became even more intense. No matter what, even if it was just beating up Long Yong to vent his anger, it would still be an incomparably carefree thing for him, alright? Not to mention showing his face in front of the eldest Mississippi, Zhou-san, a member of the Communication Python clan, late immortal realm. Please give me your guidance. Even if he wanted to KO Long Yong directly, he still had to abide by the rules. He cupped his fists towards him. In the past few days, he had been thinking about how to make this brat suffer without going overboard. Yang. Golden Light Mastiff Clan. Suddenly, Long Yang's eyes flashed with golden light. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already dashed away. He was as fast as a bolt of lightning, heading straight for his opponent. Almost no one present could react in time. Zhou-san was also among them. In an instant, he felt a strong wind blow past him. Then, a fist wrapped in strong immortal chi headed straight for his chest. I can't dodge it. F***ck, I was careless. These were the only words that Zhou-san could think of before he was sent flying. Plop. Long Yong didn't hold back at all in this attack. In fact, he used all the power he could muster in that instant. Zhou-san was sent flying like a cannonball. When he came into contact with the wooden pillar at the edge of the arena, the pillar broke. In an instant, a deep crack was left on the marble floor of the arena. Only then did Zhou-san react, and he was unable to restrain his anger. But when he stood up again and tore this shameless guy to shreds, he felt a wave of pain in his chest. He didn't say a word, just tilted his head, and fainted. Yes, an instant kill. It wasn't an instant kill without any surprises. From the beginning to the end, Zhou-san didn't even touch the corner of Long Yang's clothes. One punch, just one punch, and he finished off an opponent who was, in everyone's opinion, a strong opponent. F***ck. Countless people wanted to curse out loud in their hearts. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as Long Yong. Didn't they agree to have a spar? He didn't play by the rules at all. Even though Long Yang's punch was considered stunning, Subconsciously, the first reaction that almost all the immortals could think of was that this guy was really shameless. Even Mo1, who had always been on good terms with Long Yang, twitched his mouth. He could see that there was a reason why he was beaten up by this guy before. If you could completely put down your pride and not care about your image and other people's evaluation, you could also beat someone up before they could react. However, this kind of magical technique was not something that could be practiced by ordinary people. No, definitely not. How can there be such a spar in the world? Young, don't you have any shame? Fighting like this, it's an unfair victory. Many of the experts below the stage were in an uproar at this moment. It was a sneak attack, and it was a sneak attack that no one could react to. Could this person be so shameless to such an extent? I won. Didn't you? Long Yang Lang said, as if he was talking about something unimportant, but this sentence still made everyone around quiet down. That's right. No matter what kind of shameless method he used, he won. This was a spar without fighting. If you were shameless enough to win like this, and you didn't care about other people's evaluation, you could do the same. So, at this moment, even if most of the experts were extremely angry, they couldn't say a word of rebuttal. He won, so he won. Regardless of whether the method was honorable or not, it was still a win. I'll fight you. A young man in his 20s finally couldn't stand it anymore. He suppressed his anger, and once he came up, he mobilized his spiritual power. In an instant, a few immortal swords began to hang upside down around his body. Chapter 41-38. Sword Immortal? Even though Long Yang had already mentally prepared himself that there would be a lot of experts here, and he didn't even know if he would be able to make it through, he didn't even know. However, when an existence like a sword immortal appeared, his heart still trembled for no reason. This was the most outstanding battle prowess a human immortal could have. Generally speaking, immortals like sword immortals would rarely appear among demon immortals, but every time they did, they were either rich or noble, and had an extremely powerful background and strength. Just wait to be beaten, you shameless bastard. Let's see what tricks you can play now. Many people began to clamor wildly at this moment. They finally understood that Long Yang was an extremely shameless guy. When it came to a real battle, he would use all kinds of dirty tricks. Once he found an opening, this guy would not care about his face or his own image at all. He would do whatever he could to win. In the eyes of many people, such an opponent was the most difficult to deal with, because he did not even care about his face. Anyone who had a bottom line would probably collapse. But now that a sword immortal had appeared, was there any suspense left in this battle? No matter how shameless one was, under absolute strength and means, the result would be determined. Such momentum, such an expert. Could it be that Long Yang could still play tricks? I didn't expect the second one to be so tricky. It seems that there is no way out of playing tricks. You forced me. Suddenly, Long Yang's momentum also rose. Indeed, this time he gave people the feeling that he was finally not playing tricks. With that posture and state, no matter what step he went, he would explode with all his strength. This. Could it be that he was hiding his strength before? Such momentum. What's going on? Subconsciously, many people shrank back. In their hearts, they began to secretly rejoice that they did not directly jump up to be tortured. This guy was shameless, but he really had something in his stomach. An expert could be seen the moment he made a move. If he was not strong enough, how could he stand in this arena? Many immortals were still thinking of taking advantage of the situation. After all, as long as they could defeat Long Yang, they would be able to show their faces in front of the Missy. Although it was useless, it was also a good opportunity to show off. However, from the looks of it, Yang's aura was simply not something they could compare to. If they went up to the arena, would they really be able to win? Would they really be able to take advantage of it? Many of the immortals had already lost their confidence as they stared at the arena silently. Whether it was the clamor or the disdain, it was as if they had completely disappeared. It's naturally the best if you can bring out your true abilities. Let me see how powerful you, the junior that the city lord thinks highly of, are, Zhang Xian said as he swung his sword horizontally. The light around him started to become increasingly intense. Today, he wanted to make a name for himself through this battle. Especially in such a fair competition of strength, it was definitely the best opportunity for him to display his skills. I'm going. Shua. The Dharma seal condensed. The flying swords on his back floated in the air, trembling and emitting an intimidating light. In the next second, the flying sword started shooting towards Long Yang like a stream of light. In that instant, Long Yang felt a chill run down his spine. This sort of speed, this sort of complete control over the flying swords, and a few of them appearing at the same time. This was something that no ordinary immortal could ever imagine. But it just had to happen in front of him, and the target was him. Damn it! Damn it, if I don't show my might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Long Yang gritted his teeth and began to resist. A golden light started to emit from his body, and the moment the flying swords arrived in front of him, Long Yang's figure started to change. Long Yang's figure began to change, and in the next second, the clothes that he was wearing turned into a set of mighty and majestic armor. Yes, it was a suit of armor. It didn't look very impressive, but the moment the armor appeared, the defensive golden light on his body became even more intense. It was as if he had transformed into a more powerful Hang Xian in an instant. Immortal artifact? Defense-type immortal artifact. Subconsciously, many immortals began to exclaim. It wasn't that they hadn't seen immortal artifacts before, especially since these immortals all came from very good backgrounds. Naturally, they were no strangers to immortal artifacts. However, even in their eyes, defensive immortal artifacts were extremely rare, so much so that it was difficult for even them to come into contact with them. Wasn't this just a guest chamberlain with a very simple background? How could he be so awesome as to use a defensive immortal artifact right from the start? Dang, dang, dang. The moment that person and Long Yang collided, the ground of the arena began to tremble slightly. That extreme situation, coupled with everyone's overwhelming flying swords, caused many immortals to be speechless. Since when did the so-called battle start to show off one's wealth? That flying sword was just something controlled by a sword immortal. It wasn't even at the level of an immortal artifact. Even if he had an immortal artifact, he definitely wouldn't use it. But what was going on with Long Yang? He immediately brought out a defensive immortal artifact and shrunk his body like a turtle shell. Even the amount of immortal spiritual energy he mobilized was very small. Even if he wanted to be shameless, he shouldn't be doing this, right? Didn't you say that you would use your strength to fight him? Didn't you say that you would use your trump card? F***CK. This is your trump card? It's amazing to have a defensive immortal artifact, isn't it? Are you fighting? Or showing off? The immortals who had been silent for a long time finally understood this point, and almost all of them wanted to curse out loud. This guy, not only was he acting cheap in battle, he wasn't even serious in a battle like this. Who the hell would use a defensive immortal artifact in a fight without giving any face? And he didn't even make a move? Don't you have any shame? However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The sword immortal gritted his teeth in anger, and finally, he unhappily took out his immortal artifact immortal sword to break this guy's turtle shell. Long Yang flipped the back of his hand, and a ghostly steel wire appeared in his hand. Before anyone could react, the steel wire went straight for the sword immortal like a spirit snake. It was so fast that it could even twist to the extreme. In the next second, the sword immortal was completely tied up. Immortal artifact. This was another F***King immortal artifact. The immortals who were still watching finally realized what Mo Qingqing had said before. Chapter 41-39. Generally speaking, it was the rule of all the younger generation in the immortal world that people of the same generation were not allowed to use immortal artifacts when sparring. This was because it would not show the difference in strength at all. However, Long Yang shamelessly used it, and he used more than one at a time. He used 2 immortal artifacts before his opponent could even react. Under such circumstances, even if you were really very powerful, it was absolutely inevitable that you would be tricked. After all, in this day and age, if you didn't expect your opponent to use a celestial artifact and he really used it, it would become a battle that was close to unequal. This was the main reason why many experts below the stage began to curse together. In the first battle, this brat had taken them by surprise and used the most unexpected and shameless sneak attack to win the battle. In the second battle, he announced before the start that he was going to use his real strength, causing everyone to stop for a while. Even the sword immortal began to wait solemnly. You broke the rules again and directly used an immortal artifact. How could an immortal be so shameless? How could such a person be favored by the higher-ups? Was there any justice in this world? Get off the stage, get off. You are not worthy of sparring with us. Get lost. Purple Cloud City does not welcome you. After the sword immortal fell, countless curses began to emerge one after another. But even so, there were very few people who actually went forward to challenge him. What a joke. No matter how strong this guy was, with 2 immortal artifacts, he was not someone that ordinary young geniuses could contend against. Unless one had a tyrannical background and an immortal artifact to protect themselves, only then would they barely dare to go forward to fight. Moreover, it was not easy to say who would win or lose. What was the so-called rule of not using immortal tools in a spar? Now it seemed that in Long Yang's eyes, it was worthless fart. If you expect him to abide by the rules, you might as well hope the heavens open their eyes and strike this shameless man to death. This is really an unexpected ending. The corner of Mo Qingqing's mouth twitched. Now she could clearly see how shameless this guy was. After trapping the opponent with a coup and clue, he went forward to beat him up. Even an ordinary demon would find it difficult to do such a thing, right? However, this guy did it without any psychological pressure, as if this kind of unfair victory was what he was most passionate about. Brother Mo Fan, I'll have to trouble you to go up and teach this kid a lesson no matter what. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent my anger. Mo Qingqing, whose anger had risen to the extreme, lowered her head and said. From the looks of it, Long Yang would not let this matter rest. She even began to give orders to her cousin without hesitation. In the Purple Cloud Python clan, his father's bloodline was the main branch. Everyone else was just a branch. This Mo Fan could be considered the most talented youth in the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. At the mere age of 23, not only did he possess an early earthly immortal realm cultivation, he even possessed an endless amount of abilities and treasures. Perhaps she and her brother wouldn't be any weaker than Mo Fan at the age of 23, but Mo Fan would be considered the strongest existence in the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. This brat has been an eyesore for a long time. Leave him to me. The noble youth of the Purple Cloud Python clan took a step forward and walked up to the arena. From the beginning to the end, this guy had an expressionless face, as if nothing in this world could arouse his interest. But even so, Long Yang, who was originally sloppy and wanted to say a few arrogant words, suddenly became rather quiet. Long Yang's brows slightly furrowed, but from the beginning to the end, there was no change in his expression. Since this person dared to come, it meant that he must have the strength that he was proud of. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to use the immortal tool to bluff his way through. Swoosh swoosh. A long sword and a hammer appeared in Mo Fan's hands out of thin air. The ripples from them gave off a very strong feeling. These were also immortal tools. This Mo Fan actually had 2 immortal tools on him. This was going to be fun. I can see that you are still not familiar with the usage of immortal artifacts. As for me, I have been cultivating these 2 immortal artifacts since I was young. In terms of proficiency and understanding of immortal artifacts, you are inferior compared to me. So, no matter how many immortal tools you have, they are all useless against me. Fight me with your own strength. As he spoke, Mo Fan's face was still expressionless, as if he already had the situation under control. As expected, the previously unruly Long Yang began to turn silent. He knew that everything Mo Fan said was the truth. If they really fought, he would use immortal tools, and his opponent would also use immortal tools. Even if he had hundreds of immortal tools in his hands, he would not be a match for Mo Fan, who was extremely familiar with immortal tools and could control them with ease. This way, he would be forced to fight with his own strength. Moreover, Mo Fan, who had firmly grasped the initiative from the beginning, was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Don't try to play any tricks. In essence, tricks are the hardest to use in a spar or a battle. Seeing Mo Fan put away the immortal tools in his hand, he knew that what he did was effective. In the next second, without waiting for Mo Fan to answer, he closed his eyes. Do you look down on me that much? Long Yang smiled bitterly. At this moment, he did not say anything else. In the next second, a golden light flashed, and he rushed towards his opponent like a meteor. His tyrannical ability and speed were so fast that no one could see him clearly. The whole arena began to erupt with the impact that Long Yang had displayed. Unbeatable? Although it wasn't as easy as it seemed, at the very least, many immortals felt the same way at this moment. Iron Head Art. When Long Yang appeared in front of Mo Fan, traces of marks appeared on this guy's head. It was still the same strange yellow talisman, and it was at an extremely ingenious angle. At this moment, his cultivation of the mid-stage human immortal stage was completely unleashed. Boom! Waves of air fluctuations began to spread out in all directions. Those lines were like ripples of water that had an impact force. The immortals at the front subconsciously began to stop in place to avoid being knocked down by this impact. Stunned. Disbelief. Countless emotions erupted at this moment. Was this the true form of Yang? So it turns out that this shameless person isn't an idiot. Standing below the stage, Mo Qingqing muttered to herself. Chapter 4140. No matter how one looked at it, the current Long Yang was very different from his previous and scrupulous state. Many immortals seemed to have an illusion at this moment. It turned out that this so-called guest chamberlain wasn't completely useless. Even though he was a bit shameless, he had real ability. Just one move was enough to give people such an impression. It had to be said that this was something Long Yang could be proud of. Of course, Long Yang didn't have time to show off at this moment. The Mo fan in front of him was very strong, so strong that even if he used his full strength, he might not be Mo fan's opponent. If he didn't want to be looked down upon, if he didn't want to be beaten up, he had to display his absolute strength in battle. This was very necessary. At this time, thinking about other things was no longer mainstream. In his eyes, after this battle, he believed that no one would think about defeating him. This was what he really needed to do. Interesting. Mo fan could clearly feel a powerful force coming at him. In an instant, he could even feel the pain in his chest. If it was an ordinary person, they would have made all the preparations at this moment, and it wasn't impossible for them to fly into a rage. After all, if they really wanted to pursue the matter, Long Yang's attack this time was still considered a sneak attack. However, Mo fan didn't care about it at this moment. In his eyes, as long as it was a battle, all these methods could be considered normal. After all, whether it was a spar or a battle to the death, the real goal of this kind of thing was to win. In order to win, using any means was not against the principles. Although this Long Yang in front of him was indeed a bit shameless. Infinite universe. With a push of his hand, a majestic energy surged into Mo fan's hand at this moment. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be surrounded by a whirlpool that began to spin bit by bit. As a result, Long Yang's tyrannical power began to dissipate bit by bit in an instant. In such a situation, his whole body felt like it was hitting cotton. Naturally, Long Yang was somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, no matter what, this was one of his trump cards. In such a situation, if he couldn't even gain the slightest advantage, the final result of this spar could be imagined. "Break for me!" he shouted in his heart. At that moment, the immortal qi gathered in Long Yang's dantian and the golden strength qi in his bloodline began to converge together in an instant. This was just a little bit of golden qi that leaked out from the loosening of the seal. However, it was Long Yang's last trump card in his body. If he was still unable to take on Mo fan with the combination and all his strength, there was no point for him to continue fighting. It was only natural that he would end up being tortured. Some golden threads began to appear on his arms, and in the next second, Long Yang's strength began to rise rapidly. The sticky whirlpool seemed to show signs of collapsing at this moment. As a matter of fact, even though Mo fan had displayed outstanding strength at the start of the battle, he was still from the younger generation, after all. It went without saying how strong he was. However, he had used most of his strength to finish the battle as soon as possible. He originally thought that with his own strength and the boundless heaven and earth divine ability, it would not be a fantasy to directly defeat Long Yang, and that it would be as easy as taking something from his pocket. However, he didn't expect that he had underestimated the strength of the person in front of him. The impact of the instantaneous increase in strength, even if it was him, was beginning to show signs of being unstoppable. Indeed, such an impact when caught off guard was difficult to give a very strong signal in a short period of time. And now, Long Yang's own operation and the increase in his combat strength had displayed absolute power. Whoosh! Mo fan's entire body began to retreat. His chest felt as if it was blocked, and the huge pressure caused a trace of redness to appear in his eyes. His originally somewhat arrogant expression began to turn serious at this moment. His intense fighting spirit soared. In this second, he no longer thought of holding back. Go to hell! With a wave of his hand, a strong storm formed a handprint in that instant. With a loud bang, it began to expand, and in an instant, it completely enlarged to the size of Long Yang's entire body. Attack, bombardment, hit in an instant. The whole process could be said to be done in one go. Long Yang wanted to start resisting at that moment, and even mobilize the immortal energy to escape. However, it was still too late. Boom! At that moment, his mind began to blank, and intense pain spread from every corner of his body. Dust flew everywhere. Behind him, the wall had already caved in with a huge handprint. As for himself, he subconsciously rolled his eyes, as if he had fainted. My strength is still too weak. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. No matter what he had awakened or what was seeping out of the seal. For the current him, it was really not enough. It was completely meaningless, and he couldn't be considered a genius of his generation. The fate of being bullied still couldn't be changed. Defying the heavens and changing fate, this sounds very easy, but how difficult is it? However, I'm definitely not in this. In this second, his muddle-headed state became clear. Long Yang, whose body had begun to bleed, did not immediately return to his body. On the contrary, when he raised his head, the veins on his head began to bulge. He wanted strength. He wanted tyrannical strength. No matter what the situation, no matter who he was facing, if they wanted to bully him, they would have to pay the price. The violent golden threads had completely spread to Long Yang's forehead. At that moment, everyone could clearly see that there was a bulge on his forehead. It seemed to be a bone, but also something else. But no matter what it wasn't important at this moment. What was important was that Long Yang, who was standing here, had completely changed his temperament and condition. There was no longer any trace of the shameless look from before. Under the golden light, he looked like a god descending. Middle stage human immortal. Middle stage peak. Late stage peak. Late stage peak. The terrifying immortal energy seemed to be verifying the golden energy in his meridians. In just a few blinks of an eye, it suddenly increased. Long Yang, who was originally only a middle-stage human immortal, was forcibly raised to the peak late-stage human immortal. Chapter 41-41. Heaven and Earth. With a flip of his hand, a huge palm once again formed in the sky. This time, it just happened to appear in the sky above Long Yang. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, descending without any warning. Boom! At the same time that the handprint descended, Long Yang punched the sky. The small fist swung at the huge handprint. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Only Long Yang's body did not move at all. The handprint that was supposed to fall to the ground stopped on top of Long Yang's fist, unable to move even an inch. Creak! Cracks began to spread around Long Yang's fist, and cracks began to appear on the huge handprint at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! In the next second, the handprint collapsed in front of everyone. The power and terror of this immortal energy mixed with the golden energy was something that even Long Yang himself did not expect. Poochie! A strong backlash finally began to spread to Mo Fan's body. He clutched his chest. His face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. Until now, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of person could feel such a great threat during a battle with him and make a breakthrough in the midst of battle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After enduring such pressure, he didn't faint, he didn't lose his ability to fight, but in that instant, it was as if he had become a completely different person. This time he had lost. From being crushed by himself to being killed by the other party. Even though he still had the strength to fight, he didn't have the face to continue fighting. Is this the guest elder that uncle is so fond of? He really has a way, although it's a bit shameless. It's over just like that? Long Yang looked at his bleeding fist and subconsciously wanted to rush forward. However, he still stopped his body. His previous plan wasn't like this. Even if his strength wasn't good enough, when the other party came into contact with him, he still had a way to regain some face, or rather to trick the other party. Who would have thought that he would successfully break through in the midst of battle? This was an extravagant hope that even he didn't dare to think about before. Now, it had become a counterattack, and seeing that this guy was not seriously injured and still had the strength to fight, the idea of taking advantage of his illness to kill him was instantly erased from Long Yang's heart. Are you kidding me? Although I'm not an arrow at the end of its flight, I'm almost there. I'll thank the heavens if I can successfully act like an idiot. He had just broken through this limit in the midst of battle. If he still recklessly tried to cause any trouble, he would probably end up embarrassing himself. Not bad, not bad. With your strength, You can indeed fight me to your heart's content. Moreover, it's not that you can't beat me, it's just that it's relatively small. But this is just a spar. There's no need for that. Let's stop now and make peace. He wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve. A signature smile appeared on Long Yang's face. He didn't have an arrogant expression, but at this time, his expression and tone caused everyone in the area to have an illusion. It was as if this kid had the upper hand in the battle just now, and was in a state where he was crushing his opponent. Do you even have a little bit of face? If it wasn't for your good luck and your sudden increase in strength when you broke through in the midst of battle, catching young Master Mo Fan off guard, I'm afraid you would have already been beaten to the ground by now, right? Look at your shameless and victorious attitude. Just who did you have blood with? Mo Fan, who wasn't good with words, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too infuriating. He couldn't give this guy even the slightest bit of recognition or a good face. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of him and announce it to the whole world. Goodbye. He really couldn't lose face. If he were to spit out a mouthful of blood at this time, who knew how this guy would ridicule him? With a turn of his body, Mo Fan walked out of the area. In any case, he had already lost a lot of face today. If he continued to stay here, it wouldn't be beneficial for Mo Fan at all. The surroundings of the challenge ring sank into an extreme silence. Almost everyone started to look at Long Yang, who was covered in blood from head to toe. Everyone knew that his injuries weren't actually that serious. It just looked a little scary. However, in the truest sense, if they wanted to teach him a lesson at this time, most likely no one would step forward, right? Who else? Subconsciously, a thunderous voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone who was still in a daze looked towards the direction of the voice. They only saw that Long Yang at this time had a finger pointing to the sky and struck a very eye-catching pose. He was looking up at the clouds and calling out to the great god. Xueqi. Why didn't you send down a bolt of lightning to strike this retard to death? In the hearts of countless people, such a thought began to emerge. Mo Wen held his forehead with one hand. Now, he was really regretting not handing this kid over to the Snake Clan. If he continued to interact with this guy in the future, would he be like him, turning into a Chunibyu youth who could change the world in a second? Or even that kind of extremely shameless Chunibyu youth? Do I, Mo Wen, still want my reputation? Stay away from him. You must stay away from him. If I get infected, I won't be able to get married for the rest of my life. Mo Qingqing also rolled her eyes and swore to herself in her heart. Young swordsman Yang, you should go back and rest early. You are covered in blood. Even if you want to spar again, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Image is important, an immortal said tearlessly. He finally understood that this guy had no bottom line most of the time. However, strictly speaking, he was also a retard who had no bottom line. If he continued to cause trouble like this, the younger generation of Purple Cloud City would lose all face. Call me honorable guest. Do you still have some eyesight? I am so eye-catching. Don't tell me that I don't deserve such a title? He turned his head with a fierce expression. At this moment, he looked like he was about to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Honorable guest. Countless people looked at this clown speechlessly and said in unison, "That's more like it." Flicking his sleeves, Long Yang struck a pose that he thought was very handsome. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he disappeared around the challenge ring. Phew! F***CK, that scared me to death. Luckily, that group of guys didn't challenge me. Otherwise, this old life of mine might really be lost here today. Ouch, 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 ouch. Once he reached a place where there was no one around, this guy started to twist violently. His injury was indeed not serious, but it was extremely painful. If he continued, he was afraid that he would lose his image in the challenge ring. Chapter 41-42. Inside the room, Long Yang was wholeheartedly playing with his new mystic ability. It was a golden thread that looked like silk. It was very smooth and delicate, and he could change it into any state of mind. Each strand was as thin as a strand of hair, but it shone with a faint golden light. To be honest, even now, he still didn't understand how he managed to completely create this thing. He was only trying to combine his golden qi with the immortal qi and release it. He didn't expect that this thing would flow through his tendons and arms without the slightest discomfort. Moreover, under such control he could change his form at will. This could be said to be a huge increase in his combat strength. Is a mystic ability that I created not a mystic ability? I really didn't expect that my luck would turn for the better in such a bad situation. In his heart, he more or less began to feel proud. The demonic immortal island seemed to be the most unsuitable place for him. For more than a decade, he had been ridiculed there, but his strength, talent, and bloodline hadn't shown any signs of improvement. As soon as he arrived at demonic Snake Island, he discovered the seal in his body, which proved that his bloodline was not simple. Although there were still countless mysteries waiting for him to unravel, no matter what, a complete increase in strength was something that had never happened before on demonic immortal island. It's still not enough. I'm afraid that I can only protect myself in front of the younger generation. If I want to soar to the sky or even stay alive, this little bit of strength is still too far away. Many times, he actually had the urge to leave the Purple Cloud Python clan. After all, no matter how courteous they were to him, it was only because they fancied something of his. Rather than saying that they were cooperating, it was better to say that they controlled him in disguise. However, they did it much better than the Snake Clan. Long Yang naturally yearned for freedom and hated being restricted. However, there were some things that he really couldn't decide. For example, if he really left the Purple Cloud Python clan, would there still be a chance for him to survive on demonic Snake Island? Therefore, he urgently wanted to improve his strength, even if this idea was a bit of a fantasy in the eyes of others. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. It's better to give this mystique a name. No matter what, it's another divine ability that I created on my own, apart from the Iron Head technique that doesn't require any technique at all. What should I call it? Right, let's call it the Golden Cloud Exploring Hand. With this divine ability, I don't believe that Mo Qingqing will be able to bully me. He was very satisfied with the name he came up with. Long Yang turned around and lay down on the bed in the room. He was so tired and bored. Should he go out and find some fun? The other side. City Lord Mo Sun's study. His son and daughter were sitting next to him helplessly. Seeing Mo Sun flipping through the unknown book over and over again, Mo1 was so curious that he wanted to stick his head out to take a look. Pah! Caught off guard, Mo Sun slapped him on the head and he retracted his head dispiritedly. Mo Qingqing was denouncing the evil deeds of a certain guest elder. In the past few days, she had witnessed the extent of that shameless person's shamelessness. Not only did he want to eat and drink as a guest in public, but he also shamelessly came to their family's banquets to join in the fun, and even claimed that he wanted to get closer to them. It was obvious that he had nothing better to do. Look at the delicacies of their family's banquets, and he just smelled the aroma. Father, if we let that brat continue messing around, our city lord's manor might be torn down by him one day. Can you do something about it? Mo Qingqing angrily looked at her father, who was so focused. She couldn't understand why her father was so lenient with this *TCH. Are you done talking? Little one, what do you think? Mo Sun didn't even lift his eyelids as he asked faintly. I feel that the brat is rather genuine. At least, if it were me, I would be willing to make friends with such a brat. As long as I can control myself and not be led astray by him, it's fine. Mo1 scratched his head awkwardly. After a while, Mo1 finally recovered from his shock. His father was not just an ordinary kind of nature-defying person. How could he have read such a book in front of his children? It was something he had escaped from. Looking at the pages of the book, not only were there no words, but there were also pictures of various poses. This was good stuff. Why hadn't he found it before? You guys, you have all underestimated that brat, Mo Sun said as he closed the book and glared at his son. Ha! Mo1 couldn't care less about the seemingly incredible secret that he had discovered earlier. He looked at his father in a daze, truly unable to understand what his father meant. Not simple, not simple. Perhaps this time, that group of arrogant fellows from the Snake Clan might really suffer a setback due to this brat's tricks. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting brat. Mo Sun had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. He was completely unaware of the fact that his son had discovered that he had been secretly reading some book. Father, what do you mean by that? Could it be that there is something special about that brat? Other than the treasure-seeking talent that has always been passed down and cannot be proven, I really haven't discovered any strong points about him, Mo Qingqing asked, her face full of doubt. She had hidden this doubt in her heart for a long time. It wasn't that she was not knowledgeable enough, but that brat's behavior was really too different from that of an average young person. If one were to say that he was low-key, when he could be in the limelight, he would be more active than anyone else. If one were to say that he was high-profile, however, he did not care about his image at all. In front of everyone, he was unscrupulous and shameless. If one were to insist that such a person had any strong points, sorry, Xueqi really hadn't discovered them. I just received news that there is an abnormal fluctuation of immortal soul qi in the area of the Wind God Crossing. The two of you, take him and form a small team to investigate. In the end, whether this treasure-seeking talent is real or not, this time should be able to prove it. Mo Sun threw the message letter to his son and daughter. Mo Sun didn't explain why he said that about Long Yang. He waved his hand and let them leave. Most of the time, there were many things that he couldn't explain to the young people immediately. Some things still needed to be discovered by them themselves and come into contact with them in order to fully understand. As their father, it was impossible for him to teach them word for word. Chapter 41-43. As a deserted place, the Wind God Crossing rarely attracted the attention of Snake Island's immortals. It had been an inland crossing that led to the Endless Sea a few thousand years ago. Back then, many immortals who didn't have flying boats had set off from there to other islands in the Endless Sea. But now, because the number of crossings near the sea had increased, these inland crossings had gradually been abandoned. The Wind God Crossing was one of them, and it was now extremely desolate. Because of this, a place that was essentially uninhabited suddenly had countless immortals appear. At that instant, Feng Shendu felt like he was out of place. The more intense that feeling became, the more unbelievable the things that were displayed at such a time. By the time Long Yang's team arrived, the real Wind God Crossing was already surrounded by tents and palaces. Countless immortals of the younger generation came here in search of treasures. Although there was only an ordinary leakage of immortal qi, there was a high chance that there were treasures and inheritances here. After all, this had once been a prosperous place, hadn't it? As for whether there were treasures or not, no one dared to guarantee it. But as long as there was a sliver of a possibility, it was only logical that everyone would come. After all, the current world of immortals had vast and abundant resources, but those resources were still in the hands of a very small number of immortals. The immortals and immortal clans living in the lower levels didn't even dare to waste a low-grade immortal stone. Therefore, a place like this where legacies could be found naturally became a place that countless immortals flocked to. There really are a lot of people here. I didn't think that a tiny snake island would have such a large number of young elite immortals. Long Yang mused to himself. Inheritances weren't something every immortal had the right to enter. Most of those who came here were young immortals. There were very few older immortals who were over 100 years old. They didn't care to fight for such a small possibility. Among the younger generation, however, those who came here were the elites of Snake Island. In the truest sense, they were elites with tyrannical battle prowess. Ordinary immortals and young immortals weren't something they could be sure of, even if they wanted to. Was it really that easy to pass the inheritance? In fact, once legacies were discovered, it was normal for more than half of these young and elite immortals to die. If you don't have that kind of strength, coming here is equivalent to courting death. Compared to death, those so-called treasures and riches are likely not that important. Of course, there are more than 100 million immortals on Snake Island, and more than 5 million in the younger generation. There are at least a few 100,000 young immortals who can be called elites. Only a small portion of the people who came to the Wind God Crossing this time around, less than 100,000. Speaking of the younger generation of Demon Snake Island, Xueqi was very proud. With such quantity and quality, even in the Endless Sea realm, they could be considered above average. One should know that the status and strength of the Snake tribe in the Endless Sea region were not considered high. In fact, they were not considered to be part of the Snake tribe. Speaking of the younger generation, Xueqi could already imagine the rise of the Snake clan in the coming years. Naturally, this was something she was proud of. Long Yang really wanted to attack her, but he didn't say anything at this time. What kind of joke was this? This was a female T-Rex. Once she lost her temper, she wouldn't care where they were. If there was internal strife at this time, they might as well just kill themselves. Purple Cloud Python Clan? Just as the few of them were still talking about the Wind God Crossing, a voice came from behind them. Xueqi, Mo1, Mo Fan, I didn't expect you to take this so seriously this time. The three of you actually came together. Everyone turned around and saw a youth in navy blue attire walking towards them step by step. This youth seemed to be very proud of being a member of the Snake Demon clan. The scales below his neck had not transformed. Such a method and such an attitude towards oneself were rarely seen, apart from people who were very arrogant towards their own kind. Looking at the dense navy blue scales below his neck, Long Yang's mind flashed with a hint of nervousness. For some reason, his sudden appearance caused Long Yang, who always liked to show off, to not say a word at this moment. Song Tianyang? I didn't expect to see you here. It seems that this time, your Jade Water Snake clan is very confident in the Wind God crossing. Once she saw the man, Mo Qingqing subconsciously shrunk her head. Luckily, Mo Wen didn't back down at this time. He stood up straight and smiled at her. I heard that you came into contact with that person previously. I wonder if you will have the chance to see him this time? Hee, you guys are really bold. You even dare to meddle in the affairs of the Green Snake clan. That smile was incomparably sinister in Long Yang's eyes. He didn't say anything, but his whole body was very uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about our affairs. You better prepare for this operation properly. Who will emerge victorious has yet to be decided. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Although Mo1 was usually very unreliable, at critical moments, he was still very responsible. After saying this, he led the few of them out of the guy's sight. Zhang Tianyang looked at the disappearing small team, and a sinister look appeared on his face. Long Yang? Isn't it that yellow dog? A second-grade immortal weapon. Uncle Qing is bleeding a lot this time. I want to see if you three siblings can protect him. That sinister look became more and more intense. This youth called Zhang Tianyang suddenly had a hint of killing intent. Who is that person? You seem to be very afraid of him? Long Yang asked impatiently as soon as they parted. He could see that the youth called Zhang Tianyang had been staring at him from the corner of his eyes. That feeling of discomfort had appeared at that moment. Subconsciously, Long Yang was shocked. He was sure that this person was not simple. However, he really wanted to know the inside story. He is one of the heirs of the Jade Water Snake clan. He has always coveted the sister of the dead Qing Maoan. Not only is he at the beginning stage of the Earth Immortal realm, his combat ability is also 3 times higher than my cousin. But don't worry. Since we brought you here, protecting you is also part of our responsibility. Mo Wen's eyes were a little serious, but in the blink of an eye, he became joking again. Oh, so he is that Qing Maoan's future brother-in-law. Interesting. With a mysterious smile, Long Yang put on an unfathomable posture. Get lost. Chapter 41-44. It's here. Among the endless sea of people, Long Yang could feel an extreme aura beginning to spread out. He was originally carefree, but at this moment, he began to behave extremely solemnly. After investigating for a while, he told the 3 siblings that the inheritance here was most likely very ancient, and there was a lot of treasure aura inside. This was confirmed after his treasure-hunting innate skill had probed for a long time. Not to mention, in the state of having a very sensitive dog nose, this was also a very special skill for Long Yang. Before he had awakened this treasure-hunting innate skill, it could be said that he was the most unknown type of immortal in the entire Demon Immortal Island. He did not have any outstanding talents, nor did he have a high-class bloodline. Even if he worked hard to cultivate, he would still be at the bottom of the immortals. Perhaps at that time, there would be a lot of mockery directed at him. After all, he was the godson of the sacred king. However, it was just mockery. In fact, no one would even attack him because they were completely disdainful. However, ever since he had this kind of talent, he had become a target that many people wanted to rope in or destroy. It was not because that kind of talent was too heaven-defying, but because he more or less had some ability that matched his status. Long Yang was not sure how many people he could threaten with that. However, all along, this fellow had also regarded this kind of talent as a burden. An ordinary man is not guilty, but it is a crime to have a treasure. However, after coming to Demon Snake Island, he did not continue to be so stubborn. This was because he was very clear that even if he was stubborn about this kind of thing, it would be useless. He might as well make use of this point to get some benefits for himself, or in other words, to be used by himself. Are you sure that this is not a simple inheritance, or that there is nothing in it at all? At this time, when saying this, Mo1 was rarely serious. The only advantage of bringing Long Yang here was that he could know these things in advance. After entering, he could also know the location of the so-called treasure and inheritance in advance. If not for this, the Purple Cloud Python clan would not have valued Long Yang so much. However, looking at it now, there were many things that he had to face. In the end, whether he could really be completely clear step by step, and whether he really had such an ability, all these were still up for discussion. No matter what, in his heart, he was actually willing, or should it be said that he believed in Long Yang. However, this matter was of great importance. Regardless of what the possibility was, it was not rare. Thus, it was unavoidable to be cautious. I can only guarantee that there are treasures inside, and the danger is also very intense. As for what kind of inheritance it is, what kind of treasure it is, and how powerful it is, I do not dare to guarantee any of that. I might know a rough location, but if you were to ask me for the specific location, I do not know. It was rare that Long Yang didn't make a fool of himself. At this moment, he knew very well what they would face once they entered. He was becoming less and less concerned about danger. But was this what he wanted to see? Well, even if he himself had such thoughts, he shouldn't show it at this time. After Long Yang's words fell, the whistling storm started to sweep up bit by bit. Such a storm couldn't hurt anyone, not even immortals. Most people didn't pay much attention to this place. After all, even if there was some so-called unforeseen event here, they wouldn't be able to sense such a small change. Long Yang and the others, on the other hand, started to act as if they were facing a great enemy, as if the appearance of this storm was the appearance of the inheritance. As a result, many people who were paying attention to them and knew the inside story also started to prepare in their hearts. No matter what, it was always better to be prepared. The increasingly intense storm in the center of the Wind God Crossing began to form what seemed like an array formation of immortal spiritual energy. In the next second, everyone's attention was on this barrier. Perhaps there would have been people who didn't care before, or even thought of looking at it. But now, not a single one of those people would show such a reaction. Go in! Just as the barrier was completely formed and looked unstable, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Long Yang shouted in a low voice. In an instant, this small team of 7 or 8 people started to fly in without hesitation. Whether it was Mo1, Mo Fan, or Mo Qingqing, they all knew very well that since they had chosen to believe in Long Yang, they had to trust him to the end. Even if they still had doubts in their hearts, and even felt that it was a little dangerous, they didn't hesitate when Long Yang said it directly. When the many experts saw a few flashes of light heading straight for the array formation, they were subconsciously stunned. What's going on? Is there really someone who doesn't want to live? It was almost a subconscious thought, but when they came to their senses and looked again, some of the experts from the other clans also discovered it without hesitation, and they immediately felt that they had missed a good opportunity. They subconsciously got up, and countless immortals transformed into countless streams of light, flying towards the array formation. In an instant, an extremely spectacular scene began to appear on the Wind God Crossing. It was as if meteors were lining up to die, streaking across the sky. Once they came into contact with the array formation barrier, they disappeared without a trace. The feeling of passing through water ripples appeared on Long Yang and the others' bodies. Subconsciously, Long Yang only felt his vision blur, and then the situation of another world appeared in front of him. Here, there was no extreme darkness at the bottom of the water, no antique scenery, and even a shipwreck-like wonder of the world. Instead, it seemed like an oasis in another world. There was a sky, a ground, vegetation, and even a dense immortal chi. But the only thing, there was no sign of life. Not even the slightest sign of life. However, once he entered, Long Yang frowned. Perhaps he had already pictured the interior of the world in his heart, but the scene in front of him now was completely different from the world he had pictured in his heart. It was like a paradise on earth. Would there really be a legacy in this place? Even if Long Yang had a certain level of confidence in his judgment, premonition, and treasure-hunting talent, at this moment, he couldn't help but have some doubts. That kind of doubt was instinctive. Chapter 41-45. What a beautiful independent space. A young man from the Purple Cloud Python clan subconsciously began to lament. If I could have such a space and build a mansion in it, then that would be the real life of a deity. This is not a good place. If I were you, I would rather build a mansion in the deep mountains and wilderness than in such a barren place. Long Yang smiled. His despicable look made people want to slap him. Barren mountains and wilderness? At this time, even Mo1 was curious. Look at this lush green grass. Who knows how many seniors' souls are buried underneath? These are not illusions. However, the things hidden underneath are definitely terrifying. After he finished speaking, he said, "All of you, look at this lush green grass right now." Long Yong soared up and put his hands behind his back. He landed on the green grass like an otherworldly expert. Feeling it carefully, it is really like that. Is it the tearing of the souls? Why do I feel that apart from these, there is a hint of killing intent? Mo1, who had also descended, frowned. He could not believe the beautiful scenery in front of him. What a joke. Beautiful scenery could only be enjoyed if one was alive. Looking at it now, he was afraid that the horror contained in it was something that he had never encountered before. There are tearing souls, but this killing intent is not emitted by them. Come out. With my strong sense of perception, even the slightest sound can't escape. Assassination. You are really an amateur. With a fierce wave of his hand, Long Yang's hand emitted the chi of celestial chi. Boom. The chi of celestial chi exploded on the grass. There was no sign of life at all. However, about 100 feet away, a figure appeared. This person was dressed in a black robe, and even his face was covered. However, those pitch-black eyes gave off a dangerous feeling to the majority of the existences present. Long Yang raised his hand, but did not put it down. A drop of cold sweat fell from his temple. He failed to pretend again. Which direction should it be? Why was there such a big deviation? Mo Qingqing and the others were nervous at first, but they could not help but prepare for battle. However, when they saw the scene, they subconsciously froze, and the 3 black lines on their heads fell again. Why couldn't this guy change his habit of always pretending and getting slapped in the face most of the time? You obviously don't have that ability, but you always act like you're number one in the world. There really isn't such a pretentious person like you. Isn't this indirectly lowering the level of their team? Mistake. Mistake. This is definitely a mistake. Hey. Can you hide it again? I promise I can find it this time. Scratching his head, Long Yang smiled and subconsciously wanted to prove himself. Mo1 immediately turned his head away, pondering how he could get rid of this retard without anyone noticing. It was embarrassing. A good tense situation was instantly destroyed by this brat. It had to be said that a retard who could do this was really *King genius. At this moment, the man in black began to doubt his life. This is my goal? Are you sure that this retard is as stupid as the intelligence reports say? He killed that idiot. Why did it feel like this guy was even more retarded than him? Fine. I'm going to kill anyway. I don't care if you are really retarded or pretending to be retarded. Subconsciously, the man in black unleashed a burst of extreme speed. Assassins, most of the time, caught people off guard. Even if they exposed themselves and used their strongest speed during the assassination, ending the battle in an instant was also the most basic quality of an assassin. An assassin who has already shown himself is no longer a threat to me. With a turn of his hand, Long Yang's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, before this, he was just acting with the attitude of, if there were dates available. Who knew where the owner of this killing intent was hiding? If an assassin's perfect disguise could be so easily discovered by an immortal who was not even an earth immortal, then that would be the biggest joke in the world. He directly attacked with his aura to suppress it, and then blew it up. If the assassin's brain had short-circuited, it was very likely that he would have shown himself subconsciously. Even Long Yang himself did not expect that things would actually go so smoothly. However, if one were to talk about mental retardation, then this assassin was the one who was downright retarded. Go! The lightning-fast assassin was clearly in front of him, but he only saw Long Yang's body shining. In the next moment, a yellow dog appeared, and with its sharp teeth, it was directly behind him. This bite was heart-wrenching. Without hesitation, he revealed his true body and bit down without hesitation. In addition, his true body was already faster than his transformed body. Under this unexpected situation, Long Yang's entire movement did not even have a trace of delay. Blood began to flow from his waist under the teeth that were accompanied by celestial spiritual power. Long Yang did not let go. Instead, he began to inject more celestial spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the assassin's waist began to swell, showing signs that it could explode at any time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The assassin began to swing his blade. Bursts of saber radiance interweaved in every corner of this place like a powerful chi. They formed a huge grid, heading straight for the weak yellow dog. Iron Head Art. An explosive sound began to be heard. Long Yang's ears were already dripping with blood. But looking at the assassin in black, he was looking at him in disbelief. There was a huge pit in his chest. His ribs were broken, and even his internal organs were pierced. There was a huge pit in his chest. His ribs were broken, and some of his internal organs had been pierced. The wound on his back exploded at the same time. Subconsciously, he fell down. His entire body could no longer support his own weight. During this series of actions, Long Yang had only suffered some minor injuries from beginning to end after transforming into his true form. Under the dense blade light, he did not even hesitate to choose the method that would cause the least damage to him. The execution of the Iron Head Art had caused the assassin in black to lose more than half of his combat power. Even an immortal soldier that had been on the battlefield for a long time would find it difficult to make such a choice during a battle, right? You! At this time, the assassin in black finally reacted. Whether it was the exposure of his ambush or the subsequent battle, everything seemed to be under the control of the yellow dog. Did he see through all of his actions? How was this possible? What kind of immortal could have such insight and judgment? Using a state that was almost like a clown, he ruthlessly tricked himself, using the smallest amount of damage in exchange for the greatest loss of his combat power. The more he thought about it, the more cold sweat dripped down his back. The world fell into silence once again. After the transformation, Long Yang covered his forehead. He casually pulled off his sleeve and wrapped it around his forehead. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from the field. Chapter 41-46. If you don't say that, I'll admit that you're a little biased. Mo Qingqing, who had cursed Long Yang countless times in her heart, thought to herself. However, the operation just now had really stunned her. Only now did she know that there was such a way of fighting in this world. Not only did he deceive her, but he also succeeded. Instinctively, Mo Qingqing ignored Long Yang's sudden burst of judgment at the most critical moment. It was typical of him not to hesitate. Immortals or creatures with high spiritual intelligence had a very strong instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. When the other party began to burst out with fighting power and wanted to kill you, you would subconsciously make a reaction to avoid it. This was an instinct and also a physiological reaction. There was no way to avoid it, but it was this instinct that could sometimes take your life in a battle. Why? Because when you clearly couldn't avoid that kind of damage, you would also have this instinct in an instant. Once you really followed that instinct, it was very likely that you would pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. At the moment when Xiao Shang dodged, he was hit with a fatal blow. But Long Yang, without any fancy movements, dodged almost mechanically. In an instant, he knew that he would be hit, so he began to use that instinct to collide with the saber light without hesitation, hoping to receive the least amount of damage. This kind of tenacity was sometimes even more terrifying than fighting wisdom. Trap, this must be a trap. Subconsciously, the assassin weighed in his heart. Long Yang, who was right in front of him, was obviously defenseless. It was as if at this moment, as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to seriously injure him. However, combined with the previous performance, the assassin was sure that this must be a trap. A guy who was so smart in fighting, and even had so many tricks up his sleeves, would be waiting for him to attack at this time? In his mind, he even had the image of being trapped the moment he attacked. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. At this time, the man in black didn't even dare to move, for fear that if he reacted, he would not only completely lose the target in front of him, but also lose his life. Logically speaking, assassins like them would never be afraid of death when carrying out a mission. However, this didn't mean that they were willing to die at any time. After all, even if it was death, it also depended on whether it was meaningful or not. But now, failure and death were meaningless in the eyes of the assassin. Not only did he fail to complete the task assigned to him by his superiors, he didn't even manage to gather any intelligence. This kind of complete failure was something he would never allow. Are you not going to make a move? I thought you would fight to the death. With a flip of his hand, an immortal binding lock appeared in Long Yang's hand. This thing was the lowest grade of celestial artifact, but no matter what, it was more than enough to stop this killer from breaking free. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, they watched as Long Yang controlled the immortal binding lock and swaggered around to tie up the other party. Mo1, who had been dumbfounded by Long Yang's godly maneuvers, felt like crying now. Is this even possible? You clearly still have the strength to fight. At the very least, you still have the possibility of fighting with your life on the line. You're giving up just like that? You're a killer, not a weakling. At this moment, he really wanted to howl to the heavens. What kind of idiot had he encountered? How could Long Yang do such a thing? He didn't play by the rules at all. For God's sake. Who asked you to assassinate me? Who asked you to act smart? Damn it, I'm standing in front of you, but you don't even have a hint of defense. How much do you look down on me? You actually gave up on the chance to strike the last blow. Today, I'll let you know what it means to have a flower so red. For God's sake. How dare you look down on me? At this moment, the world seemed to stop spinning. At this moment, everyone seemed to see crows cawing in the sky. At this moment, no one could bear to see Long Yang torture the killer. Crystal tears fell from the corner of the killer's eyes. Under the intense pain, he actually started wailing loudly. Sob, sob, sob. I shouldn't have come. I'm the biggest fool in the world. In my whole life, the mistakes I've done are not as many as today. His words were slurred. Long Yang, this bastard, had tormented a killer who was unafraid of death to tears. Devil. This guy was even scarier than a devil. After a while, Long Yang finally stopped punching and kicking. He was panting heavily, but his expression still showed that he had not had enough. He turned around and looked at his teammates. Subconsciously, even Mo Qingqing's shout made Mo Wen take a step back and shrink his neck. Now, they finally understood what their father had said before. How was this a retard? Have you ever seen a retard who could play with a killer who was unafraid of death like he was playing with a little kid? Have you ever seen a retard who could take the initiative in a battle of life and death from start to finish? If he was a retard, then there would be no one in the world with a normal IQ. Subconsciously, Mo Qingqing began to recall the details of everything Long Yang had done before. It would have been better if she didn't think about it. Once she thought about it, her whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Never, ever have any conflict with this person in the future. Never ever try to cheat this person. This was Mo Qingqing's advice to herself. It was also the most profound sentence that she felt she should hide in her heart and never forget. No matter what, he is a member of your snake clan. I don't want his life. As for how to deal with him, you guys decide. Done. Let's continue the treasure hunt. Long Yang finally stopped pretending as he shook his sore hand from beating the man. Immediately, a cold light flashed in Mo Fan's eyes. He was ready to take the life of the killer. Ha! Suicide. Just as he arrived in front of the man, he realized that the man in black had long lost his breath. After checking, he found that the man had crushed the wax seal in his teeth. Only then did he stand up. This is a mental breakdown. He doesn't even care about the mission anymore, Mo Fan muttered. He didn't know why, but the current Mo Fan gradually began to admire Long Yang, this seemingly reckless guy. At first glance, this person looked reckless, but after some contact, he felt that he was a retard and a B*TCH. Only now did he really start to take Long Yang seriously. Why did he realize that the more time he spent with him, the more he couldn't see through this guy? How strange. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you don't want the inheritance? A voice came from afar. Chapter 41-47. For a normal person, once something was engraved in one's heart, it would be impossible to erase it from one's mind. Even if one consciously tried to do so, one would painfully realize that it was impossible. However, in this world, there would always be a group of people who only had the memories of the goldfish, such as Mo Wen. After a very short period of shock, this guy completely ignored this scary guy and would poke him whenever he had nothing to do. His masochistic skill points were simply full. Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing, who were watching from behind, felt their hearts skip a beat. They were afraid that Long Yang would suddenly attack and directly finish them off. Alright, did Long Yang need a reason to trick people? He didn't, right? Once they understood this point, Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan finally stopped being conflicted. Indeed, if you really treated him with this attitude, would he not trick you? How was that possible? This was a guy who would not feel comfortable if he did not seek death. He could find 10,000 reasons to abuse others and himself without a reason. After fooling around along the way, They finally arrived at the place where Long Yang had sensed that there was a high possibility of an inheritance. This place was beside a very inconspicuous pool in the oasis. On the whole, it looked no different from the scenery from before. In such a huge space, there were tens of thousands of elites, but they had not met many. What did this mean? It meant that almost all the teams here had been scattered. Hence, the possibility of an opponent appearing in such an inconspicuous place was very, very small. As a result, the hearts of the few people at this moment were slightly calmer. One had to know that in the outside world, everyone was from the Snake Demon clan. Everyone was good to each other. However, in this kind of inheritance space, whether it was still the same was uncertain. Putting aside the fact that one might know a person's face but not his heart, the Snake Demon clan was also divided into factions, and within them, there was mutual hatred. Here, without the supervision from the outside, the so-called killing each other could be said to be repeated despite repeated prohibitions. They were basically not restricted by the clan at all. Under such circumstances, even if one did not have the intention to kill, one had to have the intention to guard against others. Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen felt that they would try their best to avoid meeting opponents if they could. This was the greatest fortune that Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen felt. In this case, Long Yang had indeed found a good place for them. Sacrificial altar. It's made of stones. It looks like it's been here for a long time, right? It's at least 1,000 years old. Squatting down, they began to study the formation formed by the stones. Mo Wen's first reaction was the altar, because there seemed to be items used to worship the deities. Generally speaking, most of these places were filled with opportunities. Therefore, when he saw this situation, his heart was filled with joy. Didn't they come to this God-forsaken place for these fortunes and inheritances? As long as they could discover it, it would be considered as their victory in the truest sense of the word. One had to know that 99% of the young elites who had entered this time around would definitely return empty-handed. To be precise, it's a divine altar. In the immortal world, divine beings are existences that only exist in fantasy. However, you cannot deny the possibility of their existence. There's a deity's altar here. Could it be some great fortune? Mo Fan was slightly older than the others, so he was a lot more knowledgeable. He thought of this possibility in an instant. When he said it, the corners of his mouth were trembling. He was so excited that it was a world of difference from his previous calm demeanor. Divine beings? I remember that only the ancient age 10,000 years ago would people worship them, right? Until now, the number of people worshipping the deities in the immortal world has been reduced to a pitiful state. The timing doesn't match, right? Mo Qingqing also began to speak at this moment. She did not have a deep understanding of this kind of altar. But if she really had to say it, this itself was somewhat informative. In the ancient age 10,000 years ago, the immortal world was not yet called the immortal world. People worshipped the deities and even worshipped them on a large scale. No one knew what happened 10,000 years ago, but after that, the entire region was collectively known as the current immortal world. Back then, the highest ruler of the immortal world had issued a strict order that no deities were worshipped. Since then, the entire continent had almost never worshipped the deities. Could it be that this space was an inheritance from 10,000 years ago? It's just that it's still not stopped despite being banned. That almighty being has passed away for many years. Although his authority is still there, this kind of worship can never be completely banned. It's just that it has shifted from the light to the dark. In my opinion, regardless of whether the worship of the deities is really effective, there is nothing wrong with worshipping the ghosts and deities. At least, in many documents and the discussion of the older generation, I have heard that worshipping the ghosts and deities can bring about substantial benefits. From this point, it seems that the deities most likely really exist. Even if they do not exist, there must be an inexorable will. When talking about this topic, Mo Fan appeared to be somewhat sincere. He was not the kind of person who knew about the past, but this did not stop him from exploring the unknown and worshipping it. On the other hand, Mo Wen and Mo Qingqing did not appear too sincere at this moment. Perhaps they still had such thoughts in their hearts, but at least they would not show it on the surface. Nonsense. Ghosts and deities. It's just nonsense. What do you mean by the will of the heavens? What do you mean by there is an absolute ruler in the world? Even if the legendary ghosts and deities really exist, they are just a group of beings whose cultivation is stronger than ours. In essence, they are still living bodies. Instead of worshipping and revering those fellows, you might as well work hard to be those fellows. What kind of nonsense can be related to the ghosts and deities? This is the greatest sorrow of the immortals. Bang! With a kick, Long Yang sent the petrified superb item of the sacrificial altar flying without hesitation. He did not believe in the so-called deities. Even if there were, how many sacrificial altars in the world could they all receive the protection of this deity? What a joke! No matter who it was, immortals or demons, in this world, the only one that could be trusted was oneself. Clang! Along with Long Yang's kick, a gust of black gas came out from behind the sacrificial offering. F***CK. The three of them looked at Long Yang fiercely. Their meaning was very clear. See, you are seeking death again. This time, everyone is going to die with you. It's the legacy, he shouted loudly. Long Yang made the three of them return to their senses. A trace of ecstasy began to jump into their hearts. Chapter 41-48. For most immortals, finding the so-called land of inheritance was one thing, but whether or not they could open it was another matter. They would never believe that an altar, especially an altar of the so-called ancient gods, did not contain any treasures or inheritances. Moreover, this was in another independent space. In this case, their best choice was to mark this place. They were not in a hurry to explore and search for treasures. They would wait until a certain time to ensure that nothing would go wrong before opening it. Who would have thought that Long Yang would unwittingly activate the inheritance just like that? No matter what this black air current was, it was enough for them to face it seriously. After all, there would be a large number of fortunes and inheritances in this space. This was something that they were already aware of. Generally speaking, the more powerful the inheritance and fortune, the more dangerous it would be. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that they were so nervous. F***CK. There's actually such pressure. It seems like we've run into a ghost. He immediately took out the weapons hidden in his ring. Mo Fan was speechless. In this day and age, those who did not have a certain understanding of their own strength could not survive. He clearly knew that with the strength of his team, they might not be able to complete the test of such a huge aura. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives here. That would not be fun. Everyone, get ready. One look and you can tell that this is not something good. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Mo Qingqing still had a confident look on her face. Well, in her eyes, there was no such thing as failure. Wasn't it the same when she tortured Long Yang? Even if she failed in the end, it would not be a big blow to her. This girl seemed to be born with an emotional filter. She never knew what fear was, and she never knew where she would go if she failed. Mo Fan was speechless as he looked at this pair of siblings. From a battle point of view, these two siblings were really two extremes. Mo1 was extraordinarily cautious, but lacked the ability to explore. As for Mo Qingqing, she was a typical naive warrior. Mo Fan did not have the time to stop her before he could figure out the situation. Mo Qingqing rushed out like an old bull. She looked like she did not care about the consequences and would fight first. How did your sister manage to survive until now? Long Yang was speechless. I swear, I really don't understand his operation. Mo1 shook his head. Even though he had been following behind his sister for so many years, he still couldn't imagine how heaven-defying one's luck could be. It was because of this that he was able to survive to this day after going into battle so recklessly. This was a combination that did not conform to the norm. Just like what Mo Fan had seen before, the black chi was incredibly strong, and any immortals who came into contact with it would at least be injured. After being struck by Mo Qingqing, it actually dissipated just like that. Yes, you're right. It was forcibly broken up by her. Of course, this was not the end of the danger. In fact, it would be even more terrifying in the future. However, it was just a simple charge. There was nothing fancy about it. In fact, no one knew how she had done it. With such luck, how the hell did he end up encountering Long Yang? Mo Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer and couldn't help but complain. Long Yang was furious. Damn it. What do you mean? You're clearly saying that I'm that firewood girl's nightmare. However, looking at the three of them, it was obvious that no one would stand on his side. Long Yang was speechless and didn't say anything else. The matter at hand was the most important. The so-called power had already appeared. They couldn't really rely on Mo Qingqing's luck to crush it, right? Mo Fan and Mo1 wouldn't do such a thing. Even the unreliable Long Yang wouldn't make such a decision. Dazzling immortal chi was emitted from Mo Fan and Mo Wen's bodies. A strong storm subconsciously began to emerge. In the next second, the black stream of air converged again, forming a violent and seemingly enormous shadow. The black stream of air, which was as enormous as a long whip, descended with a diameter of about. It was as if this black chi could sweep everything away as soon as it landed on the ground. Even Long Yang's expression turned a little serious when he saw this. That kind of performance, this kind of seemingly invincible situation, no matter what kind of situation it was enough to attract the attention of the entire team. Just as Long Yang was about to make a move and the four of them joined forces to resist the black chi, Mo Wen and Mo Fan didn't give him such a chance. Mo Wen and Mo Fan didn't give him such a chance. One on the left and one on the right. They directly interrupted Long Yang's attack. At this moment, they were displaying a strong battle intent and formation. It was something that Long Yang couldn't interfere with. Yes, this wasn't to say that Long Yang's strength was insufficient. It was just that they were practicing the same martial arts method and had the same battle formation. Under such a formation, if Long Yang really joined in, not only would he not increase his strength, it was very likely that he would break the formation and cause it to be unable to display its intended effect. If it was someone with a fiery temper, they would probably start cursing and swearing. However, to Long Yang, it was a happy and relaxed thing. You guys have your own abilities, so you don't need me to interfere. This is still better. Who would be so bored as to seek abuse? Even if right now, who was the one torturing who? He still didn't know. However, he wasn't very interested in this kind of so-called battle. If he was really an extremely hot-blooded guy, then he definitely wouldn't have done it in the previous few challenges. No matter what, sparring and challenging each other was a good opportunity for him to improve himself. However, in his eyes, the so-called things here were all cheap and cheap. Anyway, even if he didn't have a lot of actual combat experience in the end, as long as he won, who cared whether he had actual combat experience or not? A wretched battle style and a shameless personality were what Long Yang felt the most carefree about. Because of this, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and directly watched the show. He didn't care whether these three people could really withstand it or not. Anyway, as long as they didn't ask for help, he wouldn't care about this matter. He didn't have that much spare time to care about such things. If he had that time, it would be better to just cut his nails obediently than to fight. That thing required a lot of energy, okay? Chapter 41-49. Actually, to Long Yang, once there was danger, the first thing that came to his mind was definitely not loyalty. This was inevitable. After all, he might have owed the people of the Mo clan some favors, but this favor was definitely not enough for him to sacrifice his life to save them. Sometimes, people could not help but be realistic. Even if this happened to Long Yang, it was still normal. In other words, if this was really his brother, how could he escape if he really encountered danger? To put it bluntly, their relationship had not reached that stage yet. If they really encountered danger, even if Long Yang ran away, the three siblings would feel that it was normal. After all, Long Yang had already brought them here, which was equivalent to completing the mission. What else did they want him to do? However, the three of them, at least until now, were still full of confidence. Moreover, the triangular formation was not at all messed up. The one at the front was Mo Qingqing, who had a petite figure. She looked so serious, and the two tall youths standing behind her did not seem out of place at all. I always felt that other than her fiery temper, this girl would not have much of a style. Why does it feel different now? Long Yang, who was sitting and watching the show, expressed that he could not understand this configuration. Shouldn't it be Mo Fan, who had the strongest cultivation and ability, charging in front, with Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen covering the back? Why did it seem like this was not the case at all? Moreover, this kind of situation, even Long Yang himself was also dumbfounded. You guys guard the surroundings, then support the flanks. I will go and meet this guy. The god of luck was indeed the god of luck. At this time, Mo Qingqing did not have the slightest bit of her petite appearance from before. Her whole body was emitting a battle-hungry aura, so much so that even Long Yang, who was sitting upright, was momentarily stunned. Is this guy from a Sichuan opera? She changed her face just like that? If she had appeared like this when she first saw him, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have dared to take advantage of her. Yes, regarding that misunderstanding, I really did not do it on purpose. The good feeling was also not on purpose. Immediately after, a jade green light began to emit from her hand. In the next second, a battle knife appeared in Mo Qingqing's hand. What? For God's sake. I definitely can't provoke this firewood girl in the future. Long Yang's eyes were as wide as saucers, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though he hadn't made a move yet and still looked like he was watching a good show, this situation was more or less an act. No matter how one looked at it, this saber weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. The huge blade was almost as tall as Mo Qingqing. A firewood girl like her had actually pulled out such a long machete. That kind of incongruous feeling, that kind of visual impact that would make even you feel afraid. If Long Yang wasn't experienced and knowledgeable, he might have fainted from the shock. One had to know that there was a deep enmity between him and firewood. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had taken advantage of her. This was undeniable. If she also used such a long machete to chop at him. Damn it, I better not think about it. Slitting my throat seems like a good choice. Let's see how many times you can condense again. With a dash, the super long opening bloomed with a ray of light. Even though Mo Qingqing was a member of the Python clan, whether it was her movement speed, ability, or even the flexibility of her body, she was not inferior to the Snake clan. That extreme waist twisting, coupled with this chop, caused the ground to tremble. The trembling ground began to sway. Long Yang could clearly feel the power that was close to the limit. Even at this time, the real breeze was also filling Long Yang's heart. This sudden appearance could shake the mountains. It was hard to imagine that it burst out from the hands of a little girl. It was still the firewood girl from before. Damn it! I have to be more careful in the future. If I really offend her, with such a long machete, the consequences will be unthinkable. Seeing Mo Qingqing in such a state, Long Yang expressed that he couldn't afford to offend her. Yes, his strength was indeed very fierce. However, facing such a strong existence, no matter what, he would still be at a disadvantage. In addition, Mo Wen and Mo Fan were supporting the formation and began to transfer their spiritual power to Mo Qingqing. Alright, at this time, Mo Qingqing was definitely not someone he could deal with. This was not a joke, but a fact. At this time, the formation of the three of them could not be said to be seamless, but it could be said to be perfect. Mo Qingqing, who was at the front, was like a violent meat grinder. The moment the black shadows condensed, they were directly cut into pieces by the long machete in her hand. After that, she continued to wave and mince them. The combat power of her methods made many people shudder in fear. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Mo Wen, who were at the back, were supporting from the flank. Even their hands were constantly moving, and their overall performance was very serious and intense. They tried their best not to release the slightest bit of black chi. In such a situation, coupled with the fact that their strength had skyrocketed, they might not even be able to fight against a late earthly immortal expert with such a formation. So it turns out that the Purple Cloud Python clan possesses such a powerful formation. I wonder if it would work in other clans as well. Long Yang, who was secretly speechless, sat there and took out the beef jerky that he had brought with him before. He began to eat it shamelessly. He just treated it as watching a show, even though strictly speaking, this show could kill people. That guy is so infuriating. Even the gentle Mo Fan almost lost his calm expression when he saw this scene. This was simply way too unexpected. Even if you are just watching a show, you should at least show some professionalism, okay? We are fighting for our lives at the front, but you are just watching from the back and eating beef jerky. If it was not for the fact that he still had some confidence in the strength of the three of them, especially in stratagems, he would probably have vomited blood immediately. If he lost his composure, he would be killed in an instant. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, he should never go on an adventure with this guy in the same team. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body that was pleasing to the eye. Even though Long Yang's face was not that of an average person, it still had some traces of handsomeness in it. Hurry up! You have already crushed them like this. Do you have any professional ethics? Kill them and get it over with. Why are you so slow? Long Yang, who had stood up, lost interest in watching the show. Before the three of them could speak, he started cursing. Chapter 4150. The three of them, who couldn't wait to attack, were still speechless. The black shadow that had just been dispersed began to condense again. The situation seemed as if it would never stop. As a result, Mo Qingqing began to doubt herself when she saw this scene. Since when did his attack power become so weak? Once again, she swept her saber horizontally. Wherever the long saber pointed, she even began to stimulate her own potential. Purple Dragon Light. The fierce shout caused Long Yang, who was watching the battle at the side, to quiver. Indeed, even if he was watching the battle, he couldn't completely look like he was watching a good show. Such an explosive shout coming from the mouth of a little firewood girl was simply unimaginable. However, the blinding purple light that followed still gave Long Yang a sense of clarity like a shot in the arm. Yes, this was not a little girl who looked like on the surface. Not to mention that kind of method and such strong brute force. Even her own strength was now beyond Long Yang's imagination. Such an existence, such a method that even he himself felt was somewhat inconceivable, no matter when or what kind of situation he appeared in. He was afraid that it would not even cause a disturbance. This was also impossible. Moreover, the current Long Yang, even his own strength could be said to be not weak. Under such a situation, naturally he could clearly see the opponent's method and path. The purple light was like a giant python, soaring and attacking. The entire surroundings were shrouded in such a dazzling light and celestial qi. In an instant, the black qi that had already been successfully condensed began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the black qi that had been successfully condensed began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just the appearance of the saber light, which had transformed into the purple cloud, already possessed such a strong power. In the next second, when Long Yang looked at Mo Qingqing, he only saw that her originally not very tall body had been completely exhausted, and there was not a trace of blood on her entire face. This was a remarkable ability that could only be displayed at her limit. Even Mo Fan and Mo Wan, who were previously in charge of mobilizing the celestial qi, also looked exhausted at this time. It could be seen that this kind of saber light consumed their energy intensely and unbelievably. At this time, Long Yang finally stood up. To be honest, he wanted to leave. After all, if he couldn't get rid of this thing, he might really die here if he didn't escape. Even the formation formed by the three of them was no match for the Black Shadow. If they wanted to succeed in the battle, it would be impossible for them to win just by relying on themselves. However, he didn't even need to think to know that he couldn't escape. If they really died here, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to escape. The only thing he could do was to fight. At the very least, he could not leave until they had completely recovered. He had to buy time for them. The golden light began to shine, and he immediately mobilized all his spiritual power from the red bracelet in his dantian. Perhaps Long Yang didn't know how to use such a powerful technique, but it didn't mean that he didn't stand a chance against this Black Shadow. That kind of golden radiance really made him seem like a so-called peerless expert. However, no matter how strong this layer of faint golden light was, he was only at the peak of the later stage of the human immortal realm. It was impossible for him to really enter a higher realm and have a stronger combat power. However, at this time, he had the courage to stand up and even prepare for battle. This in itself was already a rare choice. I don't believe that this black illusory figure can be reformed indefinitely. A shadow gradually appeared on his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. This was a technique he learned from the Iron Head technique. Although it wasn't as strong as the impact of the Iron Head technique, it completely gathered all the strength in his body and the golden energy in his left hand. This attack power was still not to be underestimated. What a joke! If he didn't do this, would he use his head to fight with others in the future? Although it was indeed fine under the premise that he returned to his original body. However, if it was still like this after transforming into a human, this battle would seem a little too ridiculous. Although this guy was really shameless during the battle, it didn't match his glorious and tall image. This guy! They didn't know why this guy came up to take advantage of the situation. This was clearly the most common battle tactic. Even for Mo Wen, if it were him, he would also know that this was the most normal choice. But why did it seem like he was taking advantage of the situation when it came to him? It really wasn't that they didn't respect this guy. It was really that this guy's face was so despicable that it made the three of them speechless. They really wanted to rush up and give him a punch. No matter what, he should at least beat that face up to vent his anger, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Maniacal laughter rose and fell. The three of them, who were originally extremely depressed, saw that the black shadow that had been completely swallowed showed no signs of condensing again. That kind of pride and that kind of carefree feeling was even more than when the three of them had worked together to defeat this black shadow. It was really hard to imagine whether Long Yang, who had the idea of taking advantage of the situation, would be depressed when he saw this scene. He couldn't die, but if he went crazy, this was the result that these guys would be happy to see. As expected, Long Yang's figure froze. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his entire expression began to freeze. I have already prepared the final blow, and you didn't even appear? Can't you give me some face? Now that I can't advance or retreat, don't you, this shadow, look at me, doesn't look awkward? Alright, now this shadow had completely disappeared. Even if it was awkward, this was something that Long Yang couldn't feel at all. At a time like this, even he had fallen into a short period of depression. Winning without doing anything seems to be not bad. I say, if there is such a situation in the future, you should still fight like before. Unless it's absolutely necessary, you shouldn't count on me. After all, such flashy things should always be done at the most dangerous time. Long Yang's depression only lasted for a moment. Then he said something. Following that, the three of them who were laughing wildly stopped, their faces instantly darkening with question marks. This can be reversed? Chapter 41-51. The three of them already had a very direct experience of Long Yang's shamelessness, but they never thought that they would still underestimate the extent of this brat's shamelessness. However, even so, their relieved expressions couldn't be faked. After all, as long as they could solve the problem, it didn't matter whether Long Yang made a move or not. When they could solve the problem, they would naturally solve it themselves. And these three fellows had never hidden the power of their stratagem. It's finally over. If it had continued like this, who knows how many times we would have died in here. Mo let out a huge sigh of relief. Among the three of them, his cultivation and ability were the weakest. Many times, even when they were in stratagems, he was the one with the most difficulty. If he had persisted, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to hold on before his sister and cousin could react. If that was the case, wouldn't he be laughed at by Long Yang? He didn't know why. At this moment, Mo probably didn't care about other people's mockery, but he was afraid that Long Yang would show off in front of him. It was because of this that he encouraged and supported him. Fortunately, all of this was no longer a problem. Standing up, Mo Qingqing's face showed some excitement. She glanced at Long Yang, who had just finished fooling around, and rolled her eyes. That meant, see if you have the ability you can act cheap in the future. See how I deal with you. Good fellow, just like that, I have become their public enemy? Long Yang expressed his confusion. Although he wasn't loved by everyone, he was still a very handsome man. His original body was a little lacking, but in the end, he should have a large group of people chasing after him. Why did it become like this in front of the siblings? This isn't my way of opening. I am the one who wants to destroy the heavens. Sorry. Let me interrupt. Although we have gotten rid of the Black Chieflo just now, I still feel that the danger in here has not completely disappeared. Before Mo Qingqing could be complacent, she heard Mo Fan say this in a very serious tone. Even though it seemed like they had completely succeeded and even solved that seemingly impossible problem, they still couldn't help but feel that they had succeeded. But was it really completely safe? Or perhaps, with things having developed to this extent, were you really confident that you had complete control over the entire situation? If there was, one wouldn't be surprised at all. But if there wasn't, even the slightest hint of a premonition would cause one to be cautious and nervous. Mo Fan was the oldest among them, and the one with the most experience. If it was someone else who said this, they might not think much of it, but since it was Mo Fan who said it, the outcome would be completely different. As expected, both Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen frowned subconsciously when they heard this. They didn't make any movements, but from their expressions, it was obvious that they wouldn't have noticed it if they hadn't been reminded before. But now that they were reminded, they all had the same feeling. After a long time, Mo Qingqing finally said, "Aren't you being too paranoid?" It wasn't that she didn't believe her cousin's words, but she still couldn't find any clues after careful investigation. In such a situation, it would be unrealistic to say that he didn't have any doubts in his heart. However, there were still some doubts. B*TCH. You say it. Mo Qingqing turned her head and shifted her gaze to Long Yang. Don't think that he was a B*TCH, but his perceptual ability was better than anyone else's. Whether it was his perception of the so-called inheritance or his perception of danger, it was the same. Generally speaking, things that they couldn't perceive could be produced by Long Yang without any problems. This was also the reason why they had brought Long Yang here. Of course now, whether or not this brat's judgment was correct every time, these people didn't have absolute confidence in their hearts. However, in the end, his ability in this area was much higher than theirs. There was no doubt about this. There might not be any danger, but this place is definitely not simple. It's better for us to be careful. Long Yang didn't show off at this moment. Instead, he furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Goodness, it was fine if he didn't say it, but the moment he said it, the three of them immediately started to feel nervous. For them, whether it was dangerous or not, they had already mentally prepared themselves before coming here. However, if they really encountered something that they couldn't handle, how would they deal with it? Right now, they were all still of the younger generation. If any accidents were to occur, it wouldn't be a big deal if they were to perish. However, if they were to implicate their own race or cause some huge trouble, this meant that he wouldn't even have the most basic of chances anymore. He turned and walked forward. Long Yang wasn't modest at this moment. Anyway, he wasn't a modest person. He was somewhat puzzled as he probed the stone that had been opened by him before. Some doubts appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. What came into view was a very strange-looking rune that looked like an eye. There were no ancient text annotations on it, but at a glance, it gave him a completely different feeling. It was as if this eye-like rune had instantly begun to absorb everything around it like a black hole. That kind of dizziness, that kind of devouring power that made him feel a little unbelievable. What was this thing? Could it be that everything that happened before was caused by this strange eye? Or could it be that the black shadow that they had experienced and slashed before was simply an illusion that had no origin? At a glance, Long Yang even had a feeling that he had been here for many years. That kind of illusion, that kind of situation that even he couldn't explain. No matter what kind of inheritance it appeared in to Long Yang, it was something that was worth showing off. However, this time, he was only eager to know the truth. As for everything else, it seemed to have become unimportant the moment he saw the eye. This moment was so strange that even Long Yang, who had an extremely strong perception, didn't know how to describe it at this moment. He shrugged his nose. He started to try to smell it, but still couldn't find anything. Chapter 41-52. Looking at his expression, could there really be some information that we haven't discovered? Is it really a legacy? Or is it dangerous? Mo Qingqing finally began to doubt her own judgment. It was because Long Yang's gaze was really scary at this time. It was hard to imagine that a guy who had always been very carefree would show such an expression. What kind of major event had he encountered? If Mo Qingqing hadn't thought that she understood Long Yang and knew that this guy was a little pretentious sometimes, her worry and discomfort would have been even more intense. After all, this guy's acting, or rather, his ability to tease people was too common. However, now it seemed that his acting skills had already reached such a level. Well, she wasn't sure what was going on. After all, there were many things here that she might not be able to discover even if it was handed over to her. If it was really dangerous, how could she treat it as a very simple matter and skim over it? I'll go and ask. Mo Wen stepped forward. After all, his relationship with Long Yang was considered the best. At this time, he would naturally be the one to stand up for Long Yang. However, just when he saw the runes, his entire expression was exactly the same as Long Yang's. His eyes gradually began to lose focus, and his entire expression even began to become a little sluggish at that moment. Such a method, such an indulgence that even he himself found unbelievable, caused Mo Wen's entire person to sink into that state. So much so that even when Long Yang himself began to wake up and wanted to tell them, it was already too late. What exactly is it? The most anxious person was actually Mo Qingqing. No matter what, such a situation was something that she had never experienced before. And under such a situation, it was also very difficult to determine what kind of impact that kind of thing would have on you. If their small team suddenly lost Long Yang and Mo Wen, what would happen next? Or rather, how would she make a decision? These were all facts that even she did not dare to think about. Now, all of this made her extremely anxious. If Long Yang had not turned back now, she was afraid that she would have already started to rush forward. You two, don't come over first. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a legacy. Moreover, it's an exclusive legacy of your snake race. It is not an easy task for the inheritance to succeed. However, Mo1 should have the potential to do so. He fell into that illusion the moment he came into contact with it. After you're ready, you can also give it a try. If you can successfully enter that kind of illusion, you might be able to obtain some inheritance, but if you fail, you must not be obsessed. Long Yang changed his usual style. At this time, his serious expression was enough to explain everything. He had tried, but he couldn't enter it. Even the eye rune itself had excluded him. Forcibly barging in was not an option. However, when he saw that Mo1 could enter with just a glance, Long Yang immediately dismissed the idea. Everyone had their own good fortune, and they weren't irreconcilable enemies. Long Yang couldn't do something like snatching good fortune from his teammates. In the eyes of others, he was an extremely shameless existence. Inheritance? How did you find out? Is it very difficult? At this moment, Mo1 also started to become extremely serious. No matter what, this was a good thing for them. There was no doubt about that. However, sometimes, good things could also turn into bad things. Especially in a situation like this, if he wasn't careful and lost a brother, it would be a blow that he couldn't bear. Even though these people had mentally prepared themselves for danger before they came, they still hadn't mentally prepared themselves to face death. A person who was alive and kicking in front of you just moments ago had become a corpse with no consciousness, and even his soul had been shattered. Perhaps it would be difficult for any young person to remain emotionless. Ha! From the looks of it now, Long Yang was completely different from them. Normally, this fellow was always extremely shameless and had a cheerful look on his face. Every step he took was calculated. His level of shamelessness and his shameless methods would probably annoy any normal person. However, from the looks of it now, this might be what Long Yang was showing on the surface. Looking at his expression and the so-called emotions he was showing, Yi Zichen could not help but wonder. In the next second, Mo1 suddenly realized that this guy's character wasn't what he showed on the surface. A very uncomfortable cold-blooded feeling emerged from Mo1's body for some reason. Just a thought made him break out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Could it be that Long Yang was actually a cold-blooded person in his bones, an existence that didn't even put his life in his eyes? If that was really the case, then what had this guy experienced before? It was only at this time that Mo1 truly began to think about Long Yang. He began to show a strong curiosity toward him. After all, not everyone in this world could be so cold-blooded. This wasn't as simple as being cold-blooded to the people around him. He could even see that Long Yang was cold-blooded to himself. Such a person, once he was in a real battle, even in a battle of life and death, would become extremely calm. Once an unexpected situation occurred, he could deal with it immediately. He could even use some ridiculous methods to achieve his own goals. Could it be that under such circumstances, there would still be people who would laugh at him? Alright, a superficial existence would definitely be like that. However, he didn't care. It was as if, to him, survival was the most important thing. For this point of judgment, he could even abandon everything else. What an enigmatic idiot, Mo1 murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, he made a decision. He didn't go forward to touch the so-called inheritance. Instead, he sat beside Mo1 and began to protect him. The inheritance was indeed tempting. Even Mo1 at this moment coveted it. However, compared to the inheritance, their safety or the safety of his cousin was the most important. Chapter 41-53. Looking at the attitudes of the two of them, Long Yang felt a slight warmth in his heart. Perhaps this was the relationship between brothers and sisters? He was very glad that he had met members of the Purple Cloud Python clan, because at least they were not existences that could give up everything for benefits. On this point, no matter what they did, no matter how much they argued with each other, Long Yang could see it clearly. Unfortunately, he did not have a group of such brothers and sisters. He only had Meng Ji, a Meng Ji that he could give up everything to protect. I wonder how that little girl is doing now. Finally, a trace of tenderness appeared in his eyes. To be honest, he would only feel that kind of tenderness when he really thought about it. The real world was always full of powerful schemes. Most of the time, he also did not dare to trust others in the truest sense of the word. People who could give their true feelings, at least for a certain period of time, could be trusted. Unknowingly, although Long Yang had not been assimilated by the three siblings, the distrust in his heart had lessened by a lot. Forget it. This is my mission anyway. It's better to complete it. Long Yang cracked a smile. Actually, at this moment, he did not know what kind of mentality he was in. Logically speaking, there were some things in his heart that he still had doubts about. At least, he did not completely trust their kindness. However, in this demon snake island, how many of them were truly worthy of his trust? Relatively speaking, the purple cloud python was still much better. On this point, he naturally did not mind cooperating with them, or rather, he was willing to be used by them. Many people are right. I am a cheap person. Sometimes, even I can't change this cheap person's temper. Squatting down, he also prepared to meditate and protect Mo1. However, at this moment, Mo Qingqing, who had just sat down cross-legged, shouted. Mo Fan opened his eyes. A wave of killing intent began to fill their eyes. At the same time, Long Yang was the first to stand. His body emitted some golden light, ready for battle. In the distance, a group of people who were not dressed luxuriously, and were even a little simple, walked over step by step. These fellows were also of the younger generation, but all of them were very pretentious, showing off a tyrannical appearance. At the forefront was a young man who looked to be in his 20s and had a very long scar on his face. At first glance, the young man gave off a feeling that his entire body was valiant, as if he was going to kill with a single move. However, just by looking at him, Long Yang's heart was filled with extreme discomfort. Who is this guy? Why am I able to sense killing intent from his eyes? And he didn't even try to hide his hostility towards me? Thinking of this, Long Yang was more or less dumbfounded. Logically speaking, he had a lot of enemies on this demon snake island. It would not be strange for him to meet someone who wanted to get rid of him. But he had only just entered, and there was already someone who came forth. Furthermore, the person was so hostile towards him. This was not normal at all. Unless someone wanted to target him or even kill him, such a situation would definitely not occur. Could it be that the Qing clan wants to take my life? And you've already made substantial plans and actions? Long Yang's brain immediately started working again. That was the only possibility that he could think of. He had killed a young master of the One clan and so many Earth Immortal soldiers. No one would believe that they would not seek revenge. However, he now had the support of the Mo clan and the Purple Cloud Python clan. Would they dare to kill him openly? Logically speaking, Long Yang felt that the possibility of this was not high. He could already tell from the behavior of the Snake Demon clan. However, the current situation was completely different. These few people might not have shown any relationship with the One clan, but their overall killing intent was extremely obvious. Moreover, it was directed at him. Could it be because of the inheritance? Alright, after thinking for a long time, Long Yang still could not figure it out. Even Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy as they watched the group of people walk forward one step at a time. They were all members of the Snake Demon clan. In the outside world, no matter what happened, at least on the surface, everyone was still united and friendly. However, in a world that could not be detected by the outside world, how many conflicts between the Snake clan would break out? How many killings would be committed by their own clansmen? They knew this very well, and they also knew that no one could guarantee that they would not be killed by their own clansmen after entering this place. This dog is quite capable. It's only been less than a day, and he even found the inheritance. Now, I don't even want to kill you anymore. As he walked forward, the man played with the dagger in his hand. Behind him, many members of the Snake clan looked at them with a faint smile. Indeed, such a person, no matter where he went, would be highly sought after. At the very least, he would be of great value. Logically speaking, even if they killed Mo Qingqing and the others, they would still spare Long Yang's life in order to find more valuable inheritances and treasures. However, they had received a completely different order. Kill him, and completely destroy his soul. Even if they did not fully understand this order, it was a death order that could not be refuted or discounted. The Green Snake clan? You think too highly of me, don't you? With such a small squad, they can even easily kill an expert above the earthly immortal intermediate stage, but they actually came here to take the life of a weak brat like me. Long Yang smiled. He wasn't trying to be calm. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. Even if danger came, he would not allow himself to make a wrong judgment in a moment of panic. The only member of the Snake Demon clan who had an irreconcilable hatred with him was the Green Snake clan. Under such circumstances, the intention of this group of people was very obvious. You have good eyesight. However, you still have to die. He laughed grimly as he moved his fingers. In the next second, the leader of the group charged forward like a rocket. Stop him! Mo Qingqing shouted. At this time, she temporarily put aside her prejudice against Long Yang. With a flash of light, a huge long saber appeared in front of them. Chapter 41-54. When the grudges between the teams were put on the table, it was actually not difficult to think about it. However, even if you had such an idea in your heart, there were not many opportunities to put it into practice. But now it was different. Everything was justifiable. The inheritance was right in front of them. Even if they wiped out the entire team and obtained the inheritance, it would be considered as a matter of course. After all, even if many things could not be put on the table, it was still better to have a possibility than nothing. Seeing those people rushing forward, Long Yang knew that this time it was going to be a tough battle. Regardless of whether this team was really strong or not, it was impossible for them to slack off like before. Moreover, Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen had already started to attack. They did not even block his position in the team. Was Long Yang unhappy? In fact, it was not the case. He had a somewhat lazy personality. He wished that everything could be solved without him doing anything. However, according to the current situation, without his participation, the possibility of winning was very small. So, even if he still had the urge to slack off, he still had to do what he had to do. In the face of a disaster, it was indeed right to go their separate ways. However, it also depended on the situation. Sometimes, even if you wanted to run, you might not really be able to. Moreover, he also saw the indifference in the eyes of the leader towards him. Obviously, even if this person did not completely come for him, he at least had a certain level of understanding of him. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be brave people who would be able to get rid of him in passing. Hence, he would definitely not let him go. So, if he still did not attack, the result would be obvious. Strong celestial qi completely erupted from Long Yang's elixir field at such a time. Up until now, Long Yang had not planned to fight with his life on the line. However, he was focused on fighting and chasing away this group of people in front of him, or even killing them. This was what Long Yang felt that he had to do now. At the same time, seeing that Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan had already started to attack, he naturally could not lose his composure no matter what. The extreme collision, coupled with the iron head technique that had already been fully prepared, caused the moment both sides intersected, the whole body began to tremble. It was truly a terrifying attack that caused people to have a lingering fear in their hearts. Even the leader was stunned. They had a lot of information on Long Yang, and they also knew that he had a lot of attacks and methods. However, even though he was already mentally prepared, when he truly endured the Dragon Sun Metal Head technique, he still began to retreat hurriedly. The shock on his face was not concealed at all. Didn't they say that this fellow's methods were indeed very strong and he had to be careful? But his cultivation wasn't that high and he could even crush him? Logically speaking, as long as he had the upper hand in terms of cultivation base, the battle itself would definitely be a one-sided one. Whether it was in terms of confidence or foundation, he was much stronger than this yellow dog. Under such circumstances, he had a clear instruction to kill him. The so-called bounty in his eyes was as simple as reaching out and grabbing it. Because of this, when Long Yang displayed his formidable combat power, he was subconsciously surprised and even felt that the information he received was wrong. There were some things that, even if he was mentally prepared for, he could only wait for everything to be displayed in the real sense before he would be shocked. Hee hee. Long Yang laughed. His opponent clearly hadn't displayed his combat power yet, but to him, all of this wasn't too bad. As long as he fully exerted his strength and maintained this advantage, everything would go according to his rhythm. In that case, would it really matter whether his opponent displayed his strongest combat power or not? The display of strength at this moment could solve many problems in a real sense, but had Long Yang's current strength really been stimulated to the limit? It wasn't difficult for him to think, but the smile on his face made the other party feel that he was looking down on him. At such a time, the leader naturally wasn't in a good mood. His anger, coupled with his previous shock, made the leader almost speechless. Anger rushed to his head. Regardless of whether there was any danger around him, his body flashed and he began to attack. Under that light, a sharp, cold light flashed. The appearance of the long sword was overwhelming. No matter what the circumstances were, it was enough to make people pay attention to it. Once the suppression of absolute strength was formed, no matter how one's rhythm was, it would be very difficult for one to display their abilities and methods under such conditions. Once the truth really happened, what kind of judgment and choice would one make? Long Yang might have already had a so-called plan in mind, but when he saw the long sword and countless immortal lights surging around him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, his strength was far inferior to that group of so-called geniuses. If he made a certain choice at such a time, if he made the wrong choice, the final outcome would very likely be death. He wasn't afraid of death, but even if it wasn't a pity for a yellow dog to die in such a place, it still wasn't worth it. He couldn't display such an attitude in a complete sense, but he was still able to think about his own speed and strength even though he wasn't confident in himself. Let's see if your sword is faster or my sword is sharper. He didn't use his own cultivation base to resist, because he knew very well that it wouldn't have any effect. He opened his hand and a wide sword body began to appear. It looked like a dilapidated sword, and even the blade had some rust on it. However, the moment it appeared, it gave off a cold feeling, as if it had drunk a lot of blood. The remnant soul seemed to be venting its unwillingness to die. The strong smell of blood was completely revealed at that moment, so much so that even Long Yang's eyes gradually began to turn red. Was this an immortal artifact that could affect one's mind? Or was there some unknown secret? The moment it was released, Long Yang guessed in his heart. If it was any other time, he would have immediately sat down cross-legged to investigate. However, at this moment, he didn't have the slightest chance. He opened his mouth and began to sprint. In the next second, he felt an extremely strong speed, which was even faster than before. He spat out this word subconsciously. Chapter 41:55. At this moment, once the vicious methods and the so-called situation completely appeared in front of him, it was hard to say whether he would still have some calculations in his heart. Long Yang knew very well that he might not be able to do those things in a real battle of strength. However, once he started to satisfy many of his own conditions, many things in his nature would also change. He might have some idea of how powerful the broken sword was, but it was impossible for him to completely understand it. Streams of light began to appear in front of him, and a wave of celestial spiritual force began to appear on his body. After a confrontation, he suddenly felt a burst of clarity in his mind. Above the ancient altar, the sand in the main hall began to swirl. The diameter solidified, and the power began to interweave together. The light began to spread uncontrollably. At such a time, whether a certain method would really bring you a pleasant surprise or not, the many layers of its own nature and the principles that you needed to understand would also completely collapse along with it. The next second, Long Yang's eyes began to blur. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because he had underestimated the power of the broken sword in his hand. In that instant, an almost unimaginable light began to shine. Waves of energy undulated, and even Long Yang himself began to feel astonished. This kind of more or less panic emerged in the next second. There were already several wounds on his body. So strong. Long Yang had to admit that this group of people he had met this time were stronger than any group of people he had met before. They were almost on a different level. If it wasn't for the broken sword, he might not even have the chance to fight them. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the human immortal stage, he still had a strong feeling that it could completely suppress him with such a horrifying technique and pressure. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the human immortal stage, he still had a strong feeling. In this kind of situation, did he really have the confidence to protect some things? Would his life really end here? At this moment, he didn't even have much confidence. Some things you can't just sit back and relax just because you have them. Sensing this scene, he began to pant heavily, and the storm around him gradually began to disappear without a trace. Looking at the team leader's body and expression, it seemed to be similar to Long Yang's expression. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he didn't expect Long Yang to be able to survive such an attack. However, this was not the most impossible thing to him. He subconsciously looked at his chest. There weren't many scars, but there was a severe wound in his lower abdomen. At this moment, blood was seeping out of it so much that one couldn't even look at it directly. The bleeding did not stop, and there was no sign of it spurting out. It did not seem to be very serious, but the internal organs and even the intestines had been greatly damaged. He could not stop the bleeding. Subconsciously, the captain's heart was filled with an indescribable fear. He could clearly feel the ceiling of Long Yang's strength. At this point, even if Long Yang had a very powerful immortal weapon in his hand, It was almost impossible for him to injure him, especially with such a near-fatal injury. However, the truth just happened to appear at this moment. At this moment, even he himself felt that it was unbelievable. An incredible wound appeared on his abdomen. It was such a serious injury that even if he wanted to continue fighting, his fighting strength would drop to a terrifying extent. What the hell is going on? He was a little puzzled. He really didn't stop at all. At the moment he was injured, he didn't even feel that he was injured. At this time, why did such a definition and result appear? If it was anyone else, it would probably be very difficult for them to give a very accurate answer at this moment, right? Xueqi, who was smiling faintly, showed such a strong signal at this moment. Because of this, Long Yang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, could finally be at ease. He had already signaled with his eyes before. It was very obvious that if he faced the opponent head-on, even with the help of the broken sword in his hand, the possibility of what would happen next was not very high. However, at that moment he had no choice. It was already very difficult to fight head-on. If he wanted to fight back, would it be possible? Perhaps in other situations, he would really put on a brave front, but in a battle with his character, he would definitely not make any wrong judgments. Taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and it was Xueqi who had the strongest attack power. Alright, if that was really the case, it was indeed despicable. However, in a battle of life and death, what was despicable? What was it really important to Long Yang? It was not important at all. Even though he was the captain of the small team, he still couldn't figure out the situation in the face of such a situation. Didn't the Purple Cloud Python race always claim to be open and above board? Even in battle, sneak attacks were rare. Why was it completely different when it came to him? Not only would they launch a sneak attack, but they would also launch a sneak attack at the most unlikely moment. Even he had never thought that such a joint operation would appear, right? The truth was always more complicated than one thought. Looking at Long Yang's slightly injured smile, coupled with this kind of expression, for some reason Long Yang, who would normally be extremely angry in such a situation, actually didn't feel angry at this moment. It was as if everything had become very normal at this moment. Yes, this was a guy who was full of tricks in battle. This was already reflected in the intelligence reports. In such a situation, you weren't even the slightest bit careful before, and you even looked down on him. Can you really blame others for your current predicament? He was the one who had lost his mind first. In such a situation, even if he were to lose his life now, he would have to accept it. Only in this way could his current expression be considered a normal state. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. You guys actually joined forces under such circumstances. You didn't even give me the slightest chance to resist. The captain's tone suddenly became stern and cold. The blood on his lower abdomen actually started to coagulate. He stood up, and an orange aura started to spread. He walked forward step by step, and the members of the small team behind him started to tremble. Finally showing your true abilities? Awesome. See, I told you there would be an effect, right? Long Yang flattered himself with a flattering face. Chapter 4156. No matter how one looked at it, Long Yang's side was actually at a disadvantage. After all, be it in terms of overall numbers or strength, the other party was much stronger than them, especially the squad leader. Although he didn't look very strong, it was hard to tell whether his actual strength was that strong. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to tell. Under such circumstances, even if one had extremely strong combat power, one would still have to be careful, let alone under the premise that one's own strength was insufficient. However, Long Yang was not born with the kind of strength that defied the natural order. It was normal for him to play some tricks during a battle. At this stage, it was normal for him to say some fallacies. It could even be said that it was an inevitable situation in a battle. However, even Long Yang himself didn't expect that Xueqi, the fierce girl who had always believed in being open and above board, would actually choose to cooperate with him at that crucial moment without hesitation. Even after they succeeded, her expression didn't change at all. It was as if she didn't hate this kind of fighting style at all, causing Long Yang to be in a trance for a moment. Be careful, I can feel that this guy's strength should be very strong. Even if you and I join forces and catch him off guard, we might not be able to defeat him successfully, Xueqi said softly. At this moment, she and Mo Fan were already waiting solemnly. Unfortunately, Mo1 was still receiving the inheritance, so it was impossible for him to stand up and form a stratagem with them. Otherwise, even if he couldn't completely crush them, he could at least be on par with them. Unfortunately, this kind of stratagem couldn't be counted on now, so much so that Long Yang even had the thought of risking his life. However, with this thought in mind, he was still trying his best to think of ways to take advantage of the loopholes. What kind of wicked ideas are you thinking now? I'll tell you the truth. In my current state, even if you come up with endless wicked ideas, it will be completely useless. In the face of absolute power, all schemes will be useless. The black-clothed man at this moment, with his condition, indeed had the capital to look down on all the heroes. Gritting her teeth, Mo Qingqing wanted to go forward again, but at this moment, she was stopped by Long Yang. At this moment, Long Yang was still very calm on the surface, and even had a smile on his face. However, his thoughts were starting to become serious. He took a step forward and began to inject the so-called immortal qi into the broken sword. At the same time, the golden qi also began to spread into his tendons and meridians. At this moment, Long Yang was very clear that once the opponent started to attack, or even prepared to fight to determine the outcome, he might not even have the most basic leeway to resist. In a situation like this, your desire to win must be completely aroused from the bottom of your heart. Under his frivolous appearance, what kind of obsession was hidden in Long Yang's heart? Perhaps it was only at this moment that he could fully express himself. Break. Another all-out attack. At this moment, even Long Yang's own defense began to completely disappear. He gathered all the power in his body and turned it into a sword light. At this moment, it was like a huge dragon that started to sweep through the surroundings. At this moment, even Long Yang himself didn't know what kind of shocking combat power he would explode with. However, he knew that if he didn't fight with his life on the line, he wouldn't even have a chance. At the very least, he had to be able to hold on during this period of time. This was the minimum requirement he had for himself. Even if he knew that this so-called minimum requirement was extremely difficult to achieve, he still couldn't deny it. But the truth was right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it, or rather, he couldn't think about anything else. The so-called battle, the war. It was the most basic thing for him to do, and it was also what he had to do the most. Once these things started to become out of his control, many of the meanings of the battle itself and the results that he saw might be rewritten. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Yang's combat power far exceeded his own, but not many people were completely shocked. He only looked at him contemptuously, and the expression of the black-clothed man didn't change at all. In the next moment, the attitude and everything that he showed that in front of him, even if Long Yang tried his best, it would be impossible for him to completely gain the upper hand. At that moment, the orange airflow on his body turned into a giant python. He just flicked his finger at Long Yang's sword light. The sword light that was clearly like a golden dragon began to crack and collapse the moment it touched the giant python. It didn't give him any chance to react at all. What kind of strength was this? How could such strength appear here? Only when one's true strength was displayed, that extreme madness, coupled with the disparity in combat strength, would be fully reflected. Long Yang was very clear that his strength was insufficient, otherwise he wouldn't have been so pretentious before, and even tried his best to play dirty in the battle. If he really had absolute strength, to the extent that he could crush all the members of the younger generation, then why did he have to do all that? Who didn't want to fight fair and square, and use the simplest and most effective way to do things? Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of strength, so he had always tried his best to hide, use schemes, or even play dirty in the battle. However, it was different now. He could clearly feel that the other party's strength was crushing him. In such a situation, acting cheap and saying that he was going to cause some trouble was really not very useful. I finally know who you are. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. He had thought that this person would appear, and even from the beginning, he already had such a guess. But in the end, Long Yang still didn't dare to believe it. Even at this moment, even if he had to admit it, this kind of ending was probably what he didn't want to see the most, but he still had to be mentally prepared. Such silence, or rather unwillingness, perhaps only at a critical moment like this could he completely fill his heart and try his best to find a way to break it. Chapter 41-57. Song Tianyang was about to vomit blood. No matter what, he was the true pride of the entire snake clan. He would be respected wherever he went. It could be said that such a glorious existence, no matter where he was, would not change his desire to perform. But this time, he masked his face and even did those things that he thought were shameful. In such a situation, he was actually holding his breath. If he continued to act like that, it would be fine if he achieved his goal, but if he failed, it might even lead to a mental breakdown. But the fact was that he did not want to do as he wished. It was not easy for him to make all the preparations, thinking that he could obtain the so-called inheritance here and kill the members who opposed his master. However, he did not expect that whether it was Long Yang or the two guys from the Mo clan, they all showed strength that was completely different from what was reported in the intelligence. All of them had displayed strength that was completely different from what was reported in the intelligence reports. In fact, with such strength, even he had no choice but to unlock the shackles that he had always been unwilling to unlock. Well, the orange power was a kind of shackle on his body. Once it was unlocked, it would cause a certain degree of harm to his strength. It could even be said that after the end, his own combat power would be greatly reduced. In such a situation, naturally, for Song Tianyang, he would not unlock the shackles if he could. However, the bad guy did not play any tricks this time. Although it was a sneak attack, on the whole, he was using his own strength and the immortal weapon to fight. This made it almost impossible for Song Tianyang to seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. That kind of grievance and Long Yang's methods that did not follow the intelligence report really caught him off guard. Because of this, the crazy Song Tianyang completely calmed down because he knew very well in his heart that if he lost his mind at that time, he was afraid that he would have lost. The super experts on the heaven list of the entire Snake Demon clan actually lost in such a situation. This was a fact that no one dared to believe, but it really happened in front of him. What would happen? Would he really lose his way in the true sense? What was going on in the current situation? He could obviously crush them, but the three guys in front of him were as slippery as loaches. Even if you really had that kind of thought, what kind of substantive action would you take to make that choice? Song Tianyang's mentality returned to its previous state when he saw the opponent's golden sword light being defeated in an instant. Yes, for them, he was an existence that could be crushed. Once he found the right opportunity, he could take advantage of the situation to completely kill them. If that was the case, then why did he have that faint premonition that he might fail? Now that things had gotten to this point, let alone the fact that he had the strength to do it. At the very least, this kind of suppression would continue. However, the more time passed, the more uneasy he felt. It was as if everything had come to this point, and he was starting to lose control of his own strength. Under such circumstances, could it be that there would be more obvious changes waiting for him? On the other side, Long Yang was fighting with him with a serious expression. Even if there were countless injuries on his body, he did not stop at all. Song Tianyang really began to calculate in his heart. What kind of power and reliance could make him not give up until now? Song Tianyang, it should be him. However, this kind of strength is terrifying, but it is not to the point where I will definitely die. The severe pain in his body constantly reminded Long Yang that this battle was a real battle of life and death for him. All means, playing dirty, or taking advantage of loopholes, were of little use at this time. So in such a situation, what kind of result would there be? In fact, Long Yang himself had already figured out his own meaning. Under the premise that he did not have that kind of strength and ability, being an assistant or buying time was the most sensible thing he needed to do. Now that things had developed to this point, even though face and whatnot were important, their lives were more important. Even if Long Yang's own emotions were confused most of the time. Condense. Song Tianyang also lost his patience, and the magical seal on his hand descended. Extreme celestial chi gathered in his hand from all around. At that moment, the giant python once again emerged on his arm, and it looked like a small snake. However, the overall feeling of ferocity and destructive power was much greater than before. At that moment, Long Yang felt that it was different, but at this moment, he could not make the slightest choice, and could only watch helplessly as the long worm came. He closed his eyes and felt his own state. He did not have much confidence, but at this moment, he still had a clearer choice. The celestial chi on the broken sword had completely erupted, and the golden chi all over his body was frantically circulating at this moment. No matter whether he succeeded or not, no matter what the outcome was. Now that things had developed to this stage, they had to fight head-on. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted forward. Whether it was Mo Qingqing or Mo Wen, who was behind him, seeing this posture, they were stunned at first. Obviously, they really did not expect that Long Yang, who had always been so despicable during the battle, would actually rush forward at this critical moment. One had to know that they had never expected that Long Yang would really stay and fight with them when the disaster was imminent. Such a situation, the level that he had shown now, had completely exceeded the results that they had previously imagined. This Long Yang, not only did he directly start to attack, but he even rushed to the front. Could it be that this guy had taken the wrong medicine? At this moment, if Long Yang could clearly hear what they were thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. I am also protecting myself, okay? Don't tell me you guys didn't notice that this guy is coming for me? At this point, if I escape, it is very likely that I will bring this team with me. At that time, I will not even have a helper. Wouldn't that be even worse? Not to mention calculating, at least in Long Yang's heart, at this time, it was the best choice to erupt with the strongest combat power and cooperate with Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would probably die without even knowing how. That would be a true tragedy. Chapter 41-58. He gritted his teeth and persevered. There was not a single piece of uninjured flesh on his body. In such a situation, what kind of combat power would he display? Was his ability really enough? In fact, it was enough to squeeze a person's limits. But at this time, if he really wanted to resist or turn defeat into victory, the possibility of success was extremely low. Once he was beaten up, many things would change in essence, especially his own strength. Whether he could make further progress or not would almost become a matter of suspense. Even if he still had some skills, it was impossible for him to make any significant improvements at this point in time, even if he still had some skills. This was the thing that Long Yang didn't want to face the most right now. But sometimes, could some so-called abilities really not change anything? It was indeed extremely difficult to do it well. Hold on, I must hold on. I don't believe that I can really die here this time. He was not strong enough. With Long Yang's attitude and methods, it would be difficult for him to give a perfect answer. Feeling the incomparable pain from the injuries on his body, coupled with his current level, he was in great pain. His heart was very unbearable. It had been a long time since he had received such an intense attack. Even when he was facing the forest and being chased by countless immortals, he had never felt such despair. The guy in front of him might not be too terrifying in essence, but when he fully erupted, he felt like he was no match for him at all. Under such a feeling, even if he wanted to continue resisting, there was still the thought of giving up in his subconscious. Moreover, that thought was very strong, so strong that even if he really wanted to save himself, there was no good way at this moment. At such a level, even if one was unwilling to face it, under the endless despair, one would still subconsciously do what one had to face and what one had to resist. This was a battle of life and death. I want to see how long you can hold on, kid. The giant python had completely wrapped around Long Yang's body. At this moment, the almost extreme power gave Song Tianyang a strong sense of confidence. Indeed, the truth was right in front of him. With that kind of extreme performance, the measures that he had to take were already completely clear. Was it really that difficult to change the so-called results of the battle? Long Yang might have had a certain amount of confidence before, but now that he was in a daze, he really didn't have that kind of confidence anymore. The feeling of being on the verge of passing out, coupled with the fact that his current condition had yet to improve, the feeling of despair still lingered in his heart no matter what happened. Is this level really something that I can't reach? Looking at Mo Qingqing and Mo Wen, they both had anxious looks on their faces. In addition, this feeling had completely manifested itself now. Long Yang knew very well that if he really went all out, he would most likely die in the end. He didn't know when he had started to not care about his own life. Of course, now that he was thinking about the source of all these problems, whether it would really develop according to what he thought, he himself wasn't sure. Some meanings and some facts, once they were completely clear to you, the inherent means and the helplessness that you saw would become even more cruel. No, I can't go on like this. Even if I really fail, I must bite off a piece of this fellow's flesh. Long Yang clenched his teeth. He was no longer as smug as he was before. In his heart, he had already determined that the results of such a battle might not be very satisfactory to him. However, once the truth really started to change, the firm confidence that you needed would definitely have a very difficult manifestation. Such a disposition, such a feeling of helplessness, if it really appeared, your own sense of powerlessness would also become more and more intense. Sometimes, even if you really had a firm will, the many levels of your body and the feelings that you gave out would have a direction that was difficult to explain. Break. The brandishing of the broken sword had already displayed its true extreme power at this moment. That terrifying sword light was so dazzling that it was even more intense than any of Long Yang's previous battles. Even now, he couldn't guarantee that all of this would be clearly displayed in front of him. However, once the facts were completely defined by him, whether he would still have that kind of thoughts at this time, no one dared to guarantee this in their hearts. Go all out. This was the final thought that Long Yang had at this moment. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. Many times, once this kind of desperate stance was displayed, the so-called result would definitely be endless. Could that kind of attack really have any effect at this moment? He saw a flash of light, and it disappeared in an instant. When he looked at Song Tianyong again, there was finally an additional bloodstain on his arm. At this time, that kind of extreme attack could actually have a certain effect. Long Yang began to be stunned. He was fighting with his life on the line, and at least intended to stall for time. He was not prepared for this last attack to really directly hurt the other party. However, things still went against his wishes at this time. The attack hit, and the other party subconsciously did not even resist. There was actually an additional bloody wound on his lower arm, so deep that the bone could be seen. Although this sort of injury wasn't much for an immortal, and he could recover with just a slight pause, it was still a great humiliation to the other party. His face suddenly changed from the previous seriousness to extreme anger. Song Tianyong roared, "I will tear you into pieces." In the next second, the terrifying power was even more intense than before. As soon as he looked up, the atmosphere became even more terrifying than before. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I have succeeded. I have successfully been reborn. Long Yang, you son of a bitch, let's see if you still dare to show off in front of me this time. Today, I will let you lie down in front of me and sing that you have conquered me. Suddenly, a voice came out. But it suddenly disrupted the overall rhythm of the battle. Long Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After persisting for so long, all you get in exchange is to sing that you have conquered me? Chapter 4159. Wen had never been so arrogant since he was young. That smug look was as if he had eaten a few kilograms of beef feces at home and wanted to show off but had nowhere to show off. With his mouth wide open, he basically couldn't listen to any explanation from others. Both his hands were on his waist, and his nose was almost pointing at the clouds in the sky. Long Yang, who had a head full of black lines, had an urge to cry but couldn't. How could he have met such an idiot so easily? Initially, they thought that if this guy really succeeded, he would definitely descend with the attitude of an absolute powerhouse. In an instant, he would completely crush their opponents like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. After that, he would retreat successfully and not even look at the existences that he defeated. This was the attitude that an expert should have. Look at this guy's situation now. It was obvious that he was running away. He was just short of a super expert to directly kill him and show an expression of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan were about to cry. What sins had they committed in their past lives? They had actually met such a younger brother. Beating one's own younger brother to death shouldn't be punished by heaven, right? Mo Qingqing now had the urge to instantly go up and hammer this younger brother to death who had abandoned his family. What are you spacing out for? F***CKU. Hurry up and help. That brat can't hold on any longer. If you continue to stare blankly, all of us will die in his hands. Mo Qingqing couldn't help but curse. She really didn't have the face to look at his expression. Sister. I'm not a gay man. I think it's better to leave this brat to you, she muttered. Mo Wen's hands didn't stop. With a turn of his body, a strong storm emerged from his hands. In a flash, his whole body received all the attacks from Song Tianyong, who was still attacking. Once again, he opened his mouth wide and smiled. Looking at Song Tianyong, he said, "Hey, isn't this big brother Song? Why do you have the time to come here?" "I'm sorry. The inheritance here has already been taken by me. Today, you are destined to return empty-handed." As he said that, his hands didn't stop. Under Mo Wen's attack, his strong fist was like a mountain, smashing towards the other party's chest. If this fellow wasn't too talkative, he would definitely be considered as a decent member of the younger generation. It could even be said that after receiving the inheritance, it wouldn't be impossible for him to compete for the so-called heavenly list of the demonic snake clan. Unfortunately, this guy's character is very bad. Just like Long Yang, he belongs to the type that makes people feel annoyed just by looking at him. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be so compatible with Long Yang's temper. He was so happy to swindle people. I want to cry. Song Tianyong finally knew what kind of weirdo he had encountered. Under his words, he was distracted for a moment, and this guy's fist had already rushed over. Logically speaking, with this kid's strength, even if he really took this punch, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he was just a youth. But right now things were different. This fella had just received the legacy. While his strength didn't seem to have changed much, be it in terms of strength, speed, or other aspects, they were all much higher than before. This fist bombarded Song Tianyong's chest, and in the next second, Song Tianyong was sent flying. Before he could figure out how powerful the opponent's fist was, a terrifying force came, and his body was sent flying. That kind of power that had almost shattered his chest was released in an instant, and his whole body was sent flying. It was simply unbelievable. His whole expression was so shocked that he didn't dare to imagine it. But in front of reality, it was so real. His eyes were full of shock, and he didn't even try to hide it. Song Tianyong didn't dare to imagine how a guy, who he didn't even care about before, could actually have such power at this moment. What kind of ability did you inherit? He looked at Mo1 in disbelief. Even now, he still had a feeling that it was very difficult for him to think. How much truth, after knowing it, would be extremely cruel. Could his own mental fortitude be able to truly stabilize it? These things, at this moment, seemed to have become unimportant. What was important was that the guy in front of him didn't seem to have reached his limit, but he had already exerted himself to his limit. Together with the dog-skin plaster Long Yang, Song Tianyong didn't think that he still had the strength to fight. He also didn't think that there was any possibility of accomplishing his previous goal. It was only at such a time that Song Tianyong could calm down. He was originally not a calm person, and he had always been famous for his fiery temper. Most of the time, once he was angered, he would definitely suffer crazy revenge. And when he was taking revenge, his temperament was also not tenacious. It was also because of this that one could determine his own state. Perhaps, when facing a strong practitioner who wasn't that outstanding, he could just crush them. Even if he was facing an immortal like Long Yang, it would still be a piece of cake. But if he really met an expert, then the situation would definitely be reversed. Such an outcome was logical. I'll see how you dodge. Mo1, who was grimacing, didn't even look for his elder brother and sister. He punched again, and then another. The feeling of power all over his body was stunning. This kind of crushing was something that he had wanted for many years, but he couldn't get it. Bang bang, bang bang bang. Every punch landed. Mo1 was like a boxer, using his fists to serve him. He didn't use his own remarkable talents, and he didn't even use the so-called immortal techniques. Just by relying on his flesh and his own strength, a few ribs would be broken with a punch. This kind of battle is what a so-called heaven son of heaven like me should try to fight. At this moment, Mo1 had already regarded this Song Tianyong in front of him as the Long Yang who had beaten him up previously. Although with his current ability, if he really served Long Yang like this, he reckoned that Long Yang wouldn't be able to take it. But it was not easy to find a way to vent his anger, so how could he have any leeway to hold back? That guy had beaten him up to his heart's content, so much so that at this moment, Song Tianyong subconsciously wanted to resist, but he didn't have the slightest ability to do so. He couldn't even cry if he wanted to. Please, I'm begging you. Even if I'm going to die, can't you give me a quick death? Isn't this a little too indecent? At this moment, Song Tianyong had completely forgotten how indecent he had been previously. This person. It was only at such a time that he could truly understand how miserable the so-called battle and the so-called torture was. Chapter 4160. Long Yang was panting heavily. This time, Long Yang could finally relax completely. If one's ability was insufficient, then one had to find one's own position. This could be said to be a wise saying. Putting on a brave front was definitely a huge pit for Long Yang. Even though he had jumped into it, his body was still filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. The actual situation, coupled with his current emotions, caused him to feel a sense of lingering fear after he had suddenly relaxed. Fortunately he still had some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted that long and he would have died. That would have been really embarrassing, alright? There were some things that you didn't cherish when they were right in front of you. Once you lost them, your entire person's essence, qi, and spirit would also completely disappear. At such a time, how many people could truly have a sense of balance in their hearts? At the moment, Mo Wen and Mo Fan's ability were much stronger than his. This was a fact in Long Yang's heart, a fact that could not be refuted. Naturally, at this time, he didn't pretend to be a big shot and just went up to fight. This was the best choice. But no matter what, he felt aggrieved in his heart. How could you expect a teenager to have such willpower? Increase my ability. I must increase my ability properly. Otherwise, that brat Mo Wen will definitely bully me in the future. That fat hammer from before, not to mention him, even I still remember it clearly. Long Yang started to plan in his heart. It was really because he seemed to have been a little too smug before. This group of people, no matter what, were the direct disciples of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Their bloodline and talents were not to be underestimated. How could he expect them to stay at their previous level of ability and wait for him to bully them? Although a certain yellow dog also had bloodline inheritance and had talents, in the end, everything was still unknown to him. Under the circumstances where he still didn't know what ability he had and what methods he would use to bully Mo Wen, wasn't this clearly looking for stimulation for himself in the future? At this moment, Long Yang finally understood. Sometimes, even if he wanted to be smug, he couldn't completely do it according to his own thoughts. Unless he was the so-called #1 heaven's pride in the world, otherwise, there would always be the possibility of failing miserably. Moreover, looking at his opponent, who he had been persisting bitterly but was still being suppressed, simply crumbling in Mo Wen's hands, that feeling, needless to say, even if Long Yang knew the result, he could not help but feel a little jealous. Before this, the difference in ability between him and Mo Wen was not huge. Even if he really wanted to oppress Mo Wen, it would not be a very difficult task. A fat beating is the proof, okay? But in the blink of an eye, the situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Was he shocked? He was not surprised. However, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any emotions at all. But now, he was more or less balanced in his heart. No matter what, he still had room for growth. Moreover, he had already reached his limit in this battle. There was no point in thinking about other useless things. Sometimes, people had to learn to be balanced, especially in their hearts. Every time they saw a young man who was stronger than them, it would be hard for them to accept it. With that kind of psychological endurance, they would probably not have any great prospects in their lifetime. And the bird. Smugly turning his head back, Mo Wen only stopped when he was completely sure that Song Tianyang did not have any combat power. No matter what, this time's matter was also a great capital for him to show off. In the end, the inheritance was obtained by him. Long Yang, that fellow, was the first to discover it, but he did not have the slightest possibility of inheriting it. Although in his heart, he already knew what was going on, in general, that sense of superiority still emerged. In this day and age, there would always be something that you couldn't do that you could do. For this fellow who was being beaten up, this was definitely something that he could hold his head high and be proud of for a period of time. Sigh. Stupid dog. Do you want to have a match now? I realize that no matter who I fight with or learn from each other, it is not as satisfying as fighting with you. Mo Wen grinned evilly. Right now, he really wanted to vent his anger. Long Yang rolled his eyes at him. F***ck, I thought I was despicable enough, but I didn't expect to meet this fellow who was even more despicable than me. Wanting to learn from each other at this time, wasn't it obvious that he wanted to torture me to death? Even if I were a fool, I wouldn't agree to it, right? At this moment, Long Yang really had some understanding of Mo Wen's shamelessness. This fellow was not only a chatterbox, but he was also a fellow that made people angry. You should save this ability that you have just obtained to deal with others. This place is far from being at peace, he said helplessly. With Long Yang's perceptive ability, he had already scouted all the places in the surroundings. Although sometimes people didn't need to be so cautious, what kind of place was this? This was the true land of inheritance of the Wind God Crossing. Who knew how many masters and heroes were searching for opportunities inside? They were just a part of this multitude of living beings, and the slightest carelessness could lead to their deaths. Under such circumstances, even Long Yang, who always liked to act despicably, had to be more cautious. His perceptive ability to sense danger was much stronger than that of this group of Snake Clan. Similarly, the detection of the so-called treasures, commonly known as a dog's nose, was naturally much more sensitive. It was also because of this that he was able to detect treasures and danger at the first instance. But now, he didn't feel that this place was peaceful. He had long sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at them, and the person's ability was most likely even stronger than that of Song Tianyang. Up until now, he actually hadn't made a move. What was going on? Thinking of this, Long Yong himself began to be a little curious. Forcing him out was something that Long Yong felt he had to do now. Even if it was really said, it was actually very difficult to give an explanation for this kind of situation. But if they continued to ignore it, who knew what the hidden eyes had planned? At that time, what kind of passive position would they be in? Ha! There's someone else? Mo-Wen immediately began to sense, but he didn't find the slightest abnormality. Immediately, he looked at Long Yong suspiciously. Brother, come out. Could it be that you still want to be a coward and keep following us? Long Yong didn't answer Mo-Wen's question. At this moment, he used his actions to prove his guess. Chapter 4161. Should I say that you really live up to your reputation? The man in white walked up to them with a warm smile on his face. Up until now, this person had not shown even the slightest bit of hostility or threat. But even so, Long Yong was still very calm at this moment, or perhaps it could be said that he was very vigilant. The more harmless a person seemed on the surface, the more dangerous it would be once they made a move. Even Song Tianyang had fallen into their hands, but this did not mean that they could rest easy. This man in white, even the simplest frown and smile could be said to be like a spring breeze, but the feeling that seeped out from his bones made Long Yong very uncomfortable. Yes, it was a kind of indescribable discomfort. If it was not so, he would not have felt the danger. Such a concealment, I'm afraid it is not something that an ordinary person can do, right? Who are you exactly? Long Yong did not show any loss of composure, but Mo-Wen, Mo-Qingqing and the others behind him acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Similarly, even though they were all from the Snake Demon clan, they still did not recognize this man in white in front of them. The more it was like this, the more they felt that this matter was abnormal and scary. Sometimes, seeing is believing is indeed important, but what was more important was the premonition that made you feel uneasy. Just like now, generally speaking, this guy Long Yong was usually carefree and would be the first to show himself if there was a chance. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not appear so serious. However, from the moment this young man appeared, Long Yang's expression had never changed. Not only did he look like he was facing a formidable enemy, but he also had a subconscious illusion of danger. Once that feeling was expressed, it became more and more intense. So, even if Long Yong did not express it himself, the people beside him could also feel it clearly. Mo-Qingqing trusted Long Yong more. After all, this guy's ability to find treasures and his ability to sense things ahead of time were indeed much stronger than them. But even so, he still had some doubts in his heart, and they were all very strong. This youth in white was so handsome no matter how she looked at him. If it was not for the fact that she was facing a formidable enemy and the fact that she knew the current dangerous situation, she would most likely be infatuated with him. Looks were justice. At this moment, Mo-Qingqing even subconsciously wanted to stand on the side of the man in white. In this day and age, being good-looking was the true definition of strength, okay? He looked at the people on his side. 2 younger brothers? I can't tell what's nice about it at all. Maybe it's because I'm used to it since I was young. As for Long Yong, this guy is also a little handsome, but only a little handsome, okay? In terms of personality and temperament, he was far inferior to the handsome man in front of him. Especially his personality. That guy is a typical incurable lunatic. He doesn't seem to be moved at all when he sees me. Unreasonable. Unreasonable. I hate guys who are more handsome than me the most. I'll go first. See if I don't smash that face of yours. Mo-Wen pursed his lips. He knew that he was the strongest right now, so he couldn't count on anyone else. After saying that, he clenched his iron fist and prepared to attack. Bang! The ferocious impact brought with it a powerful destructive force. When it was displayed in Mo-Wen's hands, it started to become like a mountain. That force was originally a method that could crush a Heaven List member like Song Tianyang. Even if he didn't use any of his own strength, such a horrifying attack power was definitely not something that an average person could completely resist. Of course, Mo Wen's current ability was tyrannical. This was a fact that Long Yang and the others were very clear about. Once such an explosion was fully displayed, there were really not many people in the younger generation who could resist it. Because of this, Long Yang and Mo Qingqing were actually still curious about what kind of inheritance this was. It was actually so ferocious. Could it be one of the main inheritances of the wind god fairy? However, the following scene completely shattered their previous so-called fantasies and guesses. They only saw this powerful fist punch down. It felt like it could even shatter a huge rock, but it was so easily caught by the youth in white. Yes, there was nothing fancy, and there was also no situation of the so-called celestial soul power exploding. He just caught it so easily. It was as if an adult had caught a child's fist. It was so unreasonable that even Long Yang's eyes widened. He didn't dare to believe that everything in front of him was the truth. Everything that he had seen with his own eyes was really happening. Didn't they say that Mo Wen's current ability was so ferocious that even he could completely crush him? An existence like Cong Tianyang only needed a few punches to finish him off. From the looks of it now, this ability had not reached the most terrifying level. It was simply unimaginable that it had been caught so easily by someone. We're done for. Why did such a demon appear? Long Yang covered his forehead. Even he was a little speechless at that kind of feeling. In all honesty, before this, he didn't think that Mo1 would crush him in this battle. He was even prepared for everyone to attack together. After all, the appearance of this youth in white was too strange. His own ability completely didn't give them a sense of security. However, such a complete crush was something that he had never thought of. After all, the crushing feeling that Mo1 had given them previously was too unbelievable. Because of this, everyone still had confidence in Mo1's ability. However, confidence was confidence. The fact that it wasn't so was another matter. Moreover, looking at the scene in front of them, and even being crushed instead, it was a shock that they had never experienced before. That unimaginable level would become something that they would never be able to forget in the future. F***CK. Your head is quite hard. So easy? Then let's see if you really have such ability. Mo1 was furious. He had already thought that he was invincible, but he had lost face at this moment. He didn't care about preserving his ability and quietly observed the situation. He clenched his fist, and green veins started to appear on every corner of his arm. Crackle! There were bursts of explosions in the air. It was as if the chi of immortal chi couldn't withstand the intense pressure and exploded. In the next second, Mo1's entire body revealed unprecedented tendons and veins. His entire person seemed to have sublimated once again in this extreme state. Rumble! The feeling of the earth quaking and the mountains shaking came. Before Long Yang knew what was happening, his body shook violently. Chapter 4162. Go. Still don't go. At this moment, Long Yang was really in a dilemma. It was not because he had not made up his mind, but because he clearly knew that this time, even if he went up, the final result would just be one more corpse. Long Yang himself was not clear about how strong Mo1's ability was, but one thing was clear. Mo1 was stronger than him, or even much stronger. Such an expert was being crushed at such a time. How strong was the combat ability of this youth in white? There was no need to guess, right? Unfortunately, things had developed to this stage. Even if you really wanted to do something, or really wanted to escape alone, it had become an impossible thing. If you braced yourself and went up, you would die even faster. If you didn't go up, the final result would be death. This was the thing that Long Yang felt the most helpless about now. Was there really any meaning in continuing this kind of battle that was almost certain death? Even if there was no meaning, could it be that he was really going to wait for death at this time? Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan gave him an answer, which was to go up. Even if he clearly knew that the road ahead was not going to be easy and he would definitely die, he could not have the slightest hesitation when it was time to go up. If he gave it his all, there was still a possibility of success, even if the possibility was slim. However, if he really gave up without a fight, there would not even be the slightest possibility. This was not in line with the ideals that they had been instilled with. Even if they were to die, they had to die standing, and die with dignity. To put it bluntly, Long Yang's death was not an honorable one. However, being infected by such a situation, his heart also began to fill with hot blood. Since he was still alive, He could not have the slightest thought of giving up. Long Yang was infected by such a situation, and his heart also began to be filled with a strong feeling. Fight! Even if I die, I will have no regrets. In his heart, he forcefully instilled such thoughts into himself. In the next second, his body began to shine with a golden light. At this moment, the formation formed by the three of them could barely delay the opponent's footsteps. Although the white-robed man still seemed to be at ease, the situation had not developed in the worst direction yet. Damn it, I've just come out of seclusion and I've already encountered such a troublesome fellow. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Mo gritted his teeth, expressing that he was truly speechless. Even with such an extreme eruption of power, coupled with the fact that there were two experts guarding the formation behind him, he was only barely able to withstand the white-robed man's attack. Every punch and kick caused great turbulence, so much so that even if he wanted to do something or turn defeat into victory, it would be almost impossible. Now that things had developed to this point, even though they weren't willing to accept the final outcome, they could more or less see it. Under such circumstances, failure was almost a certainty. Was he unwilling to accept it? He was really unwilling. His ability had just increased greatly, but even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Moreover, the terrain of the oasis had begun to change. One could imagine how intense the change in ability was. It was only at such a time that Mo could be completely clear-headed. Regardless of whether it was from discovering or accepting the so-called inheritance, it could be said to have been incomparably smooth. If this hadn't happened, he would have really thought that he was the so-called one chosen by heaven. Who could have had such good luck, especially after getting to know butt-face Long Yang? However, the current situation was like falling straight from heaven to hell. That's right, no matter how strong his luck was, he was still an ordinary immortal of the younger generation. If his ability was sufficient but his foundation was insufficient, he would still be killed by others. If he didn't change his arrogant attitude and correct it, he would definitely fall under such circumstances sooner or later. Now, after seeing his own ability in true colors, Mo1 was no longer as aloof and arrogant as before. His eyes were filled with seriousness and his own cautiousness when he attacked had begun to gradually straighten out the scales of the battle. Damn it, it's time for me to show my skills. He subconsciously dashed forward. It was the invincible iron head technique again. This time, Long Yang seemed to want to undo the seal on his body. The sudden tug didn't produce the slightest reaction. As a result, in the next second, his entire head began to feel an intense pain. It wasn't just because he wanted to rip apart the unknown seal, but also because his iron head technique had directly collided with the body of the youth in white. Although this fellow had been using the iron head technique previously and had always appeared to be invincible, it didn't mean that he would still be invincible when he encountered an absolute strong opponent who could crush his existence. At such a time, his attack had already caused such a problem. Alright, Long Yang himself began to feel extremely wronged. At a time like this, he had just launched an attack, yet something like this had already happened. Alright, Long Yang started to feel extremely wronged. Since when did I reach this point? I haven't even used some of my so-called tricks yet. Am I going to die here? When he felt the mountain-like collision happening once again, this time caused by his iron head technique, he felt an endless sense of despair engulf him. In this day and age, not everyone could successfully become a powerhouse. The seal that he tore apart could be said to be the last crucial step, but he had failed completely. Even now, he had no confidence in the upcoming battle. Was this a joke? If something were to happen at this time, would he really be able to prepare for everything? Don't think about those so-called problems anymore. For some things, even if you already have the answer in your heart, at the most crucial moment, it's hard to meet the basic conditions. That moment is extremely important to you. Mother. Once again, he saw that familiar figure. Although it disappeared in a flash like before, in the next second, Long Yang's entire body was filled with ecstasy. In the next moment, the golden energy, coupled with the strong immortal qi that had gathered in the surroundings, began to gather on his body the moment the seal loosened. The power that flowed through his tendons and meridians, as well as the unimaginable methods, were completely reflected in his eyes. The reddish-gold light gradually turned scarlet. When Long Yang opened his eyes, they were filled with an ancient vicissitude. Earth immortal. Chapter 4163. It was only when one was truly faced with an absolute crisis that everything that one thought and saw became clear. Just like Long Yang now, it seemed that he really didn't have much of a chance. It could even be said that if he participated in the battle, he would be the first person to be killed. However, under such an extreme state, any choice that he made would help him improve. On the surface, all of this seemed to be formed in a completely accidental state, but was that really the case? To be honest, even Long Yang himself felt that at that moment, the possibility of coincidence was higher. However, in general, most of the time, he still couldn't imagine it in his heart. After all, there were too many things that could change once they happened, even if one didn't understand what was going on. Was all of this really predestined by the unseen forces? Long Yang himself couldn't guarantee it. Naturally, at this moment, his thoughts also changed to a certain extent. Did he have doubts? Of course he did. Especially at that critical moment when his mother's shadow appeared without warning. It would be impossible if there weren't many secrets or other things in it. However, it was just doubts. Long Yang himself couldn't go forward to investigate anything, and it was even more impossible for him to show such an intense situation at this moment. There were some things that couldn't be explored, and the secret could not be found just because one had a doubt in one's heart. Once one really found the answer and the truth, it might be something that one couldn't accept. Moreover, the most important thing now was other things. The battle and the situation in front of him hadn't changed, and the so-called life-threatening danger was even more intense in an instant. The man in white had always been in a meditative state, and no matter how one fought, he would remain motionless. However, after sensing the scarlet light, his whole body began to change very uneasily. It was as if even the joint formation of the three Mo siblings couldn't threaten his strength, and might be broken at this moment. A trace of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, and white light began to emerge from his body. In that instant, the change in her expression was caught by Long Yang. Reaching out with his paw, he had already transformed into his original form. The sharp claws began to shine like divine weapons. There wasn't much dazzling light, but this extreme performance gave people a feeling of danger that would never disappear. Is this the power of the yellow dog's main body? The white-robed youth's heart was in turmoil. To be honest, he didn't think much of Long Yang and the three Mo siblings. What super experts! What heirs of the Purple Cloud Python clan! All of this was nothing in front of a true young Heaven's Pride Ling. He had the strength to look down on everyone, and he also had the confidence to do so. He gritted his teeth and tried to persevere, but at this moment, he realized that if he continued to fight, he might not be able to remain calm. Thinking about it, he rolled his eyes and hurriedly retreated. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. There will be a day when we meet again. At that time, don't forget how you all joined forces to stop me today. With that, a white light flashed, and just like when he appeared, he disappeared without a sound. Ha! This! What happened? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't even have time to recall what had happened. The appearance and disappearance of the white-robed man was like a dream. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't seem like reality. What kind of demon is he? Emowen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At this moment, even his mind was starting to become muddled. A person had suddenly appeared and crushed him, forcing out Long Yang's potential and raising him to the Earth Immortal realm. Then, he disappeared just like that? He disappeared without any warning. How scary was that? I'm guessing that he is probably someone who came to test our strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought us for a while and then left. But who is testing us? Testing us? What is his purpose? Even after the white-robed man had left, Mo Qingqing still had a serious expression. Who cares what his purpose is? Once I have completely integrated this inheritance, even if he is very powerful, I will still be able to fight him. Emowen stood there proudly. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, his definition of himself was a brute. Things like using his brain should be left to people with brains. Emowen, didn't you just say that you wanted to fight with me? It just so happens that we're free now. Damn it. Come on, let me teach you a lesson. A discordant voice rang out. Just as Mo1 was still showing off and displaying a strong desire to show off, everyone turned their heads one by one. Seeing that this fellow was starting to show off again, they were speechless. Long Yang, oh Long Yang, we just had a better impression of you. How could you change it completely in an instant? Yes, these words were spoken by Long Yang, who had just stopped. That smug expression was exactly the same as when Mo1 had returned from the inheritance. Why was this fellow like Mo1? No wonder they were a match made in heaven. Why do I feel that my younger brother has been talking about me and him just to cover up this gay relationship? These two fellows, why do they seem more and more compatible? Tui 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 tui. Mo clan is still counting on this fellow to carry on the family line. He mustn't turn gay. They are such a good match. I can't help but think about what will happen next. Mo Qingqing's eyes almost sparkled with stars. These two fellows were indeed exactly the same. Naturally, it was impossible for them to fight. Not in this lifetime. Who knew who would get back at who the next time? When exactly would it end? A war of words and a quarrel would be over. However, Mo1, who had been immersed in this happy atmosphere, noticed that Long Yang's expression was somewhat strange. It wasn't that his lively personality had changed, but it was as if he was hiding something in his heart and didn't want to say it. However, it was more or less reflected on his face. Hey, I say, even if I didn't ask you to beat me up, you wouldn't be like this, right? Your F***king expression makes it seem as if everyone here owes you $800. Are you really that depressed? Mo1, who was licking his face, expressed that he really couldn't understand. However, in the next moment, he seemed to understand something. Up to this point, Long Yang had only said one sentence. I have reached the Earth Immortal Realm. My perception has increased by more than twofold. Chapter 4164. You know everything? It was a very ethereal sentence. Mo1 seemed to be talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was asking a question. At the same time, Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan were dumbfounded. They had no idea what Mo1 was up to at the moment. Such a serious expression did not suit him. Why did it seem like he was blaming him for abandoning him? I wasn't sure before. I was just a little suspicious. However, looking at your expression and state now, it should be right. I didn't expect that the Green Snake Clan and your Purple Cloud Python Clan would have such a deep relationship. I'm afraid it's not just an ordinary clan war, right? Long Yang did not question Mo1. There was no use in looking like he had been cheated, right? Sometimes, some things still needed to be handled calmly, especially at such a crucial moment that concerned one's own fate. Once you made a wrong choice or made a wrong judgment, the result might be something you couldn't bear. To be honest, the current Long Yang could only stick to his heart. Some things, even if he knew clearly, he could only choose to find out the truth before it was made public. After the truth was clear, he would make his own decision. This was how a wise person should behave. Even though Long Yang himself didn't want to be such a wise man, he didn't want to be a wise man. Don't you have anything to say to me? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. However, if you really want to say it, I only want to hear the truth. Actually, Long Yang was also very conflicted. After all, after these days of getting along, he really did not want to be enemies with Mo1. Although the relationship between the two of them was not purely brotherly, at least they could be considered to have fought side by side for a long time. The word friend was still acceptable. However, when you suddenly found out that your so-called friend had always been pretending to cater to you, or that everything was just an act, the anger and sadness would also be very disheartening. Could it be that in this immortal realm, it was really impossible to make so-called friends? Could there not be true sincerity and sincerity? He did not want to be alone forever, especially after leaving demonic Immortal Island. The feeling of loneliness had become even stronger. Mo1 was his first true friend. He did not want to lose him, and he was also very sad. Was he sincere? Even though Mo1 would give an explanation now, if it was not the truth and he did not have the courage to tell the truth, he would definitely not believe the sincerity in it. Even if they would still have dealings with each other in the future, there would probably still be a knot between them. This was a crack that was very difficult to repair. Could it be that Mo1 didn't know this? In fact, he also knew this in his heart. However, even if he knew, he couldn't do anything about it. Some things were already done. No matter how much one regretted it or had other thoughts, there was no turning back. There are countless connections between the entire snake race. For example, our Violet Cloud Python clan and the Green Snake clan. On the surface, it seems like there isn't much interaction between the two sides. In fact, we can even be said to be enemies with each other. However, if we were to separate ourselves, 1,000 years ago we were one race. The Green Snake clan is nothing more than a branch of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Even the current Purple Cloud Python clan doesn't know about the relationship between the two clans unless they are the true successors. Because of this layer of relationship, there will definitely be something that can be controlled. For example, Qing Mo1 from before. It was a method of control. Mo1 was very honest. It was because he knew in his heart that there was no point in not being honest in such a situation. Similarly, he didn't want to lose a friend like Long Yang. This was extremely sincere. No matter how angry Long Yang was, he could feel it. Moreover, he was able to reveal the secret behind all of this at such a time. To be honest, even Long Yang had nothing to say about this. Some people always like to think that they were smart. However, if one really thought about it, could it be that everyone in this world was a fool? There were many things that would hurt one's feelings once they reached that stage. This applied to existences like them as well. Hence, Long Yang had said it straight from the start, and Mo1 had also revealed the truth without hesitation at this moment. So, is Qing Mo1 a real person or a fake? Long Yang had actually already figured it out. Right now, he was very anxious to know what was going on. Previously, his perception told him that there was definitely a relationship between Mo1 and Qing Mo1. And this kind of relationship, in fact, if one really wanted to think about it, one could figure it out from their names. However, previously, he didn't think too much about it. After knowing Mo1's name, he was slightly stunned. Now, if the two of them had no relationship at all, it would be an insult to his intelligence. However, what kind of relationship did they have with each other, and what kind of truth will there be? These are the things that Long Yang must explore now. It's very simple. It's just a clone of mine. Even the father of the clone of the Green Snake clan doesn't know the secret behind it. As for the problem of the name, it was given to me by my father when he passed away. Of course, this clone, until its death, I have never truly used it, Mo1 said with a bitter smile. Could it be that he, the original body, didn't know what the clone was doing? Obviously, this was an impossible thing. However, at that time, he didn't stop it. On this point, if it was really said, Mo1 had indeed let Long Yang down. After all, he was living well on Demon Snake Island. Suddenly, someone appeared and kidnapped him. If it wasn't for the sake of treasure hunting, he would have killed him long ago. With such an encounter, if one were to talk about hatred, it could be said that it was not fake at all. However, could it be that the Mo1 after that really had no sincerity at all? Now, he really treated Long Yang as a friend. If he didn't give him an explanation for what had happened before, he was afraid that the relationship between them would never be able to be mended. So, after that you found me. This was not a coincidence? You sensed the death of the clone and also sensed the aura of your clone on me. So, you found me so accurately? Only now did Long Yang understand the inside story. No wonder once he left the forest, Mo1 could find him. Most likely at that time, his plan was to imprison him, right? However, after being beaten up by him, he was confused, so he chose another path. Chapter 4165. As you said, it was not easy for him to be serious for such a long time, but it was because of Long Yang's problem. Mo1 himself was depressed enough. After all, if he had known that he would have such a friendship with Long Yang in the future, he probably would not have had such a plan. But could he really blame his doppelganger? The doppelganger had its own consciousness. Even if everything it did was completely clear to the original body, it was not controlled by the original body. At most, it could be said that it was being restrained by the original body. At that time, he and Long Yang did not know each other at all. Doing things that were slightly out of line was a very normal situation. The immortal world was essentially a cruel world. You couldn't expect everyone to respect you, or even act like good brothers. On this point, Long Yang himself was very clear about it. But I can guarantee that ever since I came into contact with you, I no longer have any bad intentions towards you. I've even sent an order to the Green Snake clan, telling them not to target you in the future. This sounded like an explanation. But Long Yang was very clear that the other party wanted to redeem their friendship. Since when had he become so important? To be honest, after hearing this, Long Yang instinctively started to be a little stunned. Yes, if the previous matter was really said, Mo1's actions were indeed out of line, but in essence, They were all for the benefit of the Snake Demon clan. If there was a clan behind him that needed him to do that, he would most likely not hesitate. After knowing him and wanting to be friends with him, he was at least more sincere. He was not completely honest, but at least, he did not have any bad intentions towards him. Was this enough? Long Yang might still not be able to accept it at the moment, but in his heart, he had already determined the overall situation of this matter. Silence. A very long silence appeared in this small team. Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan did not say a word at the side, because they were very clear that no matter what, whether or not they would still be friends in the future was a choice that Long Yang and Mo Wen had to make. At this time, no one could give any advice to Long Yang or Mo Wen. Sometimes humans, or rather, immortals, were indeed so conflicted. Even if you were prepared for everything, the so-called trouble would still slowly come to you. After a long period of silence, Long Yang finally said, "After this treasure hunt is over, we will no longer have a subordinate relationship. If we are friends, we will meet again in the future. If we have nothing to do with each other after this, then let nature take its course." He knew very well that Mo Wen did not have any ill intentions towards him now. However, the one who had kidnapped him was his doppelganger. This could be said to be a real thorn in his heart. Even though he knew that this couldn't be blamed on Mo Wen, Long Yang still couldn't make him and Mo Wen go back to how they used to be. It was better not to see each other. Perhaps this was the feeling of two lovers who loved each other, but at this moment, Long Yang had this kind of feeling towards a man, a friend that he had almost recognized. Was it sad? It was indeed a little sad. At least, from his point of view, he would rather not know about this kind of thing. Unfortunately, he was also a person who would get to the bottom of things. If he really had doubts about some things, then he would definitely get to the bottom of it. Alright, now I understand everything. I just made myself feel a little uncomfortable for no reason. But what could he do? For some things, even if he still had other ideas in his heart, the result would still be the same in essence. How could there be so many things in this world that could be done as one pleased? In the Jianghu, one had no choice. Perhaps sometimes it was a strong restraint to oneself, but it was also the true bottom line that one had to stick to. Long Yang. This was the first time Mo Qingqing had called Long Yang's name. Previously, it had always been Yellow Dog calling him Yellow Dog. She was also a little reluctant to part with him, not because she liked this dog, but because she truly knew his character and way of doing things. She also knew that this fellow was a person who valued relationships and righteousness. In the eyes of many, such a friend, no matter where it was, could be made. She didn't want to lose such a friend, but she wanted to persuade him, but she didn't know where to start. Sister, you don't have to say any more. He has his own choice. Moreover, this is also the best choice for us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't even be friends in the future. Mo Wen said immediately. He was very clear that this matter had developed to this point. If both sides were still like this, then the final situation would definitely be very difficult to resolve. Actually, it wasn't that Long Yang couldn't stay. He could even go with them to do more things, and he would still be the guest of the entire Purple Cloud Python clan. But if that was the case, both sides would most likely only have a subordinate relationship. It would be fine if they each took what they needed, or if they had their eyes on the so-called benefits. In a situation where there was a knot in their hearts, it would be almost impossible for them to work together and work together. Under such a reality, what other choice could there be? Mo Wen could choose the benefits and still tie Long Yang to the Purple Cloud Python clan. In this way, Long Yang probably wouldn't say too many unbearable things. However, was this really interesting? The Purple Cloud Python clan and the Green Snake clan were fundamentally different. The Purple Cloud Python clan valued friendship more. If both sides really only had a cooperative relationship left, then it was better not to have it. Comparing such a relationship with the so-called wealth, in Mo Wen's heart, continuing to be friends with Long Yang was the best outcome. Since there was a choice, there had to be a decision. He made such a decision because he was the heir of the clan leader. Even if he returned to the Purple Cloud Python clan, the existence in the clan wouldn't say anything. Moreover, the biggest contributor to this so-called treasure hunt was Long Yang. It could be said that Long Yang had done this, which was already considered to be extremely benevolent. And for Mo Wen to make such a decision at this moment similarly, was also considered to be benevolent. I hope that when we meet in the future, we can still be friends. Long Yang cracked a smile. Actually, at this moment, Long Yang's smile was somewhat forced. However, This situation was already the best possible outcome. There was actually no need to think about other things. Chapter 4166. Now that things had come to this, both Long Yang and Mo Wen had no other choice. In comparison, perhaps the purple cloud python race would be dissatisfied. But in the end, Long Yang still had his own value. If they were to really weigh the pros and cons, letting Long Yang go would be the best choice. After all, the reason why Long Yang was not valued in the demonic immortal island and was ridiculed by countless people was that he had no talent for cultivation and was a yellow dog. The son of the sacred king was actually such a useless person. Even if he was an adopted son, how many people would be embarrassed by him? However, if Long Yang could really cultivate and possessed extraordinary talent, the result would most likely be reversed, wouldn't it? Now, if he really returned to the demonic immortal island, he would still be in danger, but compared to before, it would definitely be a lot better, and he would definitely have followers. In that case, what kind of conflict would there be between the two of them if they went against his wishes and kept him on the Snake Demon Island? Don't bully the young for being poor. This saying might be just a joke in the eyes of some big shots, but it could be said to be a wise saying in front of the existence of the strong and powerful. Because it was impossible to judge whether Long Yang would really have a more powerful identity and status in the future, and even more unimaginable strength. What if this kid really succeeded? What would happen to the Snake Demon clan in the future? The Snake Demon clan was just an ordinary clan in the Endless Sea realm. Not to mention the demonic immortal island. Even some of the big demonic immortal clans could destroy them with a flick of a finger. Moreover, they had also heard some so-called rumors that although Long Yang had no talent, he was deeply loved by the Sacred King, and the Sacred King doted on him like his own son. Now that there was no news of Long Yang, it was fine. If they really knew that it was the Snake Demon clan who had done this, they were afraid that the Sacred King would be furious. They couldn't kill him, and they couldn't imprison him. The Purple Cloud Python clan, who had a hard time getting off, had chosen to make friends with him. Under such circumstances, if Long Yang wanted to break off contact with them, even if they were helpless, they could not do anything about it. Using force was indeed useful when one didn't know the truth, but once one knew some things, using force was probably the most foolish decision one could make. In this day and age, who didn't have some thoughts? No one was really an idiot. In the following period of time, there weren't many accidents happening. Regardless of whether it was Long Yang or Mo Wen, they spoke less. After all, there was more or less an awkward feeling in their interactions. This was unavoidable. However, even so, Long Yang was still very responsible. Whenever he came across a so-called inheritance or treasure, he would immediately report it to Long Yang. Similarly, the guy did not show any sign of standing by the side when they were in danger. Mo Qingqing and Mo Fan were more or less impressed by the guy's determination. After all, being able to put aside the grudges and honor the promise was an extremely rare thing in and of itself. At the very least, they asked themselves honestly. If it were them, they might not be able to do it either. It was a pity that they couldn't keep such a person by their side. Although Mo Wen was the youngest of the three in the team, no matter how one looked at it, Mo Wen's status was the noblest. He was the heir of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Apart from the current clan leader, he was the existence with the highest status in the entire clan. This was something that could not be refuted. Once they were in a dangerous or serious situation, Mo Wen's orders were orders and could not be disregarded. Of course, Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing had their own thoughts. However, under such circumstances, compared to Long Yang and Mo Wen's open and above-board relationship, they didn't have the mood to do anything else. They found a few more inheritances. Although they weren't as intense and terrifying as the one Mo Wen had found before, it was only half a month. However, in just half a month's time, they had all greatly improved their strength and battle prowess in the Wind God Crossing. Now, other than the guy Long Yang who had entered the Earth Immortal Realm, Mo Fan and Mo Qingqing had also entered the Earth Immortal Realm. Although they still needed some time to consolidate their abilities and combat abilities in such a realm, such an improvement was still very gratifying. It should be known that on this Demon Snake Island, the most basic requirement for the youths to be called Heaven's favorites was the cultivation of the Earth Immortal Realm. With such a cultivation base and the corresponding strength, it would not be too difficult for him to enter the Heaven ranking. However, if one did not have such cultivation, wanting to enter the Heaven list would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for Mo Wen, this guy's cultivation was still half a step to the Earth Immortal Realm. There were no signs of a breakthrough. However, in terms of combat abilities, whether it was Mo Qingqing or Mo Fan, who was the oldest, they were no longer his match. Even if the two of them joined forces, he could still hold them off for a while. Such terrifying combat abilities were simply unimaginable. It could be said that almost everyone in the team had obtained what they wanted. Even Long Yong had not come in vain this time. They had obtained quite a lot of immortal stones. Now, if they were to really look at the storage ring, this guy's wealth of a few thousand lower-grade spiritual stones was definitely one of the best among the youths. In addition to those who knew how many immortal weapons, Long Yong was now a walking cash carrier. Of course, compared to the other three's harvest this time, it was still a lot less. After all, the improvement of abilities was the most fundamental. Long Yong did not obtain the so-called inheritance in the Wind God Crossing. It was just that the seal had mysteriously loosened a little again. For us, this time's harvest is considered enough. Should we go back? Mo Wen said in a very serious tone on the last day. If it was his previous temperament, he definitely wouldn't have done this. After all, the three of them had each received an inheritance. Although they had found other cultivation methods and whatnot, the three of them didn't have the ability to do so. But in general, who would complain about having more inheritances? However, at the same time, he was also very clear that it was already very shocking for them to be able to do this in a large-scale land of inheritance. If they continued, not only would they be incompatible with the heavenly path, they would most likely attract even more intense disasters. We will listen to you. Actually, it is indeed time to get rid of them. Mo Qingqing was very straightforward. After all, she had obtained what she wanted. Mo Fan nodded his head. In an instant, everyone's gaze was on Long Yong. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.